Hello, horror lovers. Welcome to our channel. Please subscribe as it is our biggest motivation. Let us know in the comments which city you're listening from. If you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button. Now, let's get into the stories. It was a crisp autumn evening when I first laid eyes on Maplewood Manor. The house stood at the end of a long, winding driveway surrounded by towering oak trees whose leaves had turned vibrant shades of red and gold. I had always been fascinated by old houses, and this one, with its Victorian architecture and imposing presence, was no exception. The manor had been abandoned for years, and rumors about its haunted past only added to its allure. As a freelance writer specializing in historical pieces, I saw this as the perfect opportunity to uncover the truth behind the tales. Little did I know the stories were more than just folklore. I had managed to secure a short-term lease from the distant relatives who inherited the property. They were eager to rid themselves of the burden, and I was equally eager to immerse myself in the history of the manor. I arrived just before sunset, my car loaded with supplies for the next few weeks. The plan was simple: live in the house, document its history, and perhaps even debunk the ghost stories that had scared away so many before me. As I stepped out of the car, the chill in the air sent a shiver down my spine. I grabbed my bags and made my way to the front door. The key turned easily in the lock, and the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit foyer. Dust particles floated in the air, catching the last rays of sunlight that filtered through the stained glass windows. The interior was a time capsule with furniture and decor that hadn't been touched in decades. A grand staircase led to the upper floors, and I couldn't resist the urge to explore. As I climbed the steps, each one groaned under my weight, echoing through the empty house. I reached the landing and turned to see a long hallway lined with closed doors. The air was heavy with the scent of age, wood, and something else, something musty and familiar, yet unsettling. I chose a room at the end of the hall, which appeared to be a study. Dust-covered books lined the shelves, and a large oak desk sat in front of a window that overlooked the overgrown garden. I set up my laptop and began to organize my notes, feeling a strange sense of unease that I couldn't quite place. As night fell, the house grew colder. I wrapped myself in a blanket and decided to start my research by reading through some of the old books in the study. Most of them were historical accounts of the area, but one book in particular caught my attention. It was a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. The handwriting was elegant yet difficult to read, but I managed to make out a few entries. The journal belonged to a woman named Eleanor Maplewood, the original owner of the house. She had lived here in the late 1800s with her husband, Thomas, and their young daughter, Abigail. The entries started out mundane, detailing daily life and social events. But as I read on, the tone grew darker. Eleanor wrote of strange occurrences in the house, footsteps in the hall, and no one was there, whispers in the dead of night, and cold spots that seemed to follow her from room to room. The last entry was particularly disturbing. Eleanor described a night when she awoke to find Abigail standing at the foot of her bed, her eyes wide with terror. The child claimed to have seen a shadow man in her room. Eleanor tried to comfort her daughter, but the next morning Abigail was gone. The journal ended abruptly with no explanation of what happened next. I closed the journal, my heart pounding in my chest. The rational part of my mind told me it was just a story, but a nagging feeling of dread settled over me. I decided to call it a night and headed to the guest room I had chosen earlier. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by the creaks and groans of the old house. The next few days were uneventful, and I began to settle into a routine. During the day I explored the manor and its grounds, taking notes and photographs. At night I continued to read through Eleanor's journal and other documents I found in the study. The more I learned about the Maplewood family, the more I became convinced that something tragic had indeed happened here. One evening, as I was sitting in the study, I heard a soft thud coming from the hallway. I dismissed it as the house settling, but then it happened again, closer this time. My curiosity got the better of me, and I grabbed a flashlight to investigate. The hallway was dark, and the beam of light cast long, eerie shadows on the walls. I followed the sound to a door at the end of the hall, the door to Abigail's room. I hesitated for a moment before turning the handle. The room was small and sparsely furnished, with a child-sized bed and a wooden chest in the corner. As I stepped inside, the temperature dropped noticeably. I shone the flashlight around the room, but nothing seemed out of place. Just as I was about to leave, I heard a faint whisper, so quiet I almost missed it. "Help me." I spun around, the flashlight shaking in my hand. There was no one there, but the voice had been unmistakable. I backed out of the room and closed the door, my heart racing. I decided to set up a camera in the hallway, hoping to capture any evidence of the paranormal activity. That night, as I reviewed the footage, I saw it. A shadowy figure moving slowly down the hallway, stopping in front of Abigail's door. It lingered there for a moment before disappearing into the room. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that the stories were true. Maplewood Manor was haunted. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved deeper into the history of the house. I contacted local historians and scoured old newspapers for any mention of the Maplewood family. I discovered that after Abigail's disappearance, Eleanor had become increasingly unstable. She was eventually committed to an asylum, where she spent the rest of her days. Thomas, grief-stricken and unable to cope, took his own life in the house. The more I learned, the more I felt a connection to Eleanor. I decided to perform a seance in the hopes of communicating with her spirit. I set up candles in the study and sat at the desk with Eleanor's journal open in front of me. I closed my eyes and began to speak, calling out to her, "Eleanor, if you can hear me, please give me a sign. I want to help you." For a few moments, nothing happened. Then the temperature in the room plummeted, and I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I opened my eyes to see the faint outline of a woman standing before me. Her eyes were filled with sadness, and she pointed to the journal. "Find Abigail," she whispered before fading away. I knew then that I couldn't leave the manor until I uncovered the truth about what happened to Abigail. I spent the next few days searching every inch of the house, looking for any clues. It wasn't until I ventured into the basement that I found the answers I was seeking. Hidden behind a loose brick in the wall was a small, dusty box. Inside were letters from Thomas to Eleanor, confessing his guilt. He had accidentally caused Abigail's death during a fit of rage and had hidden her body in the cellar. Eleanor's descent into madness and Thomas's suicide were the tragic aftermath of their loss. I contacted the authorities, and Abigail's remains were finally given a proper burial. As I left Maplewood Manor, for the last time I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The spirits of Eleanor and Abigail could finally rest, and the haunted legacy of the manor was put to rest. As I drove away, I glanced back at the house one last time. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the manor. It no longer seemed menacing, but rather a sad reminder of a family's tragic past. I knew that I had done the right thing, and as I turned onto the main road, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The haunting of Maplewood Manor was over, but the memories of my time there would stay with me forever. The day we moved into the house on Raven Hill, I felt a strange mix of excitement and trepidation. My wife, Jenna, and our 2 kids, Sophie and Ethan, were thrilled about our new beginning in this quaint town, but something about the house made me uneasy from the moment we stepped inside. Perhaps it was the way the shadows seemed to cling to the corners, or the inexplicable chill that permeated the air. Even in the height of summer, our first night was a flurry of unpacking and settling in. The kids were ecstatic, running from room to room, claiming their spaces and imagining all the adventures they'd have. Jenna and I spent most of our time in the kitchen, organizing and rearranging, trying to create a sense of normalcy amidst the chaos of moving boxes and half-assembled furniture. But it was well past midnight when we finally crawled into bed. I fell asleep almost instantly, exhausted from the day's efforts. But my rest was short-lived. A soft, rhythmic thumping woke me. I gradually turned to Jenna, but she was sound asleep, her breathing steady and untroubled. I strained my ears, trying to locate the source of the noise. It seemed to be coming from the hallway. I slipped out of bed and tiptoed to the door, careful not to wake Jenna. As I stepped into the hallway, the thumping stopped. I stood there, heart pounding, listening intently. Nothing. I shook my head, chalking it up to the creaks and groans of an old house settling. The next morning, I mentioned the noise to Jenna, but she brushed it off. "It's an old house, Jack," she said, smiling. "You'll get used to it." Days turned into weeks, and life in our new home began to take on a rhythm. But the thumping continued, always at night, always at the same time. It was driving me crazy. I started staying up late, waiting for it, trying to catch it in the act, but every time I got close, it would stop. One night I decided to follow the sound. It led me down the hallway, past the kids' rooms, and into the basement. The basement door creaked open, and I flicked on the light. The bare bulb cast long shadows across the dusty and finished space. I descended the stairs slowly, each step echoing in the silence. The thumping grew louder as I reached the bottom. It was coming from behind a stack of old boxes left by the previous owners. I moved the boxes aside, revealing a small door I hadn't noticed before. It was old, with rusty hinges and a heavy padlock. I felt a chill run down my spine. What was this door, and why was it locked? I resolved to find the key, but my search of the house turned up nothing. I decided to call the realtor the next day. The realtor, Mrs. Collins, seemed surprised by my question. "A locked door in the basement," she repeated. "I don't recall any such thing. But then again, the house is quite old. Perhaps it was a storage room or a root cellar." Her explanation did little to assuage my curiosity. That night I couldn't sleep. The thumping started again, more insistent this time. I found myself drawn back to the basement, to the small, mysterious door. Desperate, I took a crowbar and pried the padlock off. The door swung open with a groan, revealing a narrow, dark passageway. I hesitated, every instinct telling me to turn back. But curiosity won out. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped inside. The passageway was cramped and damp, the air heavy with the scent of earth and decay. I followed it, the thumping growing louder with each step. It led to a small, circular room, its walls lined with shelves cluttered with old, dusty books and trinkets. In the center of the room was an old wooden table, and on it lay an open book. The thumping was deafening now, reverberating through the small space. I approached the table, my flashlight beam dancing across the pages of the book. It was written in a language I didn't recognize. The letters and symbols twisting and writhing on the page. Odd as I stared at the book, a cold wind blew through the passageway, extinguishing my flashlight. I was plunged into darkness. Panic surged through me, and I fumbled for my phone, using its weak light to find my way back to the door. But the passage seemed to stretch on endlessly, twisting and turning, defying all logic. Finally, I burst through the door and into the basement, slamming it shut behind me. The thumping stopped. I stood there, gasping for breath, my mind racing. What had I just experienced? What was that book? The next day I boarded up the door and tried to put the experience out of my mind. But the house had other plans. The thumping continued, joined now by whispers and shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Jenna and the kids were oblivious, but I could feel the house watching me, its presence growing stronger with each passing day. I began researching the history of the house, hoping to find some explanation for the strange occurrences. What I discovered chilled me to the bone. The house had once belonged to a man named Elias Whitmore, a reclusive scholar rumored to have dabbled in dark arts. He disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and the house had been vacant for years before we moved in. I knew I had to confront whatever was in that house, to put an end to the madness. Armed with a camera and a renewed determination, I descended into the basement one last time. I forced the door open and entered the passageway, the thumping louder than ever. In the circular room, the book still lay open on the table. I snapped pictures of the pages, hoping to find someone who could translate the strange text. As I did, the air grew colder and the shadows deepened. I felt a presence behind me, and I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. A figure stood in the doorway, shrouded in darkness. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and it began to speak in a low, guttural voice. The words were incomprehensible, but their meaning was clear. I was not welcome here. I stumbled back, dropping the camera. The figure advanced, its form shifting and twisting. I fled the passageway, the thumping and whispers following me. I reached the basement and slammed the door shut, barricading it with whatever I could find. That night I told Jenna everything. She was skeptical, but agreed to leave the house. We packed our things and moved out the next day. Leaving the house on Raven Hill behind, we never spoke of it again, but the memories lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us, that the house still held a part of me. I spent countless hours researching the photographs I had taken, but no one could decipher the text. The mystery of the house on Raven Hill remained unsolved, a dark chapter in our lives that we would never forget. The wind howled through the trees on that fateful evening, as I sat on the porch of our old family home on Maple Street. The house, once a beacon of warmth and joy, now seemed shrouded in a cold, uninviting darkness. My sister, Laura, had always been the heart of our home, with her infectious laughter and boundless energy. But in recent weeks, something had changed. Something sinister had taken hold of her. Laura's transformation began subtly. At first, it was the small things, a distant look in her eyes, a tendency to withdraw from conversations. But soon her behavior became increasingly erratic. She would mutter to herself in strange, unfamiliar languages. Her eyes glazed over as if she were in a trance. Our parents were at their wits' end, consulting doctors and therapists, but no one could explain what was happening to her. One night I was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream. I rushed to Laura's room, my heart pounding in my chest. There she was, standing in the center of the room, her body contorted in an unnatural way. Her eyes, once bright and full of life, were now dark and hollow. She spoke in a voice that was not her own, a deep, guttural tone that sent chills down my spine. "Leave this house," the voice commanded. "She belongs to us now," and a desperate bid for help. Our family turned to Father Donovan, a priest known for his work in exorcisms. He arrived at our home with a calm determination, his presence offering a glimmer of hope. Father Donovan explained that Laura was possessed by a malevolent spirit, and that the process of exorcism would be long and grueling. The first exorcism took place in our living room. Father Donovan began with prayers and holy water, his voice steady and confident. But as soon as he started, Laura's condition worsened. She thrashed around violently, her screams echoing through the house. It was a terrifying sight, but we clung to the hope that this might finally bring her back to us. Days turned into weeks, and each session seemed to draw out something darker and more sinister. Laura's strength increased to an almost superhuman level, and she would speak in ancient languages that no one understood. Father Donovan remained resolute, but even he seemed shaken by the intensity of the evil he was confronting. One evening, as the sun set and shadows crept across the walls, Father Donovan decided to perform the final exorcism. He gathered us all in the living room and began the ritual with a fervor we had never seen before. Laura, restrained in a chair, snarled and spat, her eyes burning with a malevolent fire. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to leave this body." Father Donovan shouted, his voice filled with authority. Laura's body convulsed, and a blood-curdling scream filled the room. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Then a dark, shadowy figure emerged from Laura's body, hovering in the air before disappearing into the ether. Laura collapsed, unconscious, but finally free from the torment that had plagued her for so long. The aftermath was a mix of relief and fear. Laura slowly recovered, her memories of the possession hazy and fragmented. Our family, though grateful for her return, remained haunted by the experience. We had faced an evil we could barely comprehend, and it had left a permanent mark on our lives. Years later, Laura is a strong, resilient woman, but the shadows of Maple Street linger in our memories. We never speak of those dark days, but the silence is a testament to the horrors he endured. Father Donovan's courage and faith saved us, but the scars of that possession will always be a part of our family's story. The sun was setting behind the dense canopy of the forest as I parked my truck at the edge of the trail. I had always loved the solitude of the woods, the way it embraced you in its quiet, natural beauty. This particular forest, tucked away in the Pacific Northwest, had been my retreat for years. It was a place where I could escape the noise and chaos of everyday life and find peace in the simplicity of nature. I grabbed my backpack and flashlight, ready for a weekend of camping and hiking. As I stepped onto the trail, a sense of calm washed over me. The chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze were the only sounds that accompanied me as I made my way deeper into the forest. After a few hours of hiking, I reached my usual campsite, a small clearing beside a babbling brook. I set up my tent, started a fire, and cooked a simple dinner. As the night grew darker, the stars emerged, twinkling like diamonds in the inky black sky. I sat by the fire, sipping a cup of hot coffee, feeling content and at peace. It was around midnight when I decided to turn in. I doused the fire, crawled into my tent, and quickly fell asleep. The sound of the brook and the cool night air created the perfect lullaby, but my peaceful slumber was abruptly interrupted by a distant, guttural howl that echoed through the forest. I sat up, heart racing, and listened intently. The howl came again, louder this time and closer. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before, deep, resonant, and filled with an almost primal intensity. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent. Stepping out into the cool night air, the forest was eerily silent, the usual chorus of nocturnal creatures absent. I shone my flashlight around the campsite, but saw nothing unusual. The howl came again, even closer now, sending a shiver down my spine. I decided to investigate, my curiosity outweighing my fear. I followed the sound, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The howl led me deeper into the forest, away from the safety of my campsite. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and my senses were on high alert. I reached a small clearing and stopped, listening. The howl had ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence. I scanned the area with my flashlight, and that's when I saw its glowing eyes staring back at me from the edge of the clearing. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The eyes were set high off the ground, at least 7 or 8 feet up. As my flashlight beam focused on the creature, I saw a massive, hulking figure covered in dark, matted fur. It was unlike any animal I had ever seen, a giant, ape-like being that seemed to blend seamlessly with the shadows of the forest. For a moment, we stood there, locked in a silent standoff. Then, with a low growl, the creature took a step forward. I stumbled back, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The creature bared its teeth, revealing sharp, yellowed fangs. It let out a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to reverberate through my very bones. Panic surged through me, and I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, desperate to put distance between myself and the creature. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees and branches becoming obstacles in my path. I could hear the creature behind me, its heavy footsteps and guttural growls spurring me on. I burst back into my campsite, breathless and terrified. I grabbed my keys and leapt into my truck, starting the engine and tearing out of there without looking back. As I sped down the dirt road, I caught a glimpse of the creature in my rearview mirror, standing at the edge of the trees, watching me leave. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. When I finally pulled over to catch my breath, the reality of what I had just experienced began to sink in. I had encountered something inexplicable, something that defied all logic and understanding. I returned home and tried to put the experience out of my mind, but the image of those glowing eyes and the sound of that roar haunted me. I started researching Bigfoot sightings and discovered that the Pacific Northwest was a hotbed of such encounters. I read stories from other hikers and campers who had experienced similar encounters, and it became clear that I was not alone. Driven by a need for answers, I returned to the forest a few weeks later, this time with a camera and recording equipment. I set up camp in the same spot and waited, hoping to capture evidence of the creature. The first night was uneventful, but on the second night the howls returned. This time I was prepared. I followed the sound, my camera recording everything. As I reached the clearing, I saw the creature again, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I managed to capture a few seconds of footage before it disappeared into the trees. The footage was grainy and unclear, but it was enough to convince me that what I had seen was real. I shared it with a local Bigfoot research group, and they were intrigued. They invited me to join them on their expeditions, and I accepted, eager to learn more about this elusive creature. Over the next few months, I spent countless nights in the forest, tracking and documenting the creature. Each encounter brought new insights and new questions. The more I learned, the more I realized how little we truly understood about these beings. The forest, once a place of peace and solitude, had become a place of mystery and intrigue. I no longer feared the creature, instead I respected it. It was a guardian of the wilderness, a reminder of the untamed beauty and power of nature. To this day, I continue my research, driven by the memory of that first encounter. The forest holds many secrets, and I am determined to uncover them, one howl at a time. The scent of pine was thick in the air as I trudged through the dense forest, my flashlight beam piercing the darkness ahead. The stories of Pine Ridge were well known in our small town, remote area said to be haunted by a monstrous creature known as the Dogman. As a lifelong skeptic, I never put much stock in local legends, but that was before I decided to spend a weekend camping there alone. I had always loved the outdoors, and Pine Ridge was one of the few places where you could truly disconnect from the world. It was isolated, quiet, and teeming with wildlife. As I set up my tent near a small clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Dismissing it as pre-camp jitters, I busied myself with preparing dinner and setting up a small campfire. Night fell quickly, and with it came an eerie silence. The usual chorus of nocturnal animals was absent, replaced by an unsettling stillness. I sat by the fire, the warmth of welcome comfort against the chill in the air. My mind wandered back to the stories of the dogmanic creature described as part man, part wolf, with glowing eyes and a blood-curdling howl. It was said to stalk the forest at night, prey on those foolish enough to venture into its territory. A sudden rustling in the bushes snapped me back to reality. I grabbed my flashlight and directed the beam toward the sound, my heart racing. The light revealed nothing but dense underbrush and swaying branches. I shook my head, chiding myself for letting my imagination get the best of me. Hours passed, and the fire began to die down. I decided to call it a night and retreated to my tent. The thin fabric did little to block out the sounds of the forest, but exhaustion soon took over, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I awoke to the sound of heavy footsteps outside my tent. My heart pounded in my chest as I lay still, straining to hear. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, crunching the dry leaves underfoot. Whatever it was large. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. In the dim moonlight, I saw it, a hulking figure standing just beyond the fire pit. It was taller than any man, with broad shoulders and a hunched posture. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural yellow light, reflecting the dying embers of the fire. My breath caught in my throat as the creature sniffed the air, its elongated snout twitching. I froze, my mind racing with fear. The dogman was real. Every instinct told me to stay still, to not draw attention to myself. But the creature turned its head, locking eyes with me. A low growl rumbled from its chest, and it took a step closer. Panic surged through me, and I scrambled to grab my backpack. Without thinking, I flung it at the creature and bolted from the tent. I ran through the forest, branches whipping against my face, my heart pounding in my ears. The sound of the creature's growl echoed behind me, spurring me to run faster. I didn't stop until I reached a small, abandoned cabin deep in the woods. I threw myself against the door, forcing it open, and slammed it shut behind me. The interior was dark and musty, but I didn't care. I crouched in the corner, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and listened. For what felt like an eternity, there was nothing but silence. Then I heard it a scratching at the door, followed by the heavy thud of footsteps. The creature was outside, searching for me. I held my breath, praying it wouldn't find a way in. The scratching grew more insistent, and I could hear the creature's low growl just beyond the door. I glanced around the cabin, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. In the corner, I saw an old hunting rifle mounted on the wall. I crept over and pulled it down, my hands shaking. It was loaded. I positioned myself behind the door, the rifle at the ready. The door creaked as the creature pushed against it. I could see its shadow through the gaps in the wood, its claws scratching at the surface. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, and aimed the rifle at the door. The scent of pine was thick in the air as I trudged through the dense forest, my flashlight beam piercing the darkness ahead. The stories of Pine Ridge were well known in our small town, remote area said to be haunted by a monstrous creature known as the Dogman. As a lifelong skeptic, I never put much stock in local legends, but that was before I decided to spend a weekend camping there alone. I had always loved the outdoors, and Pine Ridge was one of the few places where you could truly disconnect from the world. It was isolated, quiet, and teeming with wildlife. As I set up my tent near a small clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Dismissing it as pre-camp jitters, I busied myself with preparing dinner and setting up a small campfire. Night fell quickly, and with it came an eerie silence. The usual chorus of nocturnal animals was absent, replaced by an unsettling stillness. I sat by the fire, the warmth of welcome comfort against the chill in the air. My mind wandered back to the stories of the dogmanic creature described as part man, part wolf, with glowing eyes and a blood-curdling howl. It was said to stalk the forests at night, prey on those foolish enough to venture into its territory. A sudden rustling in the bushes snapped me back to reality. I grabbed my flashlight and directed the beam toward the sound, my heart racing. The light revealed nothing but dense underbrush and swaying branches. I shook my head, chiding myself for letting my imagination get the best of me. Hours passed, and the fire began to die down. I decided to call it a night and retreated to my tent. The thin fabric did little to block out the sounds of the forest, but exhaustion soon took over, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I awoke to the sound of heavy footsteps outside my tent. My heart pounded in my chest as I lay still, straining to hear. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, crunching the dry leaves underfoot. Whatever it was large. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. In the dim moonlight, I saw a hulking figure standing just beyond the fire pit. It was taller than any man, with broad shoulders and a hunched posture. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural yellow light, reflecting the dying embers of the fire. My breath caught in my throat as the creature sniffed the air, its elongated snout twitching. I froze, my mind racing with fear. The dogman was real. Every instinct told me to stay still, to not draw attention to myself. But the creature turned its head, locking eyes with me. A low growl rumbled from its chest, and it took a step closer. Panic surged through me, and I scrambled to grab my backpack. Without thinking, I flung it at the creature and bolted from the tent. I ran through the forest, branches whipping against my face, my heart pounding in my ears. The sound of the creature's growl echoed behind me, spurring me to run faster. I didn't stop until I reached a small, abandoned cabin deep in the woods. I threw myself against the door, forcing it open, and slammed it shut behind me. The interior was dark and musty, but I didn't care. I crouched in the corner, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and listened. For what felt like an eternity, there was nothing but silence. Then I heard a scratching at the door, followed by the heavy thud of footsteps. The creature was outside, searching for me. I held my breath, praying it wouldn't find a way in. The scratching grew more insistent, and I could hear the creature's low growl just beyond the door. I glanced around the cabin, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. In the corner, I saw an old hunting rifle mounted on the wall. I crept over and pulled it down, my hands shaking. It was loaded. I positioned myself behind the door, the rifle at the ready. The door creaked as the creature pushed against it. I could see its shadow through the gaps in the wood, its claws scratching at the surface. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, and aimed the rifle at the door. The rain was relentless that night, pounding against the windows of our suburban home with a fury that mirrored the tension inside. My wife, Emily, and I had just settled into bed after a long day, the soft hum of our baby monitor providing a sense of normalcy. Little did we know our lives were about to be irrevocably changed. I had always prided myself on being prepared. Our neighborhood was safe, but I had installed a security system and reinforced the doors and windows just to be sure. However, nothing could have prepared us for what was about to happen. It was around 2 a.m. when the shrill alarm pierced through the silence, jolting us awake. My heart raced as I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the bed and motioned for Emily to stay put. The baby monitor showed our son, Lucas, sleeping soundly in his crib, oblivious to the chaos. I crept down the hallway, every nerve on edge. The living room was dark, the only light coming from the flashing security system. I could hear the muffled sound of footsteps outside the door. Someone was trying to break in. Stay back. I shouted, hoping my voice would deter them. But the footsteps grew louder, and then, with a deafening crash, the front door splintered open. 2 figures dressed in black stormed into the house, their faces obscured by ski masks. "Get on the ground." One of them barked, brandishing a gun. My hands shook as I dropped the bat and raised my hands in surrender. Emily screamed from the bedroom, and I could hear Lucas beginning to cry. "Please, we have a baby," I pleaded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Take whatever you want. Just don't hurt us." The second intruder, taller and more imposing, grabbed me by the collar and shoved me to the floor. He pressed the gun to my temple, the cold metal biting into my skin. "Where's the safe?" he demanded. I stammered. "We don't have a safe. Please, just let us go." The man snarled and kicked me in the ribs, sending waves of pain through my body. "Don't lie to me," he growled. "Where's the money?" Emily's cries grew louder as she tried to calm Lucas. The other intruder stormed into the bedroom, and I could hear Emily's desperate pleas as he ransacked the room. "Please," I begged, "just let us go. We have nothing of value." The man sneered and pulled me to my feet, dragging me toward the bedroom. "We'll see about that," he said, his grip tightening. In the bedroom, the scene was chaotic. Clothes were strewn everywhere, drawers pulled out and emptied. Emily was huddled in the corner, clutching Lucas to her chest. The intruder riffled through our belongings, growing increasingly agitated. "There's nothing here," he shouted, his voice filled with frustration. He turned to his partner, who still had the gun trained on me. "Let's get out of here," but the man with the gun shook his head. "Not yet. We need to teach them a lesson." My blood ran cold as he aimed the gun at Emily. "No," I shouted, lunging forward. The world seemed to slow down as he pulled the trigger. The sound was deafening, and I felt a burning pain in my side as I collapsed to the floor. Emily's screams echoed in my ears as darkness began to close in. The intruders fled, their footsteps fading into the night. I struggled to stay conscious, my vision blurring as Emily's tear-streaked face hovered over me. "Hold on," she sobbed, pressing her hands to my wound. "Stay with me, please." The last thing I heard before everything went black was the distant sound of sirens drawing closer. I woke up in a hospital bed, the sterile smell of antiseptic filling my nose. Emily sat beside me, her eyes red from crying but filled with relief. "You're okay," she whispered, her voice trembling. "You're going to be okay." The police had arrived just in time to save us. The intruders were never caught, but the nightmare of that night would stay with us forever. Our home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. The security system that had failed us was replaced with bars on the windows and new locks on the doors. Lucas was too young to remember what had happened, but Emily and I would never forget. The scars, both physical and emotional, were a constant reminder of the terror we had faced. We became more vigilant, more cautious, but the sense of safety we once took for granted was gone. Every creak of the house, every shadow in the dark, brought back the memories of that night. We learned to live with the fear, to find strength in each other, but the trauma left a mark, one that would never fully heal. Our neighborhood rallied around us, offering support and comfort. But deep down, we knew that the true sense of security we once had would never return. We had faced the darkness and survived, but it had changed us in ways we were still learning to understand. It was a quiet Tuesday night, and I was driving my usual route through the city. The streets were nearly deserted, the occasional car passing by as I cruised along. Being a taxi driver in a small town had its perks, mainly the peace and solitude that came with the night shift. Most of my fares were regulars or late-night revelers needing a ride home after a few too many drinks. But tonight was different. Tonight I would encounter something that would change my life forever. Around midnight I received a call from dispatch. A fare was waiting at the old train station on the outskirts of town. I acknowledged the call and headed in that direction. The train station had been abandoned for years, a relic of a bygone era when trains were the primary mode of transportation. Now it was a crumbling ruin, its windows boarded up and its platforms overgrown with weeds. As I pulled up to the station, I saw a figure standing under the flickering street lamp. It was a woman, dressed in an old-fashioned, flowing dress that seemed out of place in the modern world. She raised her hand to signal me, and I pulled over. "Good evening," I said as she climbed into the back seat. "Where to?" "The old Henderson house, please," she replied in a soft, almost ethereal voice. I hesitated. The Henderson house was another relic of the past, a grand mansion that had stood empty for decades. It was rumored to be haunted, and locals avoided it like the plague. But a fare was a fare, and I wasn't one to turn down a job. "Sure thing," I said, pulling away from the curb. "Long night?" "You could say that," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. The drive was silent, save for the soft hum of the engine and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. I glanced at the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of her pale face and sad, distant eyes. Something about her seemed off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. We arrived at the Henderson house, its once grand facade now faded and crumbling. The woman thanked me and stepped out of the car. As she walked towards the house, I noticed something strange. Her feet seemed to barely touch the ground, almost as if she were floating. A chill ran down my spine. I watched her until she disappeared into the shadows of the old mansion. Shaking off the eerie feeling, I turned the car around and headed back to town. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about the woman. Something about her haunted me, and I decided to ask around about the Henderson house. I visited the local library and dug through old newspapers, searching for any information I could find. What I discovered sent shivers down my spine. The Henderson house had been abandoned for over 50 years, ever since a tragic accident claimed the lives of the Henderson family. According to the articles, a fire had broken out one night, trapping the family inside. All of them perished in the flames, including a young woman named Eleanor. The description of Eleanor matched my mysterious passenger from the night before. I couldn't believe it. Had I really given a ride to a ghost? Determined to find answers, I decided to visit the Henderson house again that night. I arrived at the stroke of midnight, the air thick with anticipation and fear. The house loomed before me, its windows like dark, empty eyes watching my every move. I stepped out of the car and approached the front door. It creaked open with a touch, revealing a dark, musty interior. I called out, but my voice echoed back to me in the empty space. As I explored the house, I felt a presence, a cold, intangible force that seemed to follow me. I reached the old parlor and saw a portrait hanging on the wall. It was Eleanor, her eyes staring back at me with a mix of sadness and longing. Suddenly, I heard a soft whisper, "Help me." I turned around, and there she was, standing in the doorway, her figure illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the broken windows. "Eleanor?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Please, help me," she repeated, her eyes pleading. I didn't know what to do. I felt a mix of fear and compassion for this lost soul. "How can I help you?" I asked. "Find my locket," she said. "It's the only thing that can set me free." I nodded, determined to help her. I searched the house, finally finding the locket and a charred jewelry box in what must have been her bedroom. I returned to the parlor and handed it to her. As soon as she took the locket, her form began to shimmer and fade. "Thank you," she whispered before disappearing completely. I stood there, stunned, the locket still warm in my hand. The house felt different now, lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. I left the Henderson house, feeling a sense of peace. I knew that Eleanor had finally found rest, and I had played a part in her release. The experience changed me. I continued my work as a taxi driver, but I was more attuned to the stories and histories of my passengers. I realized that everyone, living or dead, had a story to tell, and sometimes all they needed was someone to listen. The house on Oak Street had stood vacant for years, a dilapidated relic of a bygone era. It had always been a source of curiosity and fear in our quiet town, with whispered stories of hauntings and strange occurrences. When my wife, Jessica, and I bought it, we saw potential a chance to restore a piece of history and make it our own. Little did we know we were inviting something far more sinister into our lives. The renovations began smoothly. We stripped away years of neglect, uncovering the house's former glory. It was during one of these early days, while clearing out the attic, that I first felt a creeping sense of unease, as if I were being watched. The attic was filled with old furniture and boxes, dust dancing in the beams of sunlight filtering through the small windows. As I moved a heavy trunk, I heard a soft creak behind me. I turned, expecting to see Jessica, but the attic was empty. Shaking off the feeling, I continued my work, chalking it up to the house's old bones settling. Weeks went by and the renovations progressed, but the feeling of being watched persisted. Jessica and I would hear footsteps above us at night, slow and deliberate, but when we checked, the attic was always empty. Our cat, Whiskers, seemed especially disturbed, often staring at the attic door and hissing at nothing. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard a faint whispering sound. I strained to listen, but the words were indecipherable. I got up, flashlight in hand, and made my way to the attic. The door creaked open, revealing the dark, musty space. I scanned the room, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness, but found nothing. I was about to turn back when I noticed something strange. A section of the attic floor seemed newer than the rest, as if it had been recently repaired. Curiosity piqued, I pried up the floorboards, revealing a small compartment below. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. I brought the journal downstairs and showed it to Jessica. Together, we began to read. The entries were written by a man named Thomas, who had lived in the house over a century ago. His writing spoke of a series of strange events and unexplained noises, missing items, and the feeling of being watched. The final entry was the most chilling. I fear there is someone else here, an uninvited guest. I hear them at night, moving through the attic. I cannot stay here any longer. As we read, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. A cold breeze brushed past us, and whiskers hissed her for standing on end. The house felt different, more oppressive, as if it were alive and aware of our discovery. That night, the footsteps in the attic were louder than ever. Jessica and I lay in bed, holding each other, too scared to move. The whispers were clearer now, repeating the same phrase over and over. Get out. The next morning, we called a paranormal investigator. She arrived with an array of equipment and a calm demeanor that belied the fear we felt. She spent hours in the attic, recording sounds and taking readings. When she finally emerged, her face was pale. There is definitely a presence here, she said. It seems to be tied to the attic. Whatever it is, it's not happy that you're here. She recommended a cleansing ritual, something to help the spirit move on. Desperate for peace, we agreed. That evening, she performed the ritual, burning sage and chanting prayers. The atmosphere in the house grew tense, as if the very walls were resisting her efforts. As the ritual reached its climax, a loud crash echoed from the attic. We all rushed up to find the room in disarray, the journal lying open on the floor. The investigator picked it up, her eyes widening as she read the new, hastily scrawled entry. Leave now or face the consequences. Terrify Jessica, and I decided to spend the night in a hotel. As we packed, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Get out, get out, get out. We fled the house, leaving behind our dreams of renovation. The next day, we put it up for sale, eager to be rid of the place. But the house on Oak Street had other plans. No one would buy it, and potential buyers reported feeling an overwhelming sense of dread the moment they stepped inside. Eventually, the house was condemned and scheduled for demolition. On the day the bulldozers arrived, Jessica and I watched from a safe distance. As the machines tore into the walls, we heard a final, anguished scream, a sound that seemed to come from the very soul of the house itself. The house on Oak Street is gone now, replaced by an empty lot. But the memories of our time there linger, a constant reminder of the uninvited guest that drove us away. We often wonder what truly happened in that house, what dark secrets it held. But one thing is certain, some places are better left undisturbed. The sun was setting over Pine Ridge National Park, casting long shadows across the dense forest. As the head park ranger, I had grown accustomed to the tranquility and beauty of these woods, but that evening something felt off. The air was heavy with an unsettling stillness, and the usual sounds of wildlife were eerily absent. I radioed my team, confirming that all trails were clear and visitors counted for. My deputy, Tom, reported back that everything seemed normal. I decided to do one last patrol before calling it a night. Driving my Jeep along the winding park roads, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. As I approached the old hiking trail known as Raven's Path, I noticed an unfamiliar car parked at the trailhead. I parked my Jeep and approached the car, shining my flashlight inside. It was empty, but there were fresh footprints leading into the woods. Raven's path had been closed for months due to landslides and unsafe conditions, so whoever was out there shouldn't have been. I grabbed my radio and called Tom. "Hey, Tom, I'm at Raven's Path. There's an abandoned car here and fresh tracks heading into the trail. I'm going to investigate." "Copy that, Jack. Be careful." "That trail is treacherous," Tom replied. I strapped on my backpack, checked my flashlight, and followed the footprints into the darkening forest. The trail was overgrown, the once clear path now littered with fallen branches and rocks. As I ventured deeper, the forest seemed to close in around me, the trees towering like silent sentinels. After about an hour of hiking, I reached a clearing. The footprints led to the edge of the clearing and then stopped abruptly. I shone my flashlight around, but there was no sign of anyone. The air grew colder, and a sense of unease washed over me. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the trees. I spun around, heart pounding, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. It seemed to come from deeper within the forest. Against my better judgment, I pressed on, driven by the need to find whoever was in trouble. The trail became more treacherous, the ground uneven and slippery. The scream came again, louder this time, and I quickened my pace. As I rounded a bend, I saw a figure standing at the edge of a ravine. It was a woman, her clothes torn and dirty, her face pale with fear. "Mum, are you okay?" I called out, approaching cautiously. She turned to face me, her eyes wide with terror. "Please help me," she whispered. I reached out to her, but before I could touch her, she vanished into thin air. I stood there, stunned, my mind struggling to comprehend what I had just seen. Was she a ghost? A hallucination? I radioed Tom again. "Tom, I just saw a woman on Raven's Path. She looked terrified, but she vanished before I could reach her. Have there been any reports of missing persons recently?" Tom's voice crackled over the radio. "No recent reports, Jack. Are you sure you're okay?" "Yeah, I think so," I replied, though I wasn't sure of anything anymore. "I'm going to keep looking." I continued along the trail, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The forest seemed alive with whispers, the trees creaking and groaning as if they were trying to communicate. I reached the ravine and peered over the edge. It was a sheer drop, the bottom obscured by shadows. As I stood there, contemplating my next move, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned quickly, but there was no one there. The footsteps continued, circling around me, growing louder and more frantic. Panic set in, and I backed away from the edge, my heart racing. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. The footsteps stopped, and the forest fell silent once more. I was about to radio Tom again when I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I spun around, but again there was no one there. I stumbled back, tripping over a root and falling to the ground. But as I lay there, trying to catch my breath, I saw something in the distance, a faint, glowing light. It seemed to be coming from an old, abandoned cabin that I hadn't noticed before. Gathering my courage, I got to my feet and made my way towards the light. The cabin was in disrepair, its windows broken, and its door hanging off its hinges. The light flickered from within, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I stepped inside, my flashlight revealing a room filled with old, decaying furniture and remnants of a lifelong forgotten. In the center of the room was a table, and on it lay an old, leather-bound journal. I picked it up and opened it, the pages brittle and yellowed with age. The entries were written in a neat, cursive script, detailing the life of a family who had once lived in the cabin. The last entry sent chills down my spine. "They are here. We hear their whispers, see their shadows. The forest has taken them, and now it comes for us. We cannot escape. I closed the journal and left the cabin, my mind reeling. As I stepped outside, the glowing light vanished, plunging the forest into darkness once more. I hurried back to the trail, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and that haunted place. I radioed Tom one last time. "Tom, I found an old cabin on Raven's Path. There's something very wrong here. I'm heading back. Copy that, Tack. We'll send a team in the morning to investigate." "Just get out of there safely," Tom replied. I made my way back to the trailhead, my senses on high alert. The forest seemed to watch me, its presence oppressive and malevolent. I finally reached my Jeep and drove back to the ranger station, exhausted and shaken by the night's events. The next day, a team of rangers and I returned to Raven's Path to investigate the cabin. But when we reached the clearing, there was no sign of it. The cabin, the journal, and the glowing light had all vanished, leaving only the silent, foreboding forest behind. To this day, I still patrol Pine Ridge National Park, but I never ventured down Raven's Path alone. The memory of that night haunts me, a reminder that some places are best left undisturbed, and that the forest holds secrets we may never fully understand. The mall was a sprawling complex of glass and steel, a bustling hub of activity during the day. But at night, it was a different world entirely. As the sun set and the last of the shoppers filtered out, Brimstone Mall transformed into a labyrinth of shadows and silence. That was when my shift began. I had taken the job as a night security guard for the extra pay, not realizing the strange and unsettling experiences that awaited me. My partner, Dave, had been working there for years and seemed unfazed by the eerie atmosphere. He would often share stories of unexplained events, but I dismissed them as exaggerations or attempts to scare the new guy. One particularly cold night, Dave called in sick, leaving me to patrol the mall alone. I started my rounds, flashlight in hand, the beam casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. The quiet was oppressive, broken only by the hum of the air conditioning and the occasional creak of the building settling. As I made my way through the darkened corridors, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I shrugged it off, attributing it to nerves. After all, it was just a mall. But as the hours ticked by, the sense of unease grew stronger. I reached the food court, a vast, empty space that felt like a cavern in the dim light. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, a stark contrast to the chaos of daytime. I was about to turn and head to the next section when I heard a faint, rhythmic tapping. I froze, listening intently. The tapping continued, echoing through the food court. It sounded like someone was drumming their fingers on a table. I swept my flashlight around, but saw nothing. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding hollow and small in the vast space. There was no response, just the steady tap, tap, tap. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached the source of the sound. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. I reached a table in the center of the food court and found nothing but an abandoned soda cup and some crumpled napkins. Suddenly, the tapping stopped. The silence was deafening. I stood there, flashlight shaking in my hand, trying to make sense of what I had heard. Just as I was about to leave, a cold breeze brushed past me, sending a chill down my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I spun around, expecting to see someone or something standing behind me. But there was nothing. I quickly finished my rounds and returned to the security office, eager to escape the oppressive darkness. The office was small and cramped, filled with monitors displaying grainy footage from the mall's security cameras. I settled into my chair, trying to calm my racing heart. As I scanned the monitors, something caught my eye. On one of the screens, I saw movement in the toy store. A figure, barely visible in the shadows, was walking through the aisles. My blood ran cold. The mall was supposed to be empty. I grabbed the radio and called for backup, but there was no answer. Dave's absence weighed heavily on me as I realized I would have to investigate alone. I steeled myself and headed toward the toy store, flashlight at the ready. The store was a maze of shelves and displays, filled with stuffed animals, dolls, and action figures. The air was thick with the scent of plastic and fabric softener. I moved cautiously, my footsteps echoing on the linoleum floor. The sense of being watched returned stronger than ever. As I turned a corner, I saw a figure standing at the end of the aisle, half hidden in the shadows. It was tall and gaunt, its features obscured by darkness. "Hey," I called out, my voice trembling. "This area is off limits. Show yourself." The figure didn't move. I took a step closer, my flashlight beam revealing more of its form. It was wearing tattered clothes, its face pale and expressionless. My heart pounded as I realized this was no ordinary intruder. Suddenly, the figure lunged at me, moving with unnatural speed. I stumbled backward, barely managing to keep my footing. The flashlight slipped from my grasp, clattering to the floor and plunging the aisle into darkness. I fumbled for my radio, but before I could call for help, a cold hand clamped down on my wrist. The figure's grip was like iron, and I could feel a chill seeping into my bones. Panic surged through me as I struggled to break free. Just as I thought I was done for, the grip loosened. I scrambled to my feet, heart racing, and grabbed the flashlight. I swung the beam around, but the figure was gone. The aisle was empty, save for the rows of silent, staring toes. I didn't wait to see if it would return. I bolted out of the store and back to the security office, slamming the door shut behind me. My hand shook as I locked it and sank into the chair, trying to catch my breath. The rest of the night passed in a blur of fear and paranoia. Every creak, every shadow seemed to hold some new terror. When dawn finally broke and the morning shift arrived, I was a wreck. I told my supervisor what had happened, but he dismissed it as a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. I quit the next day. Years have passed since that night, but the memory still haunts me. I never found out what that figure was, or why it had chosen to appear to me. Brimstone Mall has since been renovated, and is as bustling as ever during the day. But I can't help but wonder what lurks in the shadows. When the lights go out and the doors are locked, the night shift at Brimstone Mall is one I will never forget. I learned that some places hold secrets best left undisturbed, and that sometimes the things that go bump in the night are all too real. The faded, weather-beaten sign at the entrance read Glenview Asylum, and I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine as I approached the abandoned building. I had heard the stories growing up, tales of strange noises, ghostly apparitions, and a tragic past that seemed to cling to the crumbling walls like a dark, lingering shadow. As a freelance journalist, I was always on the lookout for compelling stories, and the haunted Glenview Asylum was too intriguing to resist. Armed with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I stepped through the rusted gates, my footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. The asylum had been closed for over 50 years, its patients long gone and its halls left to decay. But the locals still whispered about the place, claiming it was cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who had suffered within its walls. Determined to uncover the truth, I pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The air was stale, and thick with the scent of mold and decay. Dust particles danced in the weak sunlight filtering through broken windows. The once sterile white walls were now stained and peeling, revealing layers of neglect and abandonment. I walked down the main corridor, the sound of my footsteps amplified in the oppressive silence. As I explored, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and every creak and groan of the old building set my nerves on edge. I reached what appeared to be the main office, its door hanging off its hinges. Inside, I found a desk covered in old patient files, scattered haphazardly as if someone had left in a hurry. I picked up one of the files and read through it. The stories were heartbreaking. Patients subjected to inhumane treatments, their cries for help ignored. The asylum had been a place of suffering, and it was no wonder that it was rumored to be haunted. As I delved deeper into the files, I found one that stood out. A patient named Margaret Hughes. Margaret's file detailed her descent into madness, her screams echoing through the halls at night. She had claimed to see shadow people and hear voices that no one else could. Her file ended abruptly with no mention of her fate. Intrigued, I decided to find her room. Hoping to uncover more about her story, I navigated the labyrinthine corridors, finally reaching the wing where Margaret's room was located. The door was ajar, and I pushed it open cautiously. The room was small and sparsely furnished, the bed frame rusted, and the mattress long gone. A broken mirror hung on the wall, its cracked surface reflecting a distorted version of reality. I took out my voice recorder and began documenting my findings. "This is Margaret Hughes' room," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "She claimed to see shadow people and hear voices. Her file ends abruptly, and there's no record of what happened to her." As I spoke, I heard a faint whisper. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who's there?" I called out, but there was no response. I played back the recording, and my blood ran cold. Beneath my voice, there was a faint but unmistakable whisper. "Help me." Determined to find answers, I continued my investigation, moving to the basement where the more severe patients were kept. The air grew colder as I descended the stairs, and the darkness seemed to close in around me. I reached the bottom and shone my flashlight around, revealing a series of small, cell-like rooms. I stepped into one of the rooms and immediately felt a wave of sadness wash over me. The room was bare except for a rusted bed frame and chains attached to the walls. I could almost hear the echoes of past torment and suffering. I took a deep breath and began documenting again. This is one of the isolation rooms. The patients who were deemed too dangerous or unmanageable were kept here. As I spoke, the temperature dropped further, and I saw my breath condense in the air. A sense of dread settled over me, and I had the overwhelming feeling that I was not alone. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind me. Panic surged through me as I struggled to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I heard the whisper again, louder this time. "Help me." The voice was filled with anguish, and I felt a sudden compulsion to find its source. I scanned the room, my flashlight beam trembling. In the corner, I saw a figure of woman in a tattered hospital gown, her face gaunt and eyes hollow. "Margaret." I whispered, my voice shaking. The figure nodded slowly, her expression one of despair. "Help me," she repeated, her voice echoing in the small room. I didn't know how to help her, but I felt an overwhelming need to try. "What do you need?" I asked. She pointed to the wall behind me. I turned and saw a loose brick. I pried it open, revealing a small, hidden compartment. Inside was a diary, its pages yellowed with age. I opened it and began to read. The diary detailed Margaret's final days, her desperation and fear as the shadow people tormented her. She believed that if her story was told, she could find peace. I promised her that I would tell her story, that I would let the world know what had happened to her and the others at Glenview Asylum. As soon as I made that promise, the door creaked open, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly. I turned to thank Margaret, but she was gone. I left the asylum, the diary clutched tightly in my hand. Back in my office, I wrote the story of Glenview Asylum and Margaret Hughes. It was published in the local paper, and the response was overwhelming. People were horrified by the inhumane treatment the patients had endured and demanded that the asylum be demolished. A few months later, the building was torn down, and a memorial was erected in its place to honor the patients who had suffered there. I visited the memorial, feeling a sense of closure. I had kept my promise to Margaret, and I hoped that she had finally found peace. The experience changed me. I continued to seek out stories of haunted places and restless spirits, but I did so with a new sense of purpose. I wanted to give a voice to those who had been silenced, to uncover the truth and ensure that their stories were never forgotten. It was supposed to be a weekend of adventure and bonding. My friends and I had planned this camping trip for months, eager to escape the hustle and bustle of city life and immerse ourselves in nature. The forest, with its towering trees and serene lakes, seemed like the perfect place to unwind. Little did we know we were walking into a nightmare. We arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the forest floor. There were 6 of us: Tom, Sarah, Mike, Jenny, Lisa, and me. We set up our tents and built a fire, the crackling flames a welcome source of warmth and the cooling air. Laughter and stories filled the evening, and as darkness fell, the forest seemed to wrap us in a cocoon of tranquility. As the night deepened, the sounds of the forest became more pronounced. The rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the occasional snap of a twig. We were miles away from civilization, and the isolation was both thrilling and unsettling. Around midnight, we decided to call it a night. We extinguished the fire and retreated to our tents. I shared a tent with Tom, my childhood friend, and the one who had suggested this trip in the first place. As we settled into our sleeping bags, the weight of the day's activities began to take its toll, and I quickly drifted off to sleep. I awoke to a strange sound, a low, guttural growl that sent a chill down my spine. I lay still, straining to listen. The sound came again, closer this time. I nudged Tom, who gradually opened his eyes. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded, his eyes wide with fear. "What was that?" We unzipped the tent and peered out into the darkness. The fire had died down to glowing embers, casting an eerie light on the surrounding trees. The growl came again, this time followed by the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, crunching on the forest floor. We grabbed our flashlights and crept out of the tent. The others were already awake, huddled together and looking equally terrified. "What's going on?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking. Before we could answer, a figure emerged from the trees. It was tall and gaunt, its eyes glowing in the beam of our flashlights. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over its bones, and its mouth was twisted into a grotesque grin. It took a step toward us, and we instinctively backed away. "Run!" Mike shouted, and we bolted into the forest, our flashlights bouncing wildly as we stumbled over roots and underbrush. The sound of the creature's growls and footsteps followed us, growing louder with each passing moment. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like they would give out. We stopped in a small clearing, gasping for breath and looking around frantically. "Where's Tom?" Jenny asked, panic in her voice. I looked around, my heart sinking. Tom was nowhere to be seen. "We have to go back," I said, my voice trembling. "We can't leave him." Reluctantly, we turned back, moving cautiously through the forest. The growls had stopped, but the silence was even more unnerving. As we approached the campsite, we saw the creature again, standing over Tom's motionless body. "Tom!" I screamed. Rushing forward, the creature turned its gaze toward me, its eyes filled with a malevolent intelligence. It let out a bone-chilling howl and lunged at us. We scattered, running in different directions. I didn't stop until I reached a stream, the sound of rushing water masking the pounding of my heart. I hid behind a large rock, trying to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, listening for any sign of the creature. When I finally felt it was safe, I cautiously made my way back to the campsite. The others were already there, their faces pale and drawn. "Tom's gone," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. "That thing ... it took him." We were trapped miles away from help and with no way to defend ourselves. The night seemed to stretch on forever, the forest around us alive with unseen threats. We huddled together, the weight of our fear pressing down on us. As dawn broke, we gathered what we could and made our way back to the trailhead. The journey was a blur of exhaustion and terror, every sound and shadow a reminder of what we had witnessed. When we finally reached our cars, we were too traumatized to speak. We reported Tom's disappearance to the authorities, but they found no trace of him or the creature. The forest remained silent, its secrets hidden among the trees. To this day, the memories of that night haunt me. I can't shake the feeling that the forest is alive, watching and waiting. Tom's disappearance remains a mystery, a reminder that some places are not meant to be explored. The woods don't forget, and neither will I. I had been a long-haul trucker for nearly 20 years, and in that time I thought I had seen it all: wild weather, dangerous drivers, and the occasional hitchhiker with a story to tell. But nothing could have prepared me for the night I drove through the desolate stretch of Highway 5A. It was a moonless night, the sky blanketed with thick clouds that threatened rain. I had just finished a delivery in a small town in Arizona and was on my way to California with a load of electronics. The road was empty, and the only light came from my truck's headlights piercing through the inky darkness. I tuned the radio to a classic rock station to keep myself awake, the familiar tunes of the 70s and 80s providing a comforting background. The miles rolled by, and I settled into the rhythm of the road, my mind wandering as I navigated the winding highway. Around midnight I saw a figure on the side of the road, standing in the shadows just beyond the reach of my headlights. As I got closer, I realized it was a man, waving his arms frantically. I slowed down and pulled over, rolling down the window to get a better look. "Hey there, you need some help?" I called out. The man approached cautiously, his face pale and eyes wide with fear. "Please, I need a ride," he said, his voice trembling. "My car broke down, and there's something out there, something ... not right." I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Hop in. Where are you headed?" He climbed into the passenger seat, glancing nervously out the window. "Just a few miles up the road. There's a small diner where I can call for help." I introduced myself as Mike, and he told me his name was Daniel. He was a salesman traveling for work, and his car had died unexpectedly. As we drove, I noticed he kept looking over his shoulder, as if expecting something to leap out of the darkness. "You all right, man? You seem pretty shaken up," I said, trying to ease the tension. Daniel took a deep breath and nodded. "Yeah, I just ... I saw something back there. I know it sounds crazy, but it looked like a person. Only not. I frowned, glancing at him. What do you mean, not? It was like a shadow, but it moved, and its eyes they were glowing, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I thought I was seeing things, but it felt so real a shiver ran down my spine. I had heard stories from other truckers about strange sightings on lonely highways, but I had always dismissed them as tall tales. Now I wasn't so sure. We drove in silence for a few more miles, the road stretching out before us like a dark ribbon. Suddenly the truck's headlights flickered, and the engine sputtered. I cursed under my breath and pulled over to the side of the road, the truck shuddering to a stop. What the hell? I muttered, trying to restart the engine. It cracked but wouldn't turn over. I grabbed my flashlight and got out to check the engine, Daniel following close behind Dot as I popped the hood and shone the light on the engine. I heard a faint whispering sound. I turned, shining the flashlight into the darkness, but saw nothing. Daniel stood next to me, his face pale in the dim light. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice trembling. I nodded, the whispering growing louder, more distinct. It sounded like multiple voices, speaking in hushed, urgent tones. I scanned the area with the flashlight, and my heart nearly stopped when I saw them figures emerging from the shadows, their eyes glowing like embers. "Get back in the truck," I shouted, slamming the hood shut and running towards the cab. Daniel was right behind me, and we scrambled inside, locking the doors. The figures surrounded the truck, their faces indistinct, but their eyes burning with an eerie light. The whispering grew louder, a cacophony of voices that seemed to penetrate the very walls of the truck. I fumbled for the ignition, praying the engine would start. The truck roared to life, and I floored the gas pedal, the tires squealing as we sped away from the figures. They gave chase for a few moments, then faded into the darkness, their whispers lingering in the air. We drove in silence for a while, the tension in the cab palpable. Finally, we saw the lights of the diner up ahead, a beacon of safety in the night. I pulled into the parking lot, and we both sat there for a moment, trying to catch our breath. Daniel turned to me, his face still pale. "What the hell were those things?" "I don't know," I admitted, my hands still shaking. "But I don't think we're supposed to know." We got out and went inside the diner, the bright lights and the smell of coffee a welcome relief from the terror we had just experienced. The waitress greeted us with a smile, and we found a booth in the back, both of us too shaken to speak. After a few minutes, Daniel managed to call a tow truck for his car. We exchanged phone numbers and promised to keep in touch, though I doubted either of us would forget what had happened that night. As I drove away from the diner, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had glimpsed something beyond our understanding, something that lurked in the shadows of the lonely highways. I continued my route, but every time I saw a figure on the side of the road, I couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. The experience changed me. I became more cautious, more aware of the strange and inexplicable things that could happen on the open road. And every time I drove through that stretch of Highway 58, I made sure to keep my eyes on the road and my mind on the task at hand, never stopping for anything or anyone that seemed out of place. Growing up in the small town of Timber Ridge, nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains, I had always felt a deep connection to the wilderness. My father had been a park ranger, and from a young age he taught me the ways of the forest. I knew every trail, every hidden stream, and every sound that the woods could make. But nothing could have prepared me for the terror that lurked in those familiar trees. It was a crisp autumn evening when the first signs of trouble appeared. My friends Jake and Emma and I had planned a weekend camping trip to celebrate the end of the school year. We set up our campsite near a secluded lake, surrounded by towering pines that whispered in the breeze. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. As night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, and the distant howl of a coyote. But there was something else, a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. I dismissed it as my imagination, but Jake and Emma had heard it too. "Did you hear that?" Emma asked, her voice tinged with unease. "Probably just a coyote," Jake replied, though his eyes betrayed his doubt. We tried to shake off the feeling of dread and continued our evening, but the growl came again, louder and closer this time. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it into the darkness, the beam cutting through the trees. For a moment I saw nothing. Then two glowing eyes appeared, reflecting the light. "Guys, we should get inside the tent," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We hurried into the tent, zipping it up tightly. The growls grew louder, and we could hear something moving outside, heavy footsteps crunching on the forest floor. I held my breath, straining to listen. Whatever it was circling our campsite. Hours passed in tense silence. The footsteps eventually faded, but the sense of unease lingered. None of us slept that night, and as dawn broke, we emerged from the tent, exhausted but relieved to see the first light of day. We decided to cut our trip short and head back to town. As we packed up, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We hiked back to the trailhead, the forest eerily quiet around us. Just as we were about to reach the car, we heard it again, a bone-chilling howl that echoed through the trees. Jake and Emma looked at me, their faces pale. "Let's get out of here," Jake said, his voice trembling. We piled into the car and sped away, the sense of relief palpable as the town came into view. But that night the nightmares began. I dreamt of the glowing eyes and the growls, the sense of being hunted, and I wasn't the only one. Jake and Emma both called me the next day, describing similar dreams, determined to find answers. I visited my father. He listened quietly as I recounted our experience, his face growing more serious by the minute. "There's an old legend around here," he said finally, "about a creature called the Dogman, half man, half elf. They say it roams these woods, hunting anyone who trespasses on its territory." I laughed nervously. "Come on, Dad, that's just a story." He shook his head. "I've seen things in these woods, things I can't explain. Be careful, son." Despite his warning, I couldn't let it go. I had to know if there was any truth to the legend. I did some research and found accounts of sightings dating back decades, all describing the same creature. The descriptions varied, but the fear was consistent. A few weeks later, I convinced Jake and Emma to return to the campsite with me. We were armed with more than just flashlights this time. We had cameras, recording equipment, and even a couple of rifles. If the Dogman was real, we were going to find it. We set up camp again, this time on high alert. As night fell, we took turns keeping watch, the tension in the air almost unbearable. Hours passed, and just as I began to think we were chasing shadows, the growl came again. I grabbed the camera and pointed it toward the sound. In the darkness, the beam of the flashlight caught a glimpse of movement. The creature was there, watching us. I hit record, my hands shaking. It stepped into the light, and I felt my blood run cold. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with matted fur and a twisted, snarling face. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent intelligence. It let out a roar, and we backed away, trying to keep the camera steady. Jake fired a shot, the sound deafening in the quiet night. The creature recoiled, but didn't flee. It snarled, baring its teeth, and lunged at us. We scrambled, trying to keep it at bay. The campfire flared up, casting the creature in an eerie light. Emma grabbed a burning log and swung it at the dogman, the flames dancing in the night. The creature hesitated, then let out a howl of rage before retreating into the darkness. We didn't wait to see if it would return. We grabbed our gear and ran, the sense of terror driving us all the way back to the car. We made it back to town, breathless and shaken. The footage we captured was blurry and inconclusive, but it was enough to convince us that the dogman was real. We shared our story with the authorities, but they dismissed it as a prank or a case of mistaken identity. The nightmares continued, but we never returned to those woods. The legend of the dogman remained just that, a legend, but we knew the truth. The forest held secrets that were better left undisturbed, and the beast of Timber Ridge was one of them. The sun had set over the Hollywood Hills, casting long shadows across the sprawling mansions and winding roads. As an A-list actor, I was accustomed to the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, the flashing cameras, and the adoration of fans. But beneath the surface of fame and fortune, there were secrets, dark secrets, that most people would never believe. It all started when I moved into my new home, a beautiful Spanish-style villa nestled in the hills. The house had a history, having once belonged to a silent film star from the 1920s. But I had been assured that any rumors of it being haunted were just that, rumors. I should have known better. The first night in the house, I was awoken by a strange noise. It was a soft, melodic humming, almost like a lullaby. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and listened. The sound seemed to be coming from the hallway. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, cautiously stepping out of the bedroom. The hallway was empty, but the humming continued, growing louder as I approached the staircase. I descended the stairs slowly, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. When I reached the bottom, the humming stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. I shook off the feeling of unease and convinced myself it was just my imagination. The next few days were busy with unpacking and settling into the new house. I threw a housewarming party, inviting some close friends and colleagues from the industry. The night was filled with laughter and music, and for a while I forgot about the strange incident. But as the guests left and the house grew quiet, the feeling of unease returned. I was cleaning up the living room when I heard a whisper behind me. I turned quickly, but no one was there. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I felt a cold draft. Despite all the windows being closed, determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to do some research on the house's history. I discovered that the previous owner, the silent film star, had died under mysterious circumstances. Her name was Evelyn Blackwood, a beautiful and talented actress whose career had been cut short by tragedy. She had been found dead in the house, her face frozen in a mask of terror. The more I learned about Evelyn, the more I felt a connection to her. I began to sense her presence in the house, a feeling of being watched that I couldn't shake. Strange things started happening. Objects moved on their own, lights flickered, and that haunting lullaby would play at odd hours of the night. One evening, as I was preparing for an upcoming film role, I heard a soft knock on the door of my study. I called out, but there was no answer. I opened the door and found no one there. As I turned to go back inside, I saw her, a faint, ghostly figure standing at the end of the hallway. "Evelyn?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The figure moved closer, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I reached out, but she vanished before my eyes. I stood there, shaken and unsure of what to do. I knew I had to help her, To find out what had happened to her and why she couldn't move on, I contacted a paranormal investigator, a woman named Dr. Sarah Mitchell, who had a reputation for dealing with haunted locations. She agreed to come to the house and conduct an investigation. Dr. Mitchell arrived the next evening equipped with cameras, recording devices, and other equipment. As we walked through the house, the atmosphere grew heavy and the temperature dropped. Dr. Mitchell set up her equipment in the living room, where most of the activity seemed to occur. She conducted an EVP, electronic voice phenomenon session, asking questions and recording any potential responses. "Is there anyone here with us?" she asked, her voice calm and steady. There was a brief silence, followed by a faint whisper on the recording. "Yes," Dr. Mitchell continued. "What is your name?" "Evelyn," the voice replied. I felt a chill run down my spine. It was her. Dr. Mitchell asked more questions, trying to understand what Evelyn wanted. The answers were fragmented, but it became clear that she was trapped, unable to move on due to the circumstances of her death. "Evelyn, what happened to you?" Dr. Mitchell asked gently. The response was chilling. "Betrayed, murdered." My heart sank. Evelyn had been killed, and her spirit was trapped in the house, seeking justice. Dr. Mitchell suggested we conduct a seance to try to communicate with Evelyn more directly and help her find peace. I agreed, despite my apprehension. That night, we gathered in the living room, the lights dimmed and candles flickering. Dr. Mitchell led the seance, calling out to Evelyn and asking her to come forward. The air grew colder, and a faint mist appeared in the center of the room. "Evelyn, we are here to help you," Dr. Mitchell said. "Can you show us what happened to you?" The mist began to take shape, forming the outline of a woman. I watched in awe and fear as the scene unfolded before us. Evelyn's ghostly form pointed towards the fireplace, and suddenly I saw a vision of her final moments. She had been arguing with a man, a shadowy figure whose face I couldn't make out. He pushed her, and she fell, hitting her head on the hearth. The vision faded, and Evelyn's form began to dissolve. "Who was he, Evelyn?" Dr. Mitchell asked. The EVP recorder captured her final words. "Lover, betrayed." Evelyn's spirit slowly faded, and the temperature in the room returned to normal. I felt a sense of relief, knowing that we had uncovered the truth. Dr. Mitchell assured me that Evelyn could now find peace. Having revealed the circumstances of her death, the haunting activity ceased. After that night, the house felt different, lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. I continued to live there, feeling a deep connection to Evelyn and her story. I made sure to honor her memory, telling her story to those who would listen, and ensuring that she would never be forgotten. The experience changed me, making me more aware of the unseen world around us. I realized that even in the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, there were stories of pain and loss waiting to be uncovered and told. And I knew that I had played a part in helping a lost soul find peace, a story that would stay with me for the rest of my life. It all started when my sister, Claire, and I inherited Ridgeview Manor. The grand old house had been in our family for generations, nestled in a quiet rural town where everyone knew each other's business. Our parents had passed away a few years ago, leaving the house to us. We decided to restore it, hoping to preserve a piece of our family's history. Ridgeview Manor was a beautiful but neglected Victorian-era mansion, with its ornate woodwork and towering spires. The locals often spoke of its grandeur, but there were always whispers of something sinister lurking within its walls. Claire and I, being practical people, dismissed these stories as superstitions and old wives' tales. We moved in one sunny afternoon, our hearts filled with excitement and anticipation. The first few days were uneventful, spent cleaning and organizing. We uncovered old photographs, letters, and antiques that painted a vivid picture of our ancestors' lives. The sense of history was palpable, and we felt connected to the generations that had come before us. One evening, while sorting through the attic, we discovered an old, dusty journal hidden in a trunk. The cover was worn and the pages yellowed with age. It belonged to our great-great-grandmother, Eleanor, who had lived in the house during the late 1800s. Claire and I were eager to learn more about her, so we began reading. The entries started innocuously enough, detailing everyday life and the challenges of maintaining such a large estate. But as we read on, the tone of the journal changed. Eleanor wrote about strange occurrences, objects moving on their own, whispers in the night, and a dark presence she could feel but not see. We laughed it off, attributing her accounts to an overactive imagination. But then things started happening. It began with small, inexplicable events. Doors would open and close by themselves. Lights would flicker, and we would hear faint voices, like whispers carried on the wind. One night I awoke to the sound of footsteps outside my bedroom door. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously opened the door, but the hallway was empty. I called out for Claire, but she didn't answer. I found her in the living room, staring blankly at the fireplace. "Claire, are you okay?" I asked, touching her shoulder. She turned to me slowly, her eyes glazed and unfocused. "He's here," she whispered. "He wants to come in." A chill ran down my spine. "Who's here?" She didn't answer, just kept staring at the fireplace. I led her back to her room, trying to shake off the feeling of unease. The next morning, she didn't remember the incident and brushed it off as a bad dream. As the days passed, Claire's behavior became increasingly erratic. She would have moments where she seemed distant, almost as if she were in a trance. She spoke of shadows and voices, claiming that someone was trying to communicate with her. I grew more and more concerned, but she insisted she was fine. One evening, while I was in the kitchen, I heard her scream. I rushed to her room and found her standing in front of the mirror, her eyes wide with terror. "He's here. I can see him," she cried. I grabbed her shoulders and shook her gently. "Claire, there's no one here. It's just us." She pointed to the mirror. "Look." I turned and saw our reflections, but there was something else. A dark figure stood behind Claire, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. I spun around, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure was gone. "We need to leave," I said, my voice trembling. "Something is wrong with this place." But Claire refused. "No, I can't leave. He won't let me." Her words sent a wave of fear through me. I knew we had to get help. I contacted Father O'Malley, the local priest, and begged him to come to the house. He arrived the next day, his face grim as he listened to our story. He performed a blessing and an exorcism, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water throughout the house. Claire seemed to calm down, and for a moment I thought it was over. But then her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. Father O'Malley continued his prayers, his voice steady and firm. Claire writhed on the floor, her body contorted in unnatural ways. I felt helpless, unable to do anything but watch. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she lay still. The priest looked at me, sweat dripping down his face. "It's done. The spirit has been cast out." Claire slowly regained consciousness, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. "What happened?" she asked weakly. I hugged her tightly, tears streaming down my face. "It's over now. You're safe." We left Ridgeview Manor the next day, unable to bear the thought of staying another night. The house was eventually sold, and we never returned, but the memories of that time still haunt us. Ridgeview Manor remains a mystery, its dark secrets hidden within its walls. We may never know what truly happened there, but one thing is certain: the house has a life of its own, and it will never forget. The old hospital stood on the edge of town, its imposing structure casting long shadows across the empty parking lot. I had just started my night shift as a nurse, filling in for a colleague who had fallen ill. The hospital had a reputation for being haunted, but I had always dismissed the stories as mere superstition. Tonight, however, I would learn just how wrong I was. I walked through the dimly lit corridors, the echo of my footsteps the only sound. The hospital was eerily quiet, with most of the patients asleep and only a skeleton crew on duty. I made my way to the 4th floor, where I was assigned to the ICU. The elevator doors creaked open, and I stepped out into the deserted hallway. As I approached the nurse's station, I noticed a figure standing at the end of the hall. It was a woman, dressed in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform, her back to me. I called out to her, but she didn't respond. I walked closer, my curiosity piqued. Just as I was about to reach her, she turned the corner and disappeared. I felt a chill run down my spine. I had heard stories about the ghostly nurse who roamed the halls, but I had never believed them. Shaking off the feeling of unease, I went to the nurse's station and began my rounds. The ICU was quiet, the monitors beeping softly as the patients slept. I checked on each patient, making sure everything was in order. As I finished my rounds, I heard a faint humming sound. It was a soft, melodic tune, almost like a lullaby. I followed the sound, which seemed to be coming from one of the patient rooms. I opened the door to room for 112 and stepped inside. The room was empty, the bed neatly made, and the equipment turned off. The humming grew louder, and I saw a shadow move across the wall. My heart raced, and I backed out of the room. Closing the door behind me, I returned to the nurse's station, trying to calm my nerves. I decided to check the patient records, hoping to find some explanation for the strange occurrences. As I flipped through the files, I came across a name that sent a shiver down my spine: Nurse Evelyn Carter. She had worked at the hospital in the 1940s and had died under mysterious circumstances. According to the records, Evelyn had been found dead in room for 112, her face twisted in a mask of terror. Since her death, there had been numerous reports of strange happenings in the ICU, unexplained noises, flickering lights, and sightings of a ghostly figure. I realized that the woman I had seen earlier must have been Evelyn. Determined to find out more, I decided to visit the hospital archives in the basement. The elevator ride was unnerving, the old machinery groaning and creaking as it descended. The basement was dark and musty, the air thick with dust. I found the archives room and began searching through the old records. I discovered that Evelyn had been a dedicated nurse, well loved by her colleagues and patients. However, she had been involved in a scandal with one of the doctors, Dr. James Whitaker. There were rumors that she had been pregnant with his child and that he had wanted to keep it a secret. Evelyn's death had been ruled a suicide, but many believe that Dr. Whitaker had been responsible. As I pored over the records, I heard footsteps approaching. I looked up, but the hallway was empty. I felt a cold draft, and the lights flickered. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, and I was plunged into darkness. Panic set in as I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking. The beam of light cut through the darkness, and I saw her, Evelyn's ghostly figure, standing in the doorway. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, and she reached out towards me. "Help me," she whispered, her voice echoing in the small room. I took a deep breath and gathered my courage. "How can I help you?" I asked, my voice trembling. Evelyn pointed to a file on the table. I picked it up and saw that it contained evidence linking Dr. Whitaker to her death, a letter she had written pleading for him to acknowledge their child and threatening to expose him if he refused. I knew what I had to do. I took the file and headed back to the ICU, my heart pounding. As I reached the nurse's station, the humming started again, louder this time. I followed the sound to room for 112 and stepped inside. The room was cold, and the lights flickered as I placed the file on the bed. "Evelyn," I said, "I've found the proof. I'll make sure everyone knows the truth." The room grew colder. Then I saw her figure materialize beside the bed. She looked at the file, then at me, a look of gratitude in her eyes. Slowly, she began to fade, and the temperature returned to normal. I left the room and made my way to the hospital administration office. I handed over the file, explaining what I had found. They promised to investigate and bring the truth to light. Over the next few days, the hospital was abuzz with the news of Evelyn's story. Dr. Whitaker's crimes were exposed, and Evelyn's name was cleared. The strange occurrences in the ICU ceased, and the hospital felt lighter, as if a dark cloud had been lifted. I continued working at the hospital, but I never forgot Evelyn's story. I knew that her spirit had finally found peace, and I felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that I had helped her. The experience changed me, making me more aware of the unseen forces that can linger in places filled with pain and sorrow. From that night on, I made a promise to always listen to the whispers of the past and to help those who couldn't help themselves. The haunted ward had taught me that some stories are meant to be told and some spirits are meant to be freed. Taking a job as a night security guard at Halford Industries seemed like a good idea at the time. The pay was decent, the hours were manageable, and it was a quiet and eventful gig, or so I thought. Halford Industries was a sprawling factory complex that had been in operation for decades. Located on the outskirts of the city, it was surrounded by nothing but fields and the occasional copse of trees. My shift started at 10 p.m. and ended at 6 a.m. I was to patrol the factory grounds, check the security cameras, and to ensure that everything was locked up tight. The factory had been shut down for a few months due to some economic downturns, so it was just me and the shadows in that vast, empty space. The first couple of nights were uneventful. I made my rounds, watched the monitors, and occasionally read a book to pass the time. The only sounds were the hum of the fluorescent lights and the distant rustle of the wind outside. But on the third night, things started to get strange. I was sitting in the security office, sipping on a cup of coffee and glancing at the monitors, when I saw something move on one of the screens. It was just a flicker, a shadow passing through the frame in the main production area. I frowned and leaned closer, but the screen remained still. Probably just a trick of the light, I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. I decided to check it out, grabbing my flashlight and heading into the factory. The large metal doors creaked as I pushed them open, the sound echoing through the cavernous space. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud as I made my way to the spot where I'd seen the movement. The production area was a maze of conveyor belts, assembly lines, and hulking machines covered in dust. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty workstations. There was nothing out of place, no sign of anyone or anything that could have caused the shadow. I was about to head back to the office when I heard it, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the far corner of the room. I froze, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. Slowly, I turned the flashlight in the direction of the sound, but all I saw was an empty corner. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Is someone there?" There was no answer, just the oppressive silence of the factory. I took a deep breath and walked over to the corner, half expecting to find a stray animal. But there was nothing there. I returned to the office, my mind racing. Had I imagined the growl? Was it just the wind playing tricks on me? I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, but I forced myself to focus on my duties. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the sense of unease. When my shift ended, I drove home, exhausted and on edge. I told myself it was just my imagination, that working alone in a dark, empty factory was bound to make anyone jumpy. But the next night, things got worse. I was making my rounds again when I noticed the temperature drop suddenly. One moment it was relatively warm, and the next I could see my breath in the air. I shivered and pulled my jacket tighter, glancing around nervously. As I walked past the old break room, I heard voices. It sounded like a group of people whispering urgently. I stopped and listened, trying to make out the words, but they were too faint. I pushed open the door to the break room, but it was empty. The whispers stopped as soon as I entered, leaving me in an eerie silence. I checked the room thoroughly, but there was no sign of anyone. Feeling increasingly unnerved, I hurried back to the security office. I decided to check the security footage, hoping it might offer some explanation. As I rewound the tape, I saw it again, the shadow moving through the main production area. This time it was clearer. It wasn't just a shadow. It was a figure, tall and gaunt, moving with unnatural fluidity. I watched in horror as the figure seemed to glide through the factory, its form indistinct and flickering. It passed through walls and machinery as if they weren't there. My hands trembled as I tried to keep the camera steady. Suddenly, the figure stopped and turned directly toward the camera. Its face was obscured, but I could feel its eyes boring into me. The screen flickered, and then the figure was gone. My heart pounded as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. I decided to call my supervisor, Mr. Harris. He answered grudgingly, clearly annoyed at being woken up. "Look, I know it's late, but there's something going on here," I said, my voice shaking. "I saw something on the security footage. It looked like a ghost or something." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Are you sure you're not just tired or imagining things?" He finally replied, "I'm not imagining it. Please just come and see for yourself." He reluctantly agreed to come down to the factory. While I waited, I kept a close eye on the monitors, my nerves on edge. Mr. Harris arrived about an hour later, looking irritated but curious. I showed him the footage, and his expression changed from annoyance to concern. "That's strange," he admitted. "I've never seen anything like that. Do you think it could be someone playing a prank?" I asked, hoping for a rational explanation. "Maybe," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. "I'll have the equipment checked out, see if there's a malfunction." He left, and I was alone again. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. The following night, I arrived at work determined to get to the bottom of the mystery. I brought a thermos of strong coffee and a notebook to document anything unusual. As the hours ticked by, the factory seemed almost peaceful in its emptiness. But then, around 3 a.m., the whispers started again. This time they were louder, more insistent. I followed the sound, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The voices led me to the storage area, a place I rarely visited. I opened the door, and the whispers stopped abruptly. The storage area was filled with shelves of old equipment and supplies. My flashlight beam swept over the dusty crates and boxes, and then I saw it. A figure standing at the far end of the room. Thought it was the same figure from the security footage, tall and shadowy, its face obscured. It stood motionless, watching me. My heart raced as I took a step back, the flashlight shaking in my hand. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it began to move toward me, its movements slow and deliberate. Panic surged through me, and I turned to run. As I fled, I heard a low, guttural growl behind me. I burst into the security office, slamming the door shut and locking it. My hand shook as I dialed Mr. Harris's number again. "There's something here," I gasped. "It's in the storage area." He arrived as quickly as he could, bringing 2 other security guards with him. We searched the storage area, but there was no sign of the figure. The whispers and the growl had vanished, leaving only an eerie silence. Mr. Harris decided to close the factory temporarily while an investigation was conducted. I was given a few days off, and I gladly took the opportunity to get some much-needed rest. When I returned to work, the factory felt different. The investigation had turned up nothing, and the whispers and figures were chalked up to my imagination. But I knew what I had seen and heard. I continued working as a night security guard at Halford Industries, but the sense of unease never left me. Every creak and shadow put me on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The factory eventually reopened, and life went on. But the memory of those nights, the whispers, and the figure in the shadows still haunts me. The night watch at Halford Industries will always be a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. It was a cold winter night when the incident happened, the kind of night where the wind howls through the trees and the snow blankets everything in an eerie silence. I was home alone, my parents having gone out of town for the weekend. Our house, an old Victorian, stood on the outskirts of town, surrounded by dense woods. It was picturesque during the day, but could turn quite sinister at night. I had settled in for the evening, a cup of hot chocolate in hand and a stack of horror movies ready to watch. I figured a scare or 2 from the screen would be enough to get my adrenaline pumping. Little did I know, the real horror was just outside my window. The night started uneventfully. I watched a couple of movies, the shadows in the room flickering with the light from the TV. Around midnight, I decided to make a snack run to the kitchen. The house was quiet, save for the creaking of the old wooden floors beneath my feet. As I passed the living room window, I caught a glimpse of movement outside. I stopped, peering into the darkness. At first I saw nothing but the reflection of the room behind me. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw him. The figure stood at the edge of the woods, just beyond the reach of the porch light. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in dark clothing that blended with the shadows. His face was obscured by a hood, but I could feel his eyes on me, watching intently. A chill ran down my spine. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but the figure didn't move. He just stood there, staring. I quickly drew the curtains and backed away, my mind racing. I grabbed my phone and called my best friend, Rachel. She answered on the second ring, her voice groggy. "Hey, it's late. What's up?" "Rachel, there's someone outside my house," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Are you sure? It could just be an animal or something." "No, it's a person. He's just standing there, watching." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Okay, stay calm. Did you lock all the doors and windows?" I glanced around the room. "I think so, but I'll check again." "Do that. And call the police if he doesn't leave. I agreed and hung up, my hands trembling. I went through the house, double-checking every lock. The doors were secure, and the windows were latched. I peered out through a crack in the curtains, but the figure was gone. Relief washed over me. Maybe it was just a prank, or maybe I had imagined the whole thing. I returned to the living room, my nerves still on edge. I decided to watch one more movie, something lighthearted to take my mind off the scare. About an hour later, just as I was starting to relax, I heard a noise, a faint tapping sound coming from the front of the house. I muted the TV and listened, my heart rate spiking. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate. I crept to the hallway and peeked around the corner. There, at the front door, was the figure. He stood just outside the glass pane, his face pressed close, his breath fogging the glass. He was tapping with one long, skeletal finger, his eyes fixed on mine. I stifled a scream and backed away, my mind screaming at me to run. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. My hands shaking so badly I could barely hit the buttons. 911. What's your emergency? There's someone at my door, I whisper urgently. He's trying to get in. Stay on the line, ma'am. Help is on the way. I huddled in the corner of the living room, my eyes never leaving the front door. The figure continued to tap, his movements slow and methodical. The minutes felt like hours as I waited for the police to arrive. Finally, I saw the flash of red and blue lights outside. The figure turned, his hooded face tilting as if considering his next move. Then, without a sound, he melted back into the darkness of the woods. The police knocked on the door, and I scrambled to let them in. 2 officers entered, their expressions serious as they listened to my account. They searched the property, but found no trace of the intruder, probably just a drifter or someone trying to scare you. One of the officers said, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. They offered to stay until my parents returned, but I declined. I didn't want to be alone, but I also didn't want to impose. They left, promising to patrol the area more frequently. The rest of the night passed in a haze of fear and exhaustion. I stayed awake, every creak and groan of the old house making my heart race. When morning finally came, the terror of the night before seemed almost unreal, but the memory of those eyes, cold and blinking, stayed with me. I never found out who the stranger at the window was or what he wanted. My parents installed better locks and security cameras, but the sense of safety I once felt in our home was shattered. To this day, I can't look out a window at night without feeling that chill, wondering if someone or something is watching from the darkness. The dense forest of the Pacific Northwest is known for its breathtaking beauty and isolation. It was the perfect place for me to escape the chaos of city life and spend a few days camping alone. I had always been drawn to nature, and the idea of spending a weekend in the wilderness, away from the noise and distractions, was a welcome reprieve. I arrived at the trailhead early in the morning, the mist clinging to the trees, and the air crisp with the promise of adventure. I packed my gear and set off along the trail, my boots crunching on the forest floor. The towering trees and thick underbrush created a canopy of green, and I felt a sense of peace as I ventured deeper into the woods. By late afternoon, I had reached my campsite, a small clearing beside a babbling brook. I set up my tent and gathered firewood, enjoying the tranquility of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I built a fire and prepared dinner, the flames casting a warm glow across the clearing. As night fell, the forest grew quiet, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the occasional call of an owl. I sat by the fire, lost in thought, when I heard a rustling noise coming from the edge of the clearing. I dismissed it as a deer or some other forest animal and continued to enjoy the peaceful evening. But the rustling grew louder and more persistent. It was as if something or someone was moving through the underbrush, getting closer and closer. I stood up, my heart racing, and grabbed a flashlight. I shone the beam into the darkness, but saw nothing. The rustling stopped abruptly, and an uneasy silence settled over the clearing. I tried to shake off the feeling of dread, convincing myself that it was just my imagination. I returned to the fire, but the sense of being watched persisted. Suddenly, I heard a deep, guttural growl coming from the darkness. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before, primitive and menacing. My blood ran cold, and I felt a wave of panic. I grabbed my camping gear and prepared to leave, but the growl came again. Closer this time. I turned to look at the forest edge and saw a massive shadow moving between the trees. It was enormous, and though I could only see its outline, the sheer size of it was enough to send me into a state of terror. The shadow seemed to be moving deliberately, and I could feel its gaze on me. With my heart pounding in my chest, I decided to pack up quickly and get out of the forest. I fumbled with my gear, trying to stay calm despite the fear gnawing at me. As I finished packing, I heard the growl once more, closer than ever. The shadow emerged from the trees, revealing a hulking figure covered in dark fur. I was frozen in place, unable to move as the creature stepped into the clearing. It was at least 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and long, muscular limbs. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and its breath came out in heavy, ragged gasps. The creature was unmistakably a Bigfoot, a legendary creature I had only heard about in stories. It stood there, watching me with an intense, almost malevolent gaze. I knew I had to get out of there, but the sheer terror I felt made it difficult to move. In a burst of adrenaline, I grabbed my gear and started running down the trail. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees twisting and turning as if trying to keep me trapped. The growling followed me, growing louder with each step. I ran for what felt like hours, my legs aching and my breath coming in ragged gasps. The growl finally faded into the distance, and the forest grew quiet again. I stumbled out of the woods and onto the trailhead, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. I made it to my car and drove away, my heart still racing. I glanced back at the forest, half expecting to see the creature watching me from the edge of the trees. But there was nothing, just the quiet, still forest. The experience left me shaken, and I knew I would never return to that part of the woods. The legend of Bigfoot had always seemed like a myth, but now I knew firsthand that something unknown and terrifying lurked in the depths of the forest. The encounter had changed me, making me more aware of the mysteries and dangers that can lie hidden in the natural world. As I drove away, I vowed to respect the unknown and never underestimate the legends that speak of creatures lurking in the shadows. The forest had taught me a valuable lesson about fear and the mysteries that can be found in the darkest corners of the world. The idea of a weekend camping trip in Blackwood Forest seemed perfect. My friends and I had been planning it for months, a chance to get away from the hustle and bustle of city life and reconnect with nature. There were 5 of us, me, Mark, Lisa, Sarah, and Tom. We'd been friends since college, and this trip was supposed to be our big reunion. We arrived at the forest on a bright Friday afternoon, our spirits high and our backpacks loaded with supplies. The forest was beautiful, with towering trees, a clear river, and an abundance of wildlife. We found a secluded spot near the river to set up camp, far from the beaten path, hoping for some peace and quiet. The first night was uneventful. We sat around the campfire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows under the starry sky. It felt good to be together again, away from the distractions of everyday life. As the fire died down, we retreated to our tents, eager for a good night's sleep. The next morning, we decided to explore deeper into the forest. We hiked for hours, marveling at the untouched beauty of our surroundings. As the sun began to set, we made our way back to camp. That's when things started to feel off. It began with small, almost unnoticeable things. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, the usual sounds of birds and insects conspicuously absent. A cold breeze blew through the trees, sending shivers down our spines despite the warm weather. We chalked it up to our imaginations and tried to enjoy the evening. But as night fell, the sense of unease grew stronger. We sat around the campfire again, but the jovial atmosphere of the previous night was gone. Everyone seemed on edge, jumping at the slightest sound. "Did you hear that?" Lisa asked, suddenly, her voice barely above a whisper. We all stopped talking and listened. There was a faint rustling in the bushes behind us. Tom grabbed his flashlight and pointed it toward the sound, but there was nothing there. "Probably just an animal," Mark said, trying to sound reassuring, but his eyes betrayed his own fear. We tried to brush it off, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. The rustling continued intermittently throughout the night, each time closer than before. Eventually, we decided to call it a night, hoping that the safety of our tents would ease our minds. I was drifting off to sleep when I heard a soft, almost imperceptible whisper. It seemed to come from just outside my tent. My heart pounded as I strained to listen, but the words were too faint to make out. I lay there, paralyzed with fear, until exhaustion finally pulled me into a restless sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling groggy and unsettled. The others looked just as tired, dark circles under their eyes. No one mentioned the whispers, but I could tell they had all heard them. We spent the day trying to shake off the previous night's events. We fished in the river, played games, and tried to laugh off our fears. But as night fell again, the atmosphere grew tense. We decided to build a bigger fire, hoping it would keep whatever was out there at bay. The whispers started earlier this time, barely audible over the crackling of the fire. We huddled together, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread. Then, out of nowhere, Sarah screamed. "What's wrong?" Tom asked, grabbing her arm. She pointed toward the edge of the clearing, her face pale. "I saw someone standing there." We all turned, but there was nothing, just the dark outline of trees and the shadows cast by the fire. "Let's stay together," I suggested, trying to keep my voice steady. "Whatever it is, we'll be safer as a group." We sat in a tight circle around the fire, our eyes scanning the darkness. The whispers grew louder, more distinct. It felt like they were coming from all around us, closing in. Mark stood up abruptly. "We need to leave now." We didn't argue. We packed up our essentials as quickly as we could, abandoning the tents and other supplies. The whispers seemed to follow us as we made our way through the forest, the path barely visible in the dim light of our flashlights. As we hurried along the trail, I felt a presence behind me. I glanced back and saw a shadowy figure, its features indistinct, standing just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I stumbled, my heart racing, but when I looked again, it was gone. We finally reached the edge of the forest, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. We didn't stop until we reached the safety of our cars. We piled in and drove away, not daring to look back. Once we were miles away, we pulled over to catch our breath. No one spoke for a long time. The sense of relief was palpable, but so was the lingering fear. What the hell was that? Lisa finally asked, her voice trembling. No one had an answer. We just sat there, trying to make sense of what had happened. Eventually, we decided to head back to the city and forget about the camping trip. We never spoke of that night again. The memories were too disturbing, too inexplicable, but the experience left a mark on all of us. We never went camping together again, and our friendships slowly drifted apart. To this day, I can't explain what we encountered in Blackwood Forest. Was it a spirit, a creature, or just our own fears manifesting in the darkness? Whatever it was, it felt real. And the memory of those whispers, growing louder and more insistent, still haunts my dreams. One night, as we were filming a particularly intense scene, the temperature in the room dropped suddenly. Our breaths formed visible puffs of air, and the actors shivered, their discomfort genuine. The lights flickered, casting unsettling shadows on the walls. The atmosphere was charged with an almost palpable tension. During a break, I found myself talking to Linda, one of the actresses. Her face was drawn, her eyes haunted. "Do you ever feel like we're not alone here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The sense of being watched, the unexplained occurrences, they were getting harder to dismiss. Linda confided in me that she had seen something, a shadowy figure standing in the corner of her dressing room. She described it as tall, with an aura of malevolence that made her skin crawl. Her words resonated with me. I had seen the same figure out of the corner of my eye, always just on the edge of my vision, disappearing when I tried to focus on it. The more we talked, the more we realized that many of the crew had experienced similar sightings. We decided to confront Father Thomas, hoping he could offer some explanation or reassurance. He listened intently, his expression serious. "There are forces at play here that we may never fully understand," he said. "But faith can be a powerful shield." He offered to perform another blessing, and we readily agreed. This time the blessing was more elaborate, with Father Thomas invoking the protection of various saints and reciting prayers of exorcism. The set fell silent as he worked, the air thick with anticipation. For a time the strange occurrences seemed to abate. We focused on our work, pouring our energy into completing the film. But the memory of the fire, the sightings, and the unexplained phenomena stayed with us, a dark cloud hanging over the production. When The Exorcist was finally released, it became an instant sensation. Audiences were captivated by its terrifying story and groundbreaking special effects. But for those of us who had worked on the film, it was more than just a movie. It was a journey into the unknown, a brush with forces that defied explanation. Years have passed since that fateful production, and I've moved on to other projects. But the memories of The Exorcist still haunt me, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the unknown. Every now and then, when the wind howls and shadows dance on the walls, I can't help but wonder if the curse of The Exorcist is still out there, waiting to be unleashed once more. The set was quiet, save for the distant hum of equipment and the occasional murmur of the remaining crew members. I was one of the last to leave, double-checking the props and securing the area before heading home. Walking through the darkened corridors of the soundstage, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The air felt heavy, oppressive, and the silence was almost deafening. Quickening my pace, I was eager to leave the unsettling atmosphere behind. Just as I reached the exit, a sudden, blinding flash of light filled the room. I turned to see flames licking up the walls, consuming everything in their path. The heat was intense, and the fire spread with a ferocity that was almost unnatural. Panic set in as I realized the set was engulfed in flames. Shouting for help, My voice echoed through the empty halls. The few remaining crew members rushed to my aid, their faces pale with fear. We scrambled to find fire extinguishers, but it was clear that our efforts were futile. The fire was too powerful, too relentless. We evacuated the building, watching helplessly as the flames devoured the set we had painstakingly built. The fire department arrived within minutes, but by then much of the damage had already been done. The McNeil house, the central set for the film, was almost entirely destroyed, save for one peculiar detail. Regan's room remained untouched. It was a detail that didn't go unnoticed. Amidst the charred ruins, Regan's room stood intact, as if shielded from the flames by some invisible force. The sight sent shivers down my spine, and I couldn't help but feel that there was something otherworldly at play. The fire investigators were baffled. There was no clear cause for the blaze, and their final report listed it as undetermined. Theories and rumors swirled among the crew. Some believed it was a technical malfunction, while others whispered about the curse of the film. Father Thomas, a Jesuit priest and consultant on the film, suggested that we perform a blessing to cleanse the set. Many of us, desperate for some sense of safety and normalcy, agreed. Father Thomas arrived the next day, holy water and prayer book in hand. We gathered around as he conducted the blessing, his voice steady and calm as he invoked divine protection. The atmosphere on set seemed to lighten after the blessing, and for a while things returned to normal. But the memory of the fire lingered in the back of my mind, a constant reminder of the inexplicable events we had witnessed. Months passed, and we continued with the production, albeit with a sense of unease. Strange occurrences became a part of our daily routine: equipment malfunctions, unexplained cold spots, and noises that seemed to come from nowhere. We tried to ignore them, to carry on with our work, but the fear was always there, lurking just beneath the surface. The city was a labyrinth of neon lights and endless streets, and I knew it well. As a taxi driver, I had spent countless nights navigating its maze-like roads, picking up passengers from every corner. But one night I would encounter something that would make me question everything I thought I knew about the world. It was a particularly foggy evening, the kind where the mist clung to the pavement and blurred the street lights into ghostly halos. I had just finished a long shift and was heading towards the garage when I got a call for a fare. The pickup location was in a rundown part of town I usually avoided, but it was the end of my shift, and I needed the extra fare. I pulled up to the address, an old apartment building that looked like it hadn't seen maintenance in decades. A figure emerged from the shadows, a young woman, a tattered dress. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with dark hair and a pale face that seemed almost too perfect against the fog. She opened the door and slid into the back seat. Without saying a word, I glanced at her through the rearview mirror, but she kept her gaze fixed out the window, her expression unreadable. "Where to?" I asked, trying to break the silence. "Crescent Avenue," she replied in a soft, almost whispering voice. I nodded and started driving, the engine humming as we made our way through the fog-shrouded streets. The city seemed to be in a strange, otherworldly state. Everything was quiet, and the usual din of traffic and voices was eerily absent. As we drove, I noticed something odd. The temperature in the cab dropped significantly, and my breath began to mist up in front of me. I could see the woman's breath, too, despite the fact that the outside temperature was mild. I shrugged it off as a draft or a malfunction in the air conditioning, but a growing sense of unease settled over me. "Is everything all right?" I asked, trying to make conversation. The woman remained silent, her gaze still fixed on the window. The only sound was the rhythmic thump of the tires on the road and the occasional squeak of the cab's suspension. We passed through several neighborhoods, the fog growing denser with each mile. The street lights flickered, casting long, distorted shadows on the pavement. The woman's silence was unsettling, but I tried to focus on getting her to her destination after what felt like an eternity. We finally reached Crescent Avenue. It was a desolate street, lined with dilapidated houses and abandoned storefronts. I pulled up to the curb and turned to the woman, where here she didn't move. Instead, she stared straight ahead, her face pale and her eyes distant. I felt a shiver run down my spine. "Are you sure this is the right place?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. The woman remained silent. I turned back to the road, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I glanced in the rearview mirror again, but she was gone. The back seat was empty. I felt a pang of panic and quickly got out of the cab to check the back. The street was empty, and there was no sign of her. I looked around, but there was no trace of the woman. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. As I returned to the front seat, I noticed something strange. The passenger's seat was cold, almost icy to the touch. I shivered and started the engine, eager to leave the eerie street behind. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next day, I decided to investigate the address where I had dropped off the woman. To my surprise, I found out that the building had been abandoned for years, and no one lived there. I spoke to a few locals, and they told me about a tragic event that had occurred there many years ago. A young woman had been murdered in that very building, and her ghost was said to haunt the area. The story matched the description of the woman I had picked up: the same age, the same appearance. I was stunned and deeply unsettled. The encounter had left me questioning reality and the existence of things beyond our understanding. From that day on, I became more cautious about my fares and the places I drove to. The memory of that ghostly ride haunted me, and I could never quite shake the feeling that there were forces in the world that we could not see but were very real nonetheless. The foggy night and the ghostly passenger had taught me a chilling lesson about the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of our everyday lives. The day I stumbled upon the antique shop in the heart of New Orleans was one I'll never forget. The shop was a hidden gem, tucked away in a narrow alley, its windows filled with curious relics and oddities. As an avid collector of rare and unusual artifacts, I couldn't resist stepping inside. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, and the musty scent of old books and age would fill the air. The shop was dimly lit, with shelves lined with items from every corner of the globe. My eyes wandered over the eclectic assortment until they landed on a glass case in the back of the store. Inside the case was an amulet, unlike anything I had ever seen. It was made of a dark, iridescent stone, set in intricate gold filigree with strange symbols etched into its surface. I felt an inexplicable pull towards it, a deep sense of curiosity mixed with a tinge of foreboding. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with piercing blue eyes, approached me. "Ah, I see you've found our most unique piece," he said, his voice tinged with a Cajun accent. "That amulet has quite a history." "What kind of history?" I asked, unable to tear my eyes away from the amulet. He smiled, a knowing look in his eyes. "It is said to be cursed. Legend has it that it once belonged to a powerful sorcerer who used it to control dark forces. Many who have owned it since have met with tragic fates." I felt a shiver run down my spine, but my curiosity overpowered my caution. "How much for it?" The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before naming a price. It was steep, but I was willing to pay it. I handed over the money and took the amulet, feeling its weight in my hand. As I left the shop, the shopkeeper called after me, "Be careful, young man." The symbols were unlike any I had seen before, and there was an otherworldly quality to the stone. Despite the shopkeeper's warning, I felt an overwhelming urge to wear it. I placed the amulet around my neck, and a strange sensation washed over me, a mix of exhilaration and dread. That night I had vivid, disturbing dreams. I found myself in a dark, ancient forest, the trees twisted and gnarled. The air was thick with fog, and I could hear whispers all around me, voices speaking in an unknown language. I wandered through the forest, drawn by an unseen force, until I reached a clearing dot. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, cloaked in shadows. As I approached, the figure turned, and I saw his face, a gaunt, hollow-eyed man with a sinister smile. "You have awakened the darkness," he said, his voice echoing in my mind. "The curse is now yours to bear." I woke with a start, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. The amulet felt heavy around my neck, and I had the distinct feeling that something had changed. Over the next few days, strange things began to happen. I heard whispers in the night, felt cold drafts in my apartment, and saw fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye. One evening, as I was working late, my phone rang. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, distorted. "You cannot escape the curse," it said. "It will consume you." Terrified, I decided to do some research on the amulet. I delved into old books and online forums, piecing together its history. The amulet had indeed belonged to a sorcerer, a man named Lucien Duval, who had lived in New Orleans in the 1800s. Duval had been feared and reviled, accused of using dark magic to control and manipulate those around him. He had met a violent end, and the amulet had been lost, only to resurface many years later. I knew I had to find a way to break the curse. I reached out to a local historian and expert on the occult, Dr. Margaret Sinclair. She agreed to meet with me and examine the amulet. When I showed it to her, she gasped, her face turning pale. "This is a powerful and dangerous artifact," she said. "The curse it carries is not easily broken. You must perform a cleansing ritual to rid yourself of its influence." Dr. Sinclair gave me detailed instructions for the ritual, which involved a series of incantations and the burning of specific herbs and candles. That night I prepared everything as she had instructed, my hands trembling as I lit the candles and began the incantations. The air grew thick with the scent of burning herbs, and the room seemed to grow darker, the shadows lengthening. As I chanted the final words, the amulet around my neck grew unbearably hot, and a piercing scream filled the room, a sound that seemed to come from the amulet itself. The candles flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. For a moment there was silence, and then a wave of cold air swept through, extinguishing the herbs and leaving only the acrid scent of smoke. I felt a sense of relief, believing the ritual had worked. I removed the amulet and placed it in a box, intending to return it to the shop. The next morning, I headed back to the antique shop, the box clutched tightly in my hands. The shopkeeper greeted me with a knowing look. "I see you have decided to return it," he said. I nodded, handing over the box. "The curse ... It was real." He took the box and placed it back in the glass case. "Some things are best left undisturbed," he said. "You were lucky to escape with your life." As I left the shop, I felt a sense of freedom, as if a dark cloud had been lifted. The whispers and shadows were gone, and the heavy weight of the amulet was no longer around my neck. The experience changed me. I became more cautious, more respectful of the unknown. I continued to collect artifacts, but I was careful to research their history and significance, always wary of the potential dangers they might carry. The cursed amulet had taught me a valuable lesson. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some relics are best left untouched. In the end, I was grateful to have escaped the darkness that had threatened to consume me, and I vowed never to ignore a warning, no matter how far-fetched it might seem. The legend of Ravenwood Forest had always intrigued me. Growing up in the small town of Millfield, I had heard countless stories about the cursed forest. They said the trees were haunted, the spirits of those who had disappeared there trapped forever. The tales varied, but one thing was consistent. No one who ventured deep into Ravenwood ever returned. My fascination with the forest grew as I got older. I was an amateur photographer, always looking for new and interesting subjects to capture. The mystery of Ravenwood seemed like the perfect challenge. My friends thought I was crazy, but I convinced them to join me on a weekend expedition. There were 4 of us, me, Jake, Emily, and David. We were inseparable, always up for an adventure. We set out early one Saturday morning, the sun shining brightly as we drove toward the forest. The road wound through rolling hills and dense woods, the landscape becoming more ominous as we neared our destination. By the time we reached the entrance to Ravenwood, the sky had darkened, thick clouds blotting out the sun. "Are you sure about this, Alex?" Emily asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. "I've heard some pretty creepy things about this place." "Don't worry," I reply, trying to sound confident. "It's just a bunch of old legends. We'll be fine." We parked the car and gathered our gear. I had my camera, Jake brought a flashlight, Emily carried a map, and David had packed some snacks and water. We set off into the forest, the path quickly disappearing behind us as the trees closed in. The atmosphere changed almost immediately. The air felt colder, the shadows deeper, the silence was oppressive, broken only by the crunch of leaves underfoot. As we ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with an eerie presence. I tried to capture the strange beauty with my camera, but the pictures felt lifeless, unable to convey the creeping dread that gnawed at us. After a couple of hours, we reached a clearing. In the center stood an old, dilapidated cabin, half hidden by overgrown vines and moss. It looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. A sense of unease settled over us, but curiosity won out. "Let's check it out," Jake suggested, his voice wavering slightly. We approached the cabin cautiously. The door creaked loudly as we pushed it open, revealing a dark, musty interior. Dust motes floated in the air, disturbed by our presence. The walls were covered in strange symbols and faded photographs, their subjects long forgotten. "Look at this," David said, pointing to a large, hand-drawn map pinned to the wall. We reached the circled area just as dusk began to fall. The trees here were older, their gnarled trunks twisted into grotesque shapes. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of moss, muffling our footsteps. In the center of the clearing stood a large, ancient oak tree, its roots spreading out like claws. "This must be it," I said, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. As I raised my camera to take a picture, a sudden chill ran down my spine. I lowered the camera and saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was a woman, her long, dark hair hanging in front of her face. She wore a tattered white dress, stained with dirt and blood. "Who are you?" Emily called out, her voice trembling. The woman didn't respond. She just stood there, staring at us with hollow eyes. I felt a wave of fear wash over me, and I knew we had to leave. "Let's get out of here," I said, backing away slowly. But as we turned to leave, the woman stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees forming an impenetrable barrier. We were trapped. "Run!" Jake shouted, and we took off in different directions, panic driving us deeper into the forest. I ran blindly, branches whipping against my face and arms. I could hear my friends calling out, their voices growing fainter. The forest twisted and turned, disorienting me. My breath came in ragged gasps as I stumbled through the undergrowth. I burst into another clearing and stopped, my heart pounding. The woman was there, standing in the center, her eyes fixed on me. I realized with horror that no matter how far I ran, I would end up here, facing her. "Please," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "What do you want?" She raised her hand, pointing to the ancient oak tree. I turned to look and saw a small, weathered gravestone at its base. The name on the stone was barely legible, but I could make out the words Lillian Marsh and beloved daughter. "She's been here all along," a voice whispered in my ear, and I spun around to see Jake, Emily, and David standing behind me, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear. "We need to leave," Emily said urgently. Now we turned to go, but the woman stepped in front of us, blocking our path. Her eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and I felt a force pulling me toward the gravestone. "Alex, what are you doing?" David shouted, grabbing my arm, but it was too late. The ground beneath us opened up, and we were swallowed by darkness. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping. I was lying on the forest floor, the morning sun filtering through the trees. My friends were beside me, groggy but unharmed. The woman was gone, and the forest seemed normal again. We stumbled back to the car, our minds reeling from the night's events. We drove back to town in silence, each of us lost in our thoughts. None of us spoke about what happened in Ravenwood Forest. The memories were too painful, too inexplicable. Years later, I still can't shake the feeling that we're being watched. The shadows in the forest seem to follow me, a constant reminder of the curse of Ravenwood. The photographs I took that day are gone, lost in the darkness. But the memory of the woman, her hollow eyes and outstretched hand, will haunt me forever. It was a quiet evening in late October when I settled down for a night of relaxation at my suburban home. The day had been long, and all I wanted was to unwind in front of the TV and catch up on some reading. My house was situated on a cul-de-sac, a peaceful neighborhood where nothing much ever happened, or so I thought. I had just finished preparing dinner when I heard a soft knock at the door. Glancing at the clock, I saw it was past 8, much too late for anyone I was expecting. Hesitant but curious, I approached the door and looked through the peephole. To my surprise, there was no one there. I opened the door cautiously, checking the porch and the front yard, but found nothing. I shrugged it off as a prank or a mistaken visit and went back inside. The night went on, and I tried to relax, but a nagging feeling of unease lingered at the back of my mind. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps coming from the basement. My heart raced as I listened carefully, the footsteps growing louder and more deliberate. I had locked all the doors and windows before going to bed, and there was no reason for anyone to be in the house. I grabbed a flashlight and quietly descended the stairs to the basement. The old wooden steps creaked under my weight, adding to my growing sense of dread. As I reached the bottom, I shone the flashlight around the dimly lit room, but there was no sign of anyone. The basement was cluttered with boxes and old furniture, and the shadows cast by the flashlight created eerie shapes on the walls. I moved cautiously through the room, checking every corner. It was then that I noticed the basement window was slightly ajar, a window that I was sure had been locked. A sudden noise behind me made me spin around. I saw a dark figure darting across the room, moving quickly and silently. My breath caught in my throat as I struggled to focus the flashlight on the figure. The intruder, wearing a dark hooded jacket, vanished into the clutter, and I could hear the sound of hurried footsteps moving toward the basement stairs. I raced up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the top, I heard the front door creak open and then slam shut. I peered through the window and saw the figure running down the street, disappearing into the darkness. Shaking, I called the police and reported the incident. They arrived quickly and conducted a thorough search of the property. They found no evidence of forced entry other than the basement window, which was peculiar. Given the locked state of the rest of the house, the police were skeptical, but promised to keep an eye out for any suspicious activity in the neighborhood. They suggested that it might have been a random, opportunistic intruder who had spotted an easy target. But their reassurance did little to ease my anxiety. The next few days were filled with a constant sense of paranoia. I triple-checked all the locks and installed additional security measures, including a new security system. Despite these precautions, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. One night, while sitting in my living room, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the basement. My nerves were on edge, and I hesitated before checking. I slowly descended the stairs, the beam of my flashlight trembling as I scanned the room. The scratching grew louder, more insistent. When I reached the basement, I discovered that someone had tampered with the window again. This time there were clear signs of attempts to pry it open. My blood ran cold as I realized the intruder had returned. I immediately contacted the police, and they responded promptly. They conducted another search, but found no sign of the intruder. They suggested that the best course of action was to install a motion-activated camera to monitor the area. I followed their advice and set up a camera in the basement, hoping it would provide some answers. A few nights later, I reviewed the footage and saw something that sent chills down my spine. The camera captured the figure of the intruder entering the basement through the window, moving cautiously among the shadows. But what was even more disturbing was the figure's face. It was one I recognized. The intruder was someone from my own neighborhood, a man who had lived a few houses down and whom I had seen many times before. I was shocked and horrified. I had always considered him a friendly, if somewhat quiet, neighbor. To think that he had been stalking me was a terrifying realization. Taught with this evidence, the police were able to arrest him. It turned out that he had been dealing with personal issues and had chosen my home as a target of opportunity. He had been watching me for weeks, waiting for the right moment to strike. The incident left me deeply unsettled. Even after the intruder was apprehended, the sense of violation and fear lingered. I learned to be more vigilant and to trust my instincts. The experience had taught me that danger could lurk closer than I ever imagined, and that sometimes the most frightening threats can come from the places we least expect. My home has been secure since then, and the unsettling nights have become a distant memory. But the shadow of that night still haunts me, reminding me that safety is never guaranteed and that trust must be carefully guarded. The small town of Ridgefield had always been quiet, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, and nothing much ever happened. That was until the old Ridgewood Cinema reopened under new management. The cinema had been closed for years, left to decay at the edge of town. Its reopening was met with a mix of excitement and curiosity, especially when the new owner, a mysterious man named Mr. Blackwood announced a special midnight screening of a newly discovered horror film called The Cursed Reel. The film was said to be a lost classic, a masterpiece that had never been shown to the public. The rumor was that it was so terrifying that the original audience had all gone mad, and the director had locked it away, vowing it would never see the light of day. Naturally, this only heightened our interest. My friends and I, being horror enthusiasts, decided we had to see it. There were 5 of us: me, Jason, Michelle, Kyle, and Samantha. We had grown up together, bonded by our love of all things spooky. We bought our tickets and eagerly awaited the screening, sharing stories and theories about the film's origins. The night of the screening, the cinema was packed. People had come from neighboring towns, drawn by the mystery and allure of The Cursed Reel. The atmosphere was electric, a mix of excitement and nervous anticipation. As we took our seats, I noticed Mr. Blackwood standing at the back of the theater, his dark eyes watching the crowd intently. The lights dimmed, and the film began. From the first frame, it was clear that this was no ordinary horror movie. The images were haunting, the music dissonant and unnerving. It felt like the film was alive, pulsing with a dark energy that seeped into the theater. As the story unfolded, the sense of dread grew, wrapping around us like a cold, clammy hand. About halfway through the film, strange things started happening. At first, it was subtle, a flicker of movement in the shadows, a whisper that seemed to come from nowhere. But soon, it became impossible to ignore. The temperature in the theater dropped, our breaths visible in the cold air. The screen seemed to shimmer, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw faces in the darkness, watching us. The tension in the room was palpable. People shifted uncomfortably in their seats, their eyes darting around the theater. The whispers grew louder, an unintelligible murmur that filled my ears. I glanced at Jason, sitting next to me, and saw the fear in his eyes. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. I nodded, too afraid to speak. The film continued, the images on the screen becoming more and more disturbing. It felt like the characters were staring directly at us, their eyes following us as we moved. The whispers turned into screams, and the faces in the shadows grew clearer, more defined. Suddenly, the screen went black. The theater was plunged into darkness, and the screams intensified. I felt a hand grab my arm, and I turned to see Michelle, her face pale and eyes wide with terror. "We need to get out of here," she said, her voice barely audible over the noise. We stumbled out of our seats, trying to make our way to the exit. But the darkness was disorienting, and it felt like the theater was shifting around us. The faces in the shadows seemed to close in, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The screams grew louder, echoing in my head. We finally reached the door and burst out into the lobby, gasping for breath. The cold air hit us like a slap in the face, and I realized that the theater was completely empty. Everyone else was gone, vanished into the darkness. "What the hell just happened?" Kyle asked, his voice shaking. None of us had an answer. We stood there, trying to make sense of what we had just experienced. Then we heard a noise from the theater, a low, guttural growl that sent chills down my spine. We turned to see Mr. Blackwood standing in the doorway, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. "Leaving so soon?" he asked, his voice smooth and menacing. We "We have to go," Samantha stammered, backing away. Mr. Blackwood smiled, a cold, cruel smile. "The film isn't over yet." He stepped aside, and the darkness in the theater seemed to reach out, tendrils of shadow wrapping around us. We tried to run, but it was like wading through molasses, our movements slow and sluggish. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, and I felt a pressure in my head, like something was trying to get inside. I don't know how we managed to escape, but somehow we found ourselves outside, gasping for air. The cinema loomed behind us, dark and foreboding. We didn't look back as we ran to the car and sped away, the whispers still echoing in our ears. The next day, we tried to talk about what had happened, but the memories were hazy, like a bad dream. We couldn't explain the things we had seen, the terror we had felt. The cinema was closed, a for sale sign hanging in the window. Mr. Blackwood was gone, and the cursed reel was never mentioned again. But the experience left a mark on all of us. We stopped watching horror movies, too afraid of what might happen if we opened ourselves up to that darkness again. The faces and the shadows still haunt my dreams, and I can still hear the whispers, growing louder and more insistent. Whatever was in that film, it wasn't just a story. It was something real, something evil, and it had followed us home. The old asylum had been abandoned for decades, its once grand architecture now a crumbling relic of a bygone era. Situated on the outskirts of town, it loomed like a ghostly sentinel, its broken windows and sagging roof telling stories of decay and neglect. Despite the warnings and local legends about the place, I couldn't resist the urge to explore it. It was an opportunity to delve into the unknown and uncover the secrets hidden within its walls. On a chilly autumn morning, I set out with a few friends, armed with flashlights and cameras. We had heard tales of strange occurrences and paranormal activity associated with the asylum, but we were eager to see for ourselves. The overgrown path leading to the asylum was shrouded in fog, giving the area an otherworldly atmosphere. As we approached the main entrance, the sheer size of the building was imposing. The iron gates were rusted and slightly ajar, and the air was thick with an unsettling quiet. We exchanged nervous glances, but pressed on, pushing open the heavy doors and stepping into the darkness beyond. The interior was a labyrinth of broken furniture, scattered medical equipment, and peeling paint. The air was stale, and the floorboards creaked under our weight. We moved cautiously through the corridors, our flashlights cutting through the darkness and casting long shadows on the walls. We made our way to the old treatment rooms, their once sterile environments now filled with remnants of the past. There were old examination tables, dusty charts, and abandoned wheelchairs. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of abandonment, and a chill seemed to permeate the air. As we explored, we began to hear faint noises, soft whispers, and distant footsteps that seemed to echo through the halls. We tried to dismiss them as a result of the building's natural decay, but the sounds grew more pronounced and unnerving. The whispers seemed to come from all directions, and at times we could hear the unmistakable sound of someone or something moving just out of sight. One of my friends, Sarah, called out to us from another part of the building, "Guys, you need to see this." Her voice was tinged with excitement and a hint of fear. We followed her to a large room that had once been the asylum's main dining hall. The space was vast, with high ceilings and long, dusty tables. At the far end of the room, Sarah had discovered a collection of old photographs and documents scattered across a table. The photographs depicted patients and staff from decades ago, their expressions ranging from vacant stares to eerie smiles. As we examined the photographs, we noticed something disturbing. In several of the pictures, there were strange, shadowy figures in the background, shapes that didn't seem to belong in the photographs. We couldn't explain them, but they added an unsettling element to our exploration. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly, and we felt a cold draft sweeping through the space. Our breaths became visible in the icy air, and the whispers grew louder, coalescing into a low, mournful wail. We looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound, but there was nothing there. A sudden crash from one of the nearby rooms made us jump. We rushed to investigate and found that an old cabinet had toppled over, its contents scattered across the floor. As we began to pick up the items, we heard a faint, sorrowful moan coming from the darkness. Our flashlights flickered, and the shadows on the walls seemed to move and shift. We were on edge, our nerves frayed by the strange occurrences. We decided it was time to leave, but as we made our way back toward the entrance, we noticed something horrifying. The hallways we had previously walked through seemed to have changed. The layout of the asylum was shifting, with corridors leading to places we hadn't seen before and doors that had appeared where none had been. It was as if the building itself was alive, shifting and contorting to keep us trapped. In a state of panic, we retraced our steps, desperately trying to find the way out. The whispers turned into anguished cries, and the temperature continued to plummet. It felt as if we were being pursued by an unseen force, the air growing heavy with malevolence. Finally, we stumbled upon a door that led outside. We burst through it and into the fresh air, gasping for breath and looking back at the asylum. The building loomed behind us, its dark windows like empty eyes watching us leave. We made our way back to our vehicles, shaken but relieved to be out of the asylum's grasp. The experience left a lasting impression on us. The abandoned asylum was a place of sorrow and darkness, its history marked by suffering and tragedy. We had ventured into the heart of that darkness and had come face to face with something that defied explanation. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had not only explored a physical place, but had also touched upon something more profound and unsettling. The asylum had revealed its secrets to us, and those secrets would forever remain a haunting reminder of the shadows that lurk in forgotten places. The announcement came on a crisp March evening. The government declared a nationwide lockdown due to a rapidly spreading virus. We were told to stay indoors, avoid contact with others, and only leave our homes for essentials. It felt like a surreal dream, but the fear in the eyes of the officials on TV made it clear this was real. I lived alone in a small apartment in the heart of the city. My family was miles away, and my friends were scattered across different neighborhoods. We kept in touch through video calls and messages, but the sense of isolation was overwhelming. The city that never slept was now eerily quiet, the streets deserted, the hustle and bustle replaced by an unsettling stillness. The first week was bearable. I stocked up on supplies, worked from home, and tried to keep a routine. But as the days turned into weeks, the isolation started to take its toll. The walls of my apartment seemed to close in on me, and the silence became deafening. I tried to stay busy, but there were only so many movies to watch, books to read, and puzzles to solve. One night, about a month into the lockdown, I was jolted awake by a loud bang. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, straining to listen. At first, there was nothing but the usual silence. Then I heard it again, a dull, rhythmic thudding coming from the apartment above mine. I checked the time, to 13 a.m. Who could be making such a racket at this hour? I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but the noise continued, growing louder and more insistent. Frustrated, I got out of bed and walked to my living room, where I could hear it more clearly. It sounded like someone was banging on the floor with a heavy object. I grabbed my phone and called the building manager. Mr. Thompson. It rang several times before he picked up, his voice groggy and irritated. Hello, Mr. Thompson. It's Alex from 4B. There's a loud noise coming from the apartment above mine. It's been going on for a while now. There was a pause, and then he sighed. I'll check it out. Stay in your apartment and keep your door locked. I thanked him and hung up, feeling a little better. But as I sat there, waiting for the noise to stop, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The thudding continued, and I started to notice other sounds, soft whispers, the creak of floorboards, and the faint sound of footsteps. After what felt like an eternity, the noise finally stopped. I let out a sigh of relief and went back to bed, hoping to get some rest. But as I lay there, I heard something else, a soft tapping on my window. I live on the 4th floor, and there was no balcony. My heart pounded as I slowly turned my head to look. The curtains were drawn, but I could see a faint outline of a figure standing outside. The tapping continued, growing more urgent. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light. But the tapping was real, and it wasn't stopping. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my hands shaking. 911. What's your emergency? There's someone at my window, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I live on the 4th floor, and there's no balcony. Please, send someone quickly. The operator assured me that help was on the way and advised me to stay on the line. I sat there, clutching my phone, my eyes glued to the window. The figure outside remained still, the tapping growing softer until it finally stopped. Minutes later, I heard a knock on my door. Police, open up. I rushed to the door and opened it, relieved to see 2 officers standing there. I explained what had happened, and they immediately went to check the window. But when they pulled back the curtains, there was nothing there. No signs of anyone outside. No footprints. Nothing. We'll do a sweep of the building, one of the officers said. Stay inside and lock your door. I nodded, my mind racing. As they left, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I closed and locked the door, then sat down on the couch, trying to calm my nerves. The next morning, I received a call from Mr. Thompson. He apologized for the noise and assured me that he had checked the apartment above mine for C. It was empty. The tenant had moved out just before the lockdown, and no one had been there since. My blood ran cold. If the apartment was empty, then who or what had been making the noise? Over the next few days, things got worse. I started hearing strange noises at all hours, whispers, footsteps, and the occasional tapping on my window. I tried to ignore it, but the fear was always there, gnawing at the edges of my mind. One night I decided to investigate. I waited until the noises started, then grabbed a flashlight and quietly made my way to the apartment above mine. The door to 4 Celsius was slightly ajar, which was odd since it was supposed to be empty. I pushed it open and stepped inside, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The apartment was cold and empty, the air thick with an unpleasant odor. I moved slowly, checking each room, but found nothing out of the ordinary. As I turned to leave, I heard a soft whisper behind me. Help us. I spun around, my flashlight shaking. The room was empty, but the whispering continued, growing louder and more desperate. I backed away, my heart pounding, and stumbled out of the apartment. I ran back to my own apartment, locking the door behind me. The whispers followed me, echoing in my ears. I tried to drown them out with music, but they only grew louder, more insistent, desperate for answers. I did some research on the building. I discovered that years ago there had been a fire in the apartment above mine. A family had lived there, a mother, father, and 2 children. They had all perished in the fire. Their bodies never recovered. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. The noises, the whispers, they were the spirits of the family trapped in the building, trying to reach out for help. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't leave because of the lockdown, and I couldn't stay because of the haunting. The isolation was driving me to the brink of madness. I decided to try and communicate with the spirits, hoping to find some way to help them move on. That night I sat in my living room, the lights dimmed, and called out to the spirits. I know you're here. I want to help you. Please, tell me what you need. The room grew cold, and the whispers started again. This time they were clearer, more coherent. They told me about the fire, about their pain and suffering, and how they couldn't find peace. They needed closure, a proper farewell. I lit a candle and offered a prayer for the family, asking for their souls to find peace. As I did, the room seemed to lighten, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. The whispers grew softer, and the cold receded. That night I slept peacefully for the first time in weeks. The spirits had found some measure of peace, and the haunting had ceased. The lockdown continued, but the fear and isolation were no longer overwhelming. I felt a connection to the family, a sense of having helped them find the peace they deserve. When the lockdown finally ended, I moved out of the apartment, unable to stay in a place with such a dark history. But I'll never forget the experience, the sense of being trapped with restless spirits, and the realization that even in the darkest times, there is always hope. The cabin had been in our family for generations, a secluded retreat nestled deep in the woods, miles away from civilization. It was a place of peace and tranquility, a haven from the chaos of the modern world. I had spent countless summers there as a child, exploring the forest, swimming in the lake, and roasting marshmallows over the campfire. It was a place filled with happy memories, but that changed one fateful weekend. I had recently gone through a rough patch in my life, losing my job, a painful breakup, and the passing of my grandmother, who had always been my rock. Needing a break from it all, I decided to spend a few days at the cabin. It seemed like the perfect place to clear my head and find some solace. I packed my bags and drove up to the cabin, arriving just before dusk. The air was crisp, the scent of pine and earth filling my lungs. The cabin looked just as I remember it, rustic and charming, with a large porch overlooking the forest. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar creak of the wooden floorboards greeting me. I spent the first evening unpacking and getting settled. I lit a fire in the fireplace, cooked a simple meal, and enjoyed the quiet. As night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of crickets and owls. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't felt in months. The next morning, I decided to go for a hike. The forest was beautiful, the trees towering overhead, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. I followed a familiar trail, taking in the sights and sounds of nature. It was rejuvenating, exactly what I needed. As the sun began to set, I headed back to the cabin. I was about halfway there when I noticed something strange, a feeling of being watched. I stopped and looked around, but saw nothing unusual. Shaking off the unease, I continued on my way. That night, as I sat by the fireplace, I heard a noise outside. It was faint at first, a soft rustling, but it grew louder, like footsteps crunching through the leaves. I stood up and peered out the window, but the darkness was impenetrable. I couldn't see anything beyond the porch. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer or a raccoon, but the feeling of being watched persisted. I decided to call it a night and went to bed, hoping a good night's sleep would calm my nerves. I woke up in the middle of the night to a loud bang. My heart raced as I sat up. straining to listen. The cabin was silent, but the feeling of unease was stronger than ever. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously made my way to the living room. The front door was slightly ajar, swinging gently in the breeze. I was certain I had locked it before going to bed. I walked over and closed it, making sure to lock it this time. As I turned around, the flashlight beam caught something on the floor, muddy footprints leading from the door to the fireplace. My blood ran cold. Someone had been inside the cabin. I checked every room, but there was no sign of anyone. The footprints stopped at the fireplace, which was still burning low. I added more wood to the fire, hoping the light would keep whatever or whoever was out there at bay. Sleep was impossible. I sat by the fire, my flashlight in hand, listening to every creak and rustle. The hours dragged on, and just as dawn was breaking, I heard it again, the soft rustling outside, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the porch. Summoning my courage, I opened the front door and stepped outside. The forest was still, the morning light casting long shadows. There was no one there, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I called out, but my voice sounded small and uncertain in the vast silence. I spent the day on edge, trying to shake off the fear. I went for another hike, hoping the exercise would clear my mind, but the sense of being followed never left me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, set my nerves on edge. As night fell, I decided to keep the fire burning bright and stay awake. I sat in the living room, the flashlight and a heavy wrench by my side, listening to the forest outside. The noises started again, faint at first, but growing louder. The footsteps returned, pacing around the cabin, the floorboards creaking under the weight. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight and wrench, flung open the door, and stepped outside, ready to confront whatever was out there. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. "Show yourself." There was no response, just the rustling of leaves. I scanned the area with my flashlight, but saw nothing. The forest was empty, or so it seemed. I took a few steps forward, my heart pounding, and then I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the light. It was tall and thin, its features obscured by shadows. I couldn't make out any details, but I could feel its gaze on me, cold and unblinking. I took a step back, my flashlight trembling in my hand. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It just stood there, watching me. The silence was suffocating, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. I took another step back, and then another, until I was back on the porch. "Stay away from me," I shouted, slamming the door shut and locking it. I sat by the fire, my back against the wall, the flashlight and wrench clutched tightly. The footsteps continued, pacing around the cabin, the figure circling like a predator. I could hear its breathing, slow and deliberate. Just outside the window, the night seemed to stretch on forever. I kept the fire burning, the light flickering against the walls. I must have dozed off at some point, because I woke up to the sound of birds chirping and sunlight streaming through the windows. The footsteps were gone, the forest quiet and peaceful once more. I didn't waste any time. I packed my things, locked up the cabin, and drove away as fast as I could. As I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw the figure standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me leave. I never went back to the cabin. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, waiting. I told my family about what had happened, but they just chalked it up to my overactive imagination and the stress I had been under. Maybe they were right, but I know what I saw, what I felt. The cabin still stands, a silent witness to whatever lurks in those woods. I've heard stories from others, hikers and campers, about strange noises, and eerie feelings. No one has seen the figure, but the sense of being watched is a common theme. I try to move on, to forget that weekend, but the memories are always there, lurking at the edges of my mind. Every time I hear a creak or a rustle, I'm taken back to that cabin, to the figure in the shadows, to the feeling of being watched. And I know, deep down, that some places are better left undisturbed. When I was a student at St. Mary's High School, there were always rumors about the old, unused wing of the building. It was a part of the original structure built in the early 1900s, long abandoned after a newer section was added. The doors were always locked, and it was strictly off-limits to students, but that only added to its allure. Whispers of ghostly apparitions and eerie sounds circulated among us, fueling our teenage curiosity and fear. I never paid much attention to the stories until my senior year. That's when strange things started happening. It began with little incident objects disappearing and reappearing in odd places, lockers slamming shut on their own, and cold spots in the hallways. Most of us laughed it off as pranks or overactive imaginations, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. One Friday afternoon, my friends and I decided to investigate. It was the last day of school before winter break, and the halls were nearly empty. We figured it was the perfect time to explore the forbidden wing. Armed with flashlights and a sense of adventure, we made our way to the old section of the school. The door to the abandoned wing was surprisingly easy to open. The lock was rusted and brittle, and with a bit of force it gave way. We stepped inside, the air instantly cooler and filled with the musty scent of decay. Dust motes danced in the beams of our flashlights as we moved cautiously down the hallway. The old wing was a time capsule of the past, lockers covered in layers of dust, faded posters on the walls, and desks and chairs haphazardly stacked in the classrooms. The further we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew colder, and an eerie silence enveloped us, broken only by our footsteps and the occasional creak of the floorboards. We reached the end of the hallway, where the principal's office used to be. The door was ajar, and as we pushed it open, a chill ran down my spine. The room was untouched, as if frozen in time. Papers were scattered across the desk, and an old rotary phone sat in its cradle. But what caught my eye was a large, dusty mirror hanging on the wall. My friend Mia, always the boldest of the group, walked up to the mirror and wiped away the grime. As she did, her reflection flickered, and for a brief moment I saw another face, a young girl with hollow eyes and a sorrowful expression. I blinked, and she was gone, replaced by Mia's startled reflection. "Did you see that?" Mia asked, her voice trembling. We all nodded, too shocked to speak. The air grew even colder, and I felt a presence in the room watching us. I turned around, my flashlight sweeping the shadows, but there was nothing there. Suddenly the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. We all screamed, our flashlights flickering wildly. The room plunged into darkness, and a chilling wind swept through, rustling the papers and knocking over the chair. The temperature dropped even further, and I could see my breath in the air. Panic set in, and we rushed to the door, pulling and banging on it, but it wouldn't budge. The oppressive feeling grew stronger, and I could hear faint whispers like voices from another time. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a cold hand brush against my arm. "Please, let us out," Mia cried, her voice echoing in the darkness. As if in response, the door slowly creaked open. We didn't waste a second and bolted out of the room, down the hallway, and back to the newer part of the school. We didn't stop running until we were outside. gasping for breath in the crisp winter air. We never spoke about what happened that day, not to each other or anyone else, but the experience haunted me, lingering in my mind like a dark shadow. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had disturbed something in that old wing, something that wasn't meant to be awakened. Years later, after graduating and moving away, I heard that the old wing of St. Mary's was finally demolished. There were no ceremonies, no announcements, just a quiet dismantling of a piece of the school's history. But I knew deep down that the spirits of that place wouldn't be laid to rest so easily. Every now and then I dream of the haunted hallways, the flickering lights, and the sorrowful face in the mirror, and I wonder if, somewhere in the ruins of the old wing, the spirits still linger, waiting for the next group of curious souls to stumble upon their restless domain. It was late, and I was exhausted. My flight had been delayed, and by the time I landed and collected my bags, it was well past midnight. I just wanted to get home, take a hot shower, and crawl into bed. The airport was nearly deserted, and the cold, empty corridors echoed with my footsteps. I pulled out my phone and requested an Uber. Within minutes, I received a notification. My driver, Mark, was on his way. I headed outside to the pickup area, shivering in the cold night air. The streets were eerily quiet. The occasional car passing by, a black sedan, pulled up, and the driver rolled down the window. "David?" he asked. "Yes," I reply, relieved to see him. "Great, hop in," he said with a friendly smile. I threw my bags in the back seat and climbed in. The car was warm, and soft music played from the radio. I buckled my seatbelt and settled in for the ride. Mark was an older man, probably in his late 50s, with graying hair and a kind face. He glanced at me in the rearview mirror as we pulled away from the curb. "Long flight?" he asked. "Yeah, delayed for hours," I said, stifling a yawn. "Sorry to hear that." "We'll get you home in no time," he assured me. The city lights blurred past as we drove through the quiet streets. I closed my eyes, letting the gentle hum of the engine lull me into a half-sleep. But after a while, I noticed something odd. We seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. Double quotes, "Excuse me, but I think you're going the wrong way," I said, sitting up and checking the map on my phone. "Oh, don't worry," Mark replied smoothly. "I know a shortcut. It'll save us some time." I wanted to trust him, but a nagging feeling of unease settled in my stomach. I watched the buildings become fewer and fewer as we drove into a more desolate area of the city. The street lights grew sparse, and the roads became narrower. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked, my voice tinged with worrying. "Absolutely," he said, but there was something in his tone that made my skin crawl. We turned onto a dirt road, and I felt a surge of panic. This wasn't right. "Listen, I really think we should turn around," I insisted, my heart racing. Mark's friendly demeanor shifted. His eyes grew cold, and a sinister smile spread across his face. "Just relax, David. We're almost there." I reached for my phone, but he snatched it from my hand and threw it into the front seat. "You won't be needing that," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. My mind raced, and fear clawed at my throat. I had to get out of there. I glanced around, looking for something to use as a weapon, but the car was spotless, with nothing within reach. As we drove deeper into the darkness, the reality of my situation sank in. I was trapped with no way to call for help. My only chance was to stay calm, look for an opportunity to escape. "Please, just let me go," I pleaded, my voice shaking. Mark laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, we're just getting started," he said, his eyes gleaming with malice. The car came to a stop in front of an old, abandoned warehouse. My heart pounded as Mark got out and walked around to my side. He opened the door, and I seized the moment. I kicked him as hard as I could and bolted out of the car. I ran into the darkness, my breath ragged, my heart pounding. The cold night air burned my lungs, but I didn't stop. I could hear Mark's footsteps behind me, getting closer. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to keep running. I spotted a narrow alleyway and darted into it, hoping to lose him. The alley was dark and filled with debris, but I pressed on, my only thought to get away. I could hear Mark cursing and stumbling behind me. I reached the end of the alley and found myself in a small, empty courtyard. There was nowhere to go. I frantically searched for an escape route, but the high walls and locked gates left me trapped. I turned to face Mark, who was now blocking the entrance, a sinister grin on his face. "You can't run forever," he taunted, stepping closer. Desperation gave me strength. I grabbed a loose brick from the ground and hurled it at him. He dodged it, but it gave me a split second to make a run for it. I sprinted past him, back the way I came, hoping to find another way out. I could hear his footsteps behind me, relentless and determined. I burst out of the alley and onto the main road, frantically waving my arms and shouting for help. A car approached, and I threw myself in front of it, forcing it to stop. The driver, a middle-aged woman, looked at me in shock. "Please help me," I begged, yanking open the door and jumping in. "He's trying to kill me." She glanced past me at Mark, who was standing at the edge of the road, his face twisted with rage. Without a word, she slammed on the gas, and we sped away. I looked back, expecting to see Mark chasing after us, but he was gone. The woman drove me to the nearest police station, where I told my story. The officers were skeptical at first, but when they checked my Uber account and found Mark's details, their expressions changed. They launched an investigation and discovered that Mark wasn't an Uber driver at all. He had somehow hacked into the system and posed as one, targeting unsuspecting passengers. There had been other reports of similar incidents, but none as terrifying as mine. The police eventually found the abandoned warehouse, but Mark was nowhere to be seen. They warned me to be cautious and assured me they were doing everything they could to catch him. But I knew deep down that he was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. The experience left me traumatized. I couldn't shake the memory of Mark's cold, predatory eyes and the feeling of being hunted. I stopped using ride-sharing services and became hypervigilant, always looking over my shoulder. Months passed, and life slowly returned to normal, but the fear never fully went away. Every time I stepped outside at night, I felt a chill, a reminder of that terrifying midnight ride to nowhere. And I knew, in the back of my mind, that Mark was still out there, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. I had always been a skeptic, dismissing supernatural stories and conspiracies as mere figments of imagination. But that changed the night I stumbled upon something far more sinister than I could have ever imagined. It started with an innocuous invitation to a friend's wedding in a small, remote town called Hollow Creek. The town was picturesque, with charming cottages and scenic views, but there was an undercurrent of unease among the locals. They spoke in hushed tones about the old church on the edge of town, a place most avoided. My friend, Jessica, had moved to Hollow Creek a few months prior and had invited me to her wedding. Curious about her new life and eager to catch up, I accepted the invitation. When I arrived, I was struck by the town's eerie tranquility. The wedding was lovely, a small gathering of close friends and family. But as the evening progressed, Jessica's behavior became increasingly peculiar. During the reception, Jessica pulled me aside, her face pale. "There's something I need to tell you," she whispered urgently. "I've been seeing things, strange things, people watching me. I don't know who to trust anymore." Before I could ask for more details, Jessica's fiancé, a man named Andrew, intervened. "Everything's fine, Jess, you're just stressed. Let's not worry about it tonight." The evening ended without incident, but Jessica's words haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The next day, I decided to investigate the church that everyone seemed so wary of. It was an old, Gothic structure, its stone walls covered in creeping ivy. The door was ajar, and I pushed it open, stepping inside. The interior was dimly lit, with shafts of sunlight piercing through the stained glass windows. Dust motes floated in the air, and the silence was palpable. I wandered through the main hall, taking in the dusty pews and the altar at the far end. It was then that I noticed a strange symbol etched into the floor in front of the altar, a complex, interlocking pattern of circles and runes. I was about to leave when I heard a noise from the back room. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached the source of the sound. As I neared the door, I heard muffled voices chanting, rhythmic and hypnotic. My heart raced, but I pushed the door open just a crack. Inside, I saw a group of people gathered around an altar, dressed in dark robes. They were chanting in an unfamiliar language, their voices blending into a haunting melody. In the center of the room was a large, ornate book, open to a page filled with more strange symbols. I was about to retreat when one of the robed figures turned and looked directly at me. Their eyes were voids of darkness, and a shiver ran down my spine. I backed away slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible. As I turned to leave, I bumped into a stack of crates, causing a loud crash. The chanting stopped abruptly. I bolted out of the church, my heart pounding. I raced back to the wedding reception, only to find that Jessica and Andrew were nowhere to be seen. I asked around, but no one seemed to know where they had gone. Panic set in as I realized I might be too late to help her. I spent the next few hours searching for any sign of Jessica. I checked the local and the town's small shops, and even knocked on a few doors, but no one had seen her. As night fell, I returned to the church, driven by a sense of urgency. The building was dark and silent, the door now securely shut. Desperate, I searched for another way in. I found a small window at the back of the church, barely large enough for me to squeeze through. I slipped inside, landing softly on the dusty floor. The chanting had resumed, louder and more fervent than before. I crept toward the back room and peered through a crack in the door. The cult members were still there, their ritual in full swing. Jessica was bound to the altar, her eyes wide with fear. Andrew stood among the robed figures, his face a mask of cold determination. I realized that the ritual was not just a random act of craziness, it was a sacrificial ceremony, and Jessica was the intended victim. My blood ran cold as I understood the gravity of the situation. I had to do something, but what? I spotted a metal pipe lying in the corner of the room. With trembling hands, I picked it up and readied myself. As I pushed open the door, I shouted, "Let her go." The cult members turned in surprise, and Andrew's face twisted into a snarl. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice cold and menacing. I swung the pipe at the nearest cult member, hitting him squarely. The room erupted into chaos as the cult members scrambled to defend themselves. I fought my way through, doing my best to avoid the blows aimed at me. I reached Jessica and quickly untied her, pulling her off the altar. "Run," I shouted, guiding her toward the window. We squeezed through and dropped down to the ground outside. I helped her to her feet, and we ran through the darkened streets, not stopping until we were safely away from the church. We made our way to the local police station, where we reported the incident. The officers were skeptical but agreed to investigate. They found the church abandoned with no sign of the cult members or Andrew. Despite their efforts, they couldn't find any trace of them, and the case went cold. Jessica and I left Hollow Creek the next morning. The experience had left us both shaken, and we vowed never to return. The memory of the darkened church, the chanting, and the cold eyes of the cult members haunted me. Years later, I still think about that night. I wonder if the cult members ever resurfaced or if they vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only whispers of their dark rituals. One thing is certain, the cult of the Forgotten Hollow will always remain a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurk beyond the veil of normalcy. Hollywood is a place of dreams, glamour, and fame. It's where stars are born and legends are made. But beneath the glitz and glamour, there lies a darker side, one that even the brightest stars cannot escape. This is the story of a renowned actress who encountered something far more terrifying than the pressures of fame. Jennifer Hart was at the peak of her career. With multiple blockbuster movies and a string of awards, she was living the dream. Her talent and beauty had made her a household name, and she was beloved by fans worldwide. Despite her success, Jennifer craved privacy and solace away from the public eye. She found it in an old mansion tucked away in the Hollywood Hills, a secluded retreat where she could escape the constant scrutiny. The mansion was a stunning piece of architecture with sprawling gardens and a view of the city that was unparalleled. It had been vacant for years, but Jennifer was drawn to its charm and history. She purchased the property and moved in, excited to make it her sanctuary. It wasn't long before Jennifer began to notice strange occurrences. At first, there were subtle a flickering light, a cold draft in the hallways, and the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the empty rooms. She dismissed these as quirks of an old house, but the incidents grew more frequent and unnerving. One evening, after a long day on set, Jennifer returned home to find her bedroom door wide open. She was certain she had closed it before leaving. She entered the room cautiously, her heart pounding. The room was exactly as she had left it, except for one thing. A photo of her late grandmother that she kept on her nightstand was now lying face down on the floor. Jennifer felt a chill run down her spine. She picked up the photo and placed it back on the nightstand, trying to convince herself it had been knocked over by a draft. But as the days went by, more objects began to move on their own. Books would fall off shelves, lights would turn on and off, and doors would creak open without explanation. One night, Jennifer was awoken by a soft whispering sound. She sat up in bed, straining to hear. The whispers were faint but distinct, coming from the hallway outside her bedroom. She grabbed her phone and turned on the flashlight, stepping cautiously into the hall. The whispers stopped abruptly, and the air grew cold. She could see her breath misting in front of her. As she turned to go back to bed, she saw a shadow move at the end of the hallway. It was tall and human-like, but there was something off about it. The figure seemed to flicker in and out of existence, like a glitch in a film reel. Jennifer's heart raced as she called out, "Who's there?" There was no response. The shadow vanished, and the house fell silent once more. Jennifer retreated to her bedroom, locking the door behind her. She lay awake for the rest of the night, her mind racing with fear and confusion. The following day, she decided to confide in her close friend, Rachel, who had a keen interest in the paranormal. Rachel suggested bringing in a professional to investigate the house. Skeptical but desperate for answers, Jennifer agreed. The paranormal investigator, a man named Dr. Andrew Collins, arrived the next day. He was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor, had an air of authority. He brought with him an array of equipment, cameras, audio recorders, and electromagnetic field detectors. He conducted a thorough investigation of the mansion, spending hours in each room searching for signs of paranormal activity. As night fell, Dr. Collins set up cameras and recorders throughout the house. He explained to Jennifer that they would leave the equipment running overnight and review the footage in the morning. Jennifer agreed, though the thought of spending another night in the house filled her with dread. That night, Jennifer experienced the most terrifying encounter yet. She was lying in bed, trying to sleep, when she felt a sudden pressure on her chest, as if something heavy was pressing down on her. She tried to move, but found herself paralyzed. Panic set in as she struggled to breathe. The room grew colder, and she heard the whispers again, this time right next to her ear. Through sheer willpower, she managed to break free from the paralysis and bolted upright. The pressure lifted, and the whispers stopped. She turned on every light in the room, her hands trembling. She spent the rest of the night sitting on her bed, clutching her phone and waiting for morning to come. Dr. Collins returned the next day to review the footage. As they watched the recordings, they saw several unexplained phenomena, doors opening and closing on their own, shadowy figures moving through the rooms, and disembodied voices captured on the audio recorders. One piece of footage showed the shadowy figure standing at the foot of Jennifer's bed, watching her as she slept. Dr. Collins concluded that the mansion was indeed haunted, likely by multiple spirits. He believed that the activity might be linked to the property's history, stories of tragic deaths, and unresolved grievances. He suggested a cleansing ritual to help put the spirits to rest. With the help of a local spiritualist, Jennifer and Dr. Collins performed the ritual. They burned sage, recited prayers, and invited the spirits to move on to the next realm. The activity in the house decreased significantly, and Jennifer finally began to feel at peace in her home. Despite the frightening experiences, Jennifer chose to stay in the mansion. She believed that the spirits had been seeking attention, and now that their stories had been acknowledged, they could rest. The mansion became her sanctuary once more, a place where she could find solace and inspiration. Jennifer's story became a topic of fascination among her fans and the media, but she rarely spoke about it in detail. It was a deeply personal experience that had changed her perspective on life and the unknown. She continued to live in the mansion, cherishing its history and the sense of peace that had finally settled over it. The Hollywood Hills mansion, once a place of fear and uncertainty, became a symbol of resilience and understanding. Jennifer learned to embrace the mysteries of the world and found a deeper connection to the past and the spirits that inhabit it. Her encounter with the supernatural had transformed her, leaving her with a profound respect for the unseen forces that shape our lives. The year was 2020, and the world had come to a standstill. The pandemic had locked us all indoors, and the only sounds outside were the occasional sirens and the eerie silence of deserted streets. I was a nurse working at Willow Creek Hospital, a place that had quickly become a front-line battleground against the virus. The hospital was always busy, but during the lockdown, it took on a different, more sinister atmosphere. I remember that night vividly. The hospital was unusually quiet, almost deserted. We were operating with a skeleton crew due to the virus, and the few patients we had were spread out across different wings to prevent the spread of infection. I was on the night shift, assigned to the old, nearly abandoned wing of the hospital, which was used as an overflow area for non-COVID patients. The old wing had always creeped me out. It was built in the early 1900s, and the outdated architecture and flickering lights gave it an unsettling vibe. The patients housed there were mostly elderly, and many rooms were empty, their beds covered in dust sheets. It felt like walking through a ghost town. My shift started normally enough. I checked on my patients, administered medication, and completed my rounds. Around midnight, as I was making my way down the dimly lit corridor, I heard a faint, muffled cry. It was coming from one of the empty rooms. I hesitated for a moment, then steeled myself and walked towards the sound. The door to room 13 was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was dark, the only light coming from the hallway. I called out, but there was no response. I checked the corners and the bathroom, but it was empty. I chalked it up to my imagination and closed the door. As I continued my rounds, the feeling of unease grew. The hospital seemed to be playing tricks on me, lights flickering, shadows moving at the edge of my vision, and the constant sense of being watched. I tried to shake it off, focusing on my work. Around 2 a.m., I decided to take a break. I made my way to the break room, which was at the far end of the old wing. The corridors were eerily silent, the only sound being the echo of my footsteps. As I approached the break room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure was standing at the end of the hallway just beyond the reach of the flickering lights. It was a woman, her long hair hanging down her face, dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned nurse's uniform. She was standing perfectly still, watching me. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. The woman didn't respond. She just stood there, her head tilted slightly to one side. I took a step forward, but she vanished into thin air, as if she had never been there at all. I felt a chill run down my spine. I quickly turned and hurried back to the nurse's station, my heart pounding in my chest. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I decided to check on my patients again, hoping the routine would calm my nerves. As I entered one of the rooms, I found an elderly woman, Mrs. Thompson, sitting up in bed, her eyes wide with fear. "What's wrong, Mrs. Thompson?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "There was a woman in my room," she whispered, her voice trembling. She was standing at the foot of my bed, just staring at me. A shiver ran through me. "Did she say anything?" Mrs. Thompson shook her head. "No, she just stood there, and then she disappeared." I reassured her as best as I could, but my mind was racing. Was the figure I saw the same one Mrs. Thompson described? I decided to keep an eye on her room for the rest of the night, but nothing else happened. The next night, I was back on duty in the old wing. The sense of unease had only grown stronger, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. Around midnight, I heard the muffled cry again, this time from room 9. I rushed to the room and found it empty, just like before. As I stood there, the temperature in the room seemed to drop, and I felt a cold breeze brush past me. I turned to leave, and that's when I saw her again, the same woman, standing at the end of the hallway, watching me. This time I didn't wait to see if she would vanish. I ran back to the nurse's station, my heart pounding. I wasn't the only one experiencing strange things. My colleagues reported seeing shadowy figures, hearing disembodied voices, and feeling sudden drops in temperature. The old wing had a reputation for being haunted, but most of us had dismissed it as superstition until now. One night I was on my break when I heard a loud crash coming from the storage room. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously made my way there. The door was slightly open, and as I pushed it wider, I saw the shelves had collapsed, scattering medical supplies across the floor. As I started to clean up, I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I spun around, but there was no one there. My flashlight flickered, and for a brief moment I saw the woman's face veil with hollow eyes inches from mine. Then she was gone, and the room was silent. I reported the incidents to my supervisor, but they were skeptical. They suggested it was the stress of working during the pandemic, combined with the old wing's creepy atmosphere. But I knew what I had seen, and so did my colleagues. We started sharing our experiences, piecing together the story of the ghostly nurse. According to hospital legend, she was a nurse who had worked at Willow Creek during the Spanish flu pandemic in 1918. She had succumbed to the virus, but her spirit never left the hospital. She was said to roam the old wing, watching over patients and staff. We decided to do something about it. One of my colleagues, Sarah, suggested holding a small ceremony to acknowledge the ghost and offer peace. We gathered in the old wing one night, armed with candles and a sense of solidarity. We lit the candles and placed them in a circle, standing together in the flickering light. Sarah spoke softly, addressing the ghost. "We know you're here. We acknowledge your presence and the sacrifices you made. We're asking you to find peace and let us continue our work without fear." For a moment, the air grew colder, and the candles flickered violently. Then, slowly, the temperature returned to normal, and the candles burned steadily. We stood there in silence, feeling a sense of calm wash over us. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences in the old wing lessened. The ghostly sightings became rare, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. It was as if the spirit had found some measure of peace, and we were able to carry on our work without fear. The lockdown eventually ended, and life at Willow Creek Hospital returned to a new kind of normal. But I will never forget those nights in the old wing and the ghostly nurse who watched over us. She remains a reminder of the past and the sacrifices made by those who came before us. It all started with an antique shop on the edge of town, a place filled with curiosities and relics from bygone eras. I had always been drawn to such places, fascinated by the stories each item seemed to whisper. On a lazy Saturday afternoon, I decided to explore the shop, unaware that my life was about to change in ways I could never have imagined. The shop was a treasure trove of oddities, dusty books, old paintings, and peculiar trinkets. As I wandered through the aisles, an ornate amulet caught my eye. It was a beautiful piece, made of silver and adorned with intricate carvings and a large, deep blue gemstone at its center. There was something mesmerizing about it, a sense of power that seemed to emanate from the very core of the gem. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a knowing smile, noticed my interest. "Ah, you found the amulet," he said. "It's a very special piece, with a long and mysterious history." I asked him to tell me more, and he shared a tale that seemed straight out of a fairy tale. According to the legend, the amulet had been crafted by a sorcerer centuries ago. It was said to possess great power, but it came with a curse. Anyone who wore it would be granted their deepest desire, but at a terrible cost. Intrigued and undeterred by the warning, I decided to buy the amulet. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, as if considering whether to dissuade me, but ultimately he relented and wrapped it up for me. As I left the shop, he called out, "Be careful what you wish for." That evening I examined the amulet more closely, admiring its craftsmanship. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was meant for me, that it had somehow found its way into my life for a reason. With a mix of curiosity and skepticism, I decided to wear it, hoping that the legend was true and that it would bring some excitement into my life. The change was almost immediate. I began to experience an uncanny string of good luck, unexpected promotions at work, financial windfalls, and even a chance encounter with someone I had long admired. It seemed as though my deepest desires were indeed being fulfilled, and I couldn't have been happier. But soon the darker side of the curse began to reveal itself. It started with small, unsettling occurrences, items disappearing from my home, strange noises in the middle of the night, and a sense of being watched. I dismissed these as coincidences, but as time went on, the incidents grew more disturbing. One night I was jolted awake by the sound of someone whispering my name. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and saw a shadowy figure standing at the foot of my bed. The figure was indistinct, a mass of darkness that seemed to shift and flicker. I reached for the light, but the figure vanished before I could illuminate the room. The next morning I found scratches on the walls and furniture, as if something with claws had been trying to get in. My once peaceful home now felt like a haunted house, filled with an oppressive sense of dread. I realized that the amulet's power came with the price. A malevolent force had been unleashed, and it was growing stronger. Desperate to rid myself of the curse, I returned to the antique shop, hoping the shopkeeper could help. But when I arrived, I found the shop closed and boarded up. It was as if it had never existed. Panic set in as I realized I was on my own. I began to research the amulet's history, hoping to find a way to break the curse. I discovered stories of others who had worn it, each tale ending in tragedy. It seemed that the only way to break the curse was to pass the amulet on to someone else, but I couldn't bring myself to condemn another person to the same fate. As the days turned into weeks, the malevolent presence grew more aggressive. It tormented me relentlessly, whispering dark thoughts and filling my dreams with nightmares. I became a shell of my former self, constantly on edge and consumed by fear. In my darkest moment, I decided to seek the help of a renowned spiritualist known for her ability to banish evil spirits and break curses. She agreed to see me and instructed me to bring the amulet to her. The spiritualist's home was filled with the scent of burning sage and candles, creating an atmosphere of calm and protection. She examined the amulet carefully, her expression grave. "This is a powerful artifact," she said, "but it is tainted by dark magic. We must perform a cleansing ritual to break the curse." The ritual was elaborate and intense, involving chants, herbs, and sacred symbols. As the spiritualist worked, I felt a sense of hope for the first time in weeks. The air grew heavy with energy, and the amulet began to vibrate in her hands. The room filled with an otherworldly light, and I felt the oppressive presence lift. When the ritual was complete, the spiritualist handed me the amulet, now cleansed of its dark power. "The curse is broken," she said, "but you must never wear this amulet again. Its power is too dangerous." I thanked her profusely and left, feeling a weight lifted from my shoulders. I buried the amulet deep in the woods, far away from anyone who might find it. My life slowly returned to normal, the dark presence gone and my home peaceful once more. The experience left me with a profound respect for the unseen forces that shape our world. I had learned the hard way that some desires come at too high a cost, and that true happiness cannot be bought with shortcuts or dark magic. I often think back to that fateful day in the antique shop and the shopkeeper's warning, "Be careful what you wish for." It's a lesson I will never forget, a reminder that some doors should remain closed and some relics should stay buried. The dense forest of Pine Hollow was known for its tranquility, a sanctuary for those seeking solace in nature's embrace. But it also held secrets, whispered among the rustling leaves and the ancient trees that towered over the winding paths. My name is Ethan, and my friends and I discovered the dark heart of Pine Hollow in the summer of 2018. It was a spontaneous trip, one we had planned during a late-night conversation filled with laughter and beer. I was joined by my girlfriend, Lisa, and our close friends, Mark and Jenna. We packed our camping gear and drove to Pine Hollow, eager to escape the city's noise and stress. Little did we know we were heading straight into a nightmare. The first day was perfect. We set up our campsite near a serene lake, the water reflecting the clear blue sky. We spent the day hiking, swimming, and enjoying each other's company. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, a soothing symphony that lulled us into a false sense of security. It was around midnight when we first heard a distant, mournful wail that echoed through the trees. We fell silent, listening intently. "What was that?" Jen asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Probably just an animal," Mark replied, though he didn't sound convinced. We tried to brush it off, but the eerie sound had unsettled us. We decided to call it a night and retreated to our tents. Sleep did not come easily. The forest, which had seemed so inviting during the day, now felt oppressive and sinister. Every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig outside our tent made my heart race. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it again, the wail, closer this time, followed by the sound of footsteps crunching on the forest floor. I sat up, my pulse quickening. "Lisa, did you hear that?" She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "Ethan, I think someone's out there." I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the surrounding trees. I saw nothing but shadows. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small in the vastness of the forest. There was no response, just the whispering wind and the distant call of an owl. I returned to the tent, trying to convince myself it was just our imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The next morning, we found strange footprints around our campsite. They were large, with a peculiar, almost human-like shape, but distorted and elongated. "What the hell made these?" Mark muttered, examining the prints. "I don't know, but I don't like it," Lisa replied, her voice shaky. We decided to cut our trip short and head back. As we packed our gear, a sense of urgency drove us to move quickly. The forest, once a place of beauty and peace, now felt like a trap. We set off on the trail back to our car, but something was off. The path seemed different, the landmarks unfamiliar. It was as if the forest had shifted, leading us deeper instead of out. Panic set in as we realized we were lost. "We must have taken a wrong turn," Jenna said, trying to stay calm. "Let's retrace our steps." We backtracked, but the trail continued to elude us. Hours passed, and the sun began to set, casting long shadows that twisted and danced among the trees. Exhausted and scared, we decided to set up camp for the night and try again in the morning. As darkness enveloped us, the forest came alive with unsettling sounds. The wail we had heard the previous night returned, louder and more insistent. It was followed by whispers, indistinguishable yet chilling, as if the trees themselves were speaking to us. We huddled around the campfire, the flickering flames our only protection against the encroaching darkness. "This place is cursed," Mark said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We need to get out of here." Just as he finished speaking, the fire abruptly died, plunging us into darkness. The temperature dropped, and a thick fog rolled in, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. We could barely see each other, let alone the forest around us. Then we saw them shadowy figures moving through the fog, their forms indistinct, but undeniably human. They circled our campsite, their movements slow and deliberate. We heard the footsteps again, crunching on the forest floor, accompanied by that dreadful wail. Lisa clutched my arm, her grip tight. "Ethan, what are those?" "I don't know," I replied, my voice trembling. "But we need to stay together." The figures drew closer, and I realized they weren't walking, they were gliding, as if floating above the ground. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and their faces were twisted into grotesque masks of anguish. One of the figures reached out towards us, and I felt a wave of cold wash over me. I stumbled back, pulling Lisa with me. "Run," I shouted, and we bolted into the forest, leaving our gear behind. We ran blindly through the fog, branches tearing at our clothes and skin. The wails and whispers followed us, growing louder and more frantic. I could hear Lisa sobbing beside me, but we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. After what felt like hours, we burst out of the fog and into a clearing. The moonlight illuminated a small, dilapidated cabin at the center. Desperate for shelter, we rushed inside and barricaded the door. The cabin was old and abandoned, filled with dust and cobwebs, but it offered a temporary respite from the horrors outside. We collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. "What the hell is happening?" Jenna cried, her face pale with terror. "I don't know," I replied, trying to steady my voice. "But we need to find a way out of this forest." Mark looked out the window, his eyes scanning the tree line. "Do you think those things will follow us here?" "I don't know," I said, "but we can't stay here forever." We decided to take turns keeping watch while the others rested. I volunteered for the first shift, my eyes fixed on the door, my ears straining for any sound. The hours dragged by, and I fought to stay awake. Just before dawn, I heard a noise outside the cabin, a faint, rhythmic tapping. I peered through a crack in the door and saw one of the figures standing just outside, its eyes glowing in the pre-dawn light. It raised a hand and tapped on the door again, a slow, deliberate knock. I backed away, my heart pounding. "Wake up, we need to go now." The others stirred, their faces etched with fear. We gathered what little strength we had left and prepared to make a run for it. As we unblocked the door, the tapping stopped, and the figure vanished. We stepped outside, the first light of dawn breaking through the trees. The fog had lifted, and the forest seemed almost normal again. We set off at a brisk pace, determined to find the main trail. Hours later, we finally stumbled upon a familiar path. Relief washed over us as we realized we were close to the edge of the forest. We quickened our pace, the sense of dread lifting with each step. When we reached our car, we were exhausted but grateful to be alive. We left Pine Hollow without looking back, the memory of that night seared into our minds. To this day, I don't know what we encountered in Pine Hollow. Were they spirits of the forest, or something else entirely? All I know is that the forest holds its secrets closely, and some trails are best left unexplored. It was my first week on the night shift at St. Mary's Hospital, a sprawling old building with a long history. As a new nurse, I was eager to prove myself, but I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that seemed to hang in the air. The hospital had its fair share of ghost stories, and I had heard enough from my colleagues to know that Ward 13 was at the center of many of them. Ward 13 was located in the oldest part of the hospital, a section that had been in use since the early 1900s. It was seldom used now, only open when the hospital was at full capacity. The patients assigned to Ward 13 were often those in long-term care, people who were too ill or injured to be transferred elsewhere. That night the ward was home to only a handful of patients, all of whom were in critical condition. I was assigned to Ward 13 along with two other nurses, Maria and David, as the night wore on. We took turns checking on the patients, administering medication, and ensuring that everything was in order. The atmosphere in the ward was eerie, the dim lighting casting long shadows on the walls. Around midnight I heard the sound of soft crying coming from one of the rooms. I assumed it was one of the patients and went to check. The room was empty, the bed neatly made, and the monitors silent. The crying continued, faint but persistent. I followed the sound down the hallway, but it seemed to vanish into thin air. I returned to the nurse's station. Puzzled, Maria was there, reading a book. "Did you hear that?" I asked her. "Hear what?" she replied. Looking up the crying, I said, "It was coming from one of the rooms, but there was no one there." Maria's expression darkened. "Oh, that. We've all heard it at some point. They say it's the ghost of a patient who died here years ago, still crying for help." I felt a chill run down my spine. I had always been skeptical of ghost stories, but the crying had sounded so real. I tried to push the thought out of my mind and focus on my work. Later that night, I was making my rounds when I heard a strange noise coming from the end of the hallway. It was a faint tapping sound, rhythmic and insistent. I walked toward the sound, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. The tapping grew louder as I approached room 13, a room that had been empty for months. I hesitated at the door, my heart pounding. Taking a deep breath, I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was dark, the only light coming from the hallway behind me. The tapping had stopped, and the room was silent. I turned to leave when I noticed something strange, a set of footprints on the dusty floor, leading from the bed to the window and back again. I bent down to examine the footprints more closely. They were small, like those of a child. I stood up quickly, a sense of unease creeping over me. The hospital had no pediatric ward, and there were no children in the building. I left the room, closing the door firmly behind me. Back at the nurse's station, I told David about the footprints. He frowned, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. "There's something you should know," he said quietly. "Years ago, a little girl died in that room. She had a rare disease, and her parents were with her every night, holding her hand. After she passed, the room was sealed off for a long time. But sometimes people say they see her footprints or hear her laughter." I stared at him, trying to process what he had just told me. The logical part of my mind refused to believe it, but the evidence was hard to ignore. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The following night I was again assigned to Ward 13. I was on edge, every nose and shadow making me jump. Around 2 a.m. the power went out, plunging the ward into darkness. The emergency lights flickered on, casting an eerie glow over the corridor. I heard the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming toward the nurse's station. I called out, thinking it was one of the other nurses, but there was no response. The footsteps grew louder, and I saw a figure approaching a man in an old-fashioned hospital gown, his face pale and eyes hollow. I froze. Unable to move or speak, the figure stopped a few feet away from me, staring with a blank expression. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he vanished. The power came back on, and the corridor was empty. I ran to find Maria and David, both of whom looked equally shaken. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice trembling. Maria nodded. We all saw it. "That was Dr. Reynolds. He was a surgeon here years ago, known for his unorthodox methods. He disappeared one night, and his body was never found. Some say he still wanders the halls, looking for his lost patients." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The rational part of my mind struggled to make sense of it, but the evidence was undeniable. We spent the rest of the night together, too afraid to be alone. In the days that followed, I researched the history of Ward 13. I found records of numerous unexplained deaths, disappearances, and ghost sightings. It seemed that the ward had been cursed from the beginning, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin. I continued to work at St. Mary's, but I avoided Ward 13 whenever possible. The experiences I had there left a lasting impression on me, a reminder that some places are touched by forces beyond our understanding. To this day, the haunting of Ward 13 remains one of the most chilling experiences of my life. The hospital is still in operation, and Ward 13 is still used when necessary, but those who work there know to tread carefully, for the spirits of the past are never far away, waiting in the shadows, ready to make their presence known. I've always been a horror movie enthusiast. There's something exhilarating about the thrill of a good scare, the way it sends shivers down your spine and keeps you on the edge of your seat. So when I heard about a special screening of a supposedly cursed film at the old Regal Theater, I couldn't resist. I convinced my friends Alex, Megan, and Chris to join me. We didn't know that night would change our lives forever. The Regal Theater was a relic of the past, an Art Deco building with a history of ghost sightings and strange occurrences. It had been closed for years, only reopening for special events like this one. The film being screened was an obscure 1970s horror movie called The Haunting of Blackwood Manor. Rumor had it that everyone involved in the production had met untimely deaths, and the film itself was said to be cursed. We arrived at the theater just before midnight. The marquee, dimly lit and flickering, gave the place an eerie ambience. A small crowd had gathered, most of them horror aficionados like us. The air was thick with anticipation and a hint of fear. Inside, the theater was just as I imagined, old, musty, and full of character. The seats were worn, the screen slightly yellowed with age, but it added to the charm. We found seats near the middle, the perfect spot to fully immerse ourselves in the experience. As the lights dimmed and the projector whirred to life, a hush fell over the audience. The opening credits rolled, accompanied by a haunting melody that set the tone for what was to come. The film was a slow burn, the tension building with every scene. It told the story of a family tormented by malevolent spirits in their ancestral home, Blackwood Manor. Halfway through the film, strange things started happening. It began subtly, an odd flicker on the screen, a cold draft that seemed to come from nowhere. I shrug it off as part of the theater's old charm, but then the shadows in the film seemed to move independently of the characters, stretching and twisting in unnatural ways. I glanced at my friends. Alex looked intrigued. Megan seemed nervous, and Chris had a skeptical smirk. "Just special effects," Chris whispered, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. As the movie reached its climax, the temperature in the theater dropped noticeably. My breath fogged in the cold air, and I could see the same mist forming in front of my friends. Suddenly, the screen went black. The projector had stopped, leaving us in pitch darkness. A murmur of confusion rippled through the audience. "Technical difficulties," someone suggested, but their voice was drowned out by the sound of heavy footsteps echoing through the theater. I turned to look, but saw nothing. The footsteps grew louder, closer, accompanied by whispers that seemed to come from all directions. Panic set in. People began to fidget in their seats, some getting up to leave. But the doors wouldn't budge, no matter how hard they pushed. The whispers grew louder, turning into a cacophony of voices, each one more frantic and desperate than the last. Suddenly, the screen flickered back to life, but instead of the movie, it showed the audience. The grainy, black and white image revealed us sitting in the theater, our expressions frozen in fear. It was like watching ourselves from the perspective of some unseen observer. Then the camera panned to the back of the theater, where a dark figure stood. It was tall and shadowy, its features obscured. The figure moved closer, the camera following its every step. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized it was heading straight for us. The figure stopped just behind the last row of seats. It reached out a skeletal hand, and the lights flickered on, revealing the figure standing in the aisle right in front of us. Gasps and screams filled the air as the figure vanished, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread. The screen cut to black again, and the whispers returned, louder and more menacing. I grabbed Megan's hand, my own trembling. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice barely audible over the noise. Alex and Chris nodded, and we made our way to the nearest exit. This time the door gave way, and we stumbled out into the night. The cold air was a welcome relief, but the sense of being watched didn't leave us. We hurried to the car, our footsteps echoing in the empty streets. As we drove away, the theater loomed in the rearview mirror, its marquee now dark. None of us spoke, the weight of what we had experienced hanging heavily in the silence. In the days that followed, strange things continued to happen. At home, objects moved on their own, lights flickered, and we all had the same recurring nightmare. The dark figure standing at the foot of our beds, watching us with hollow eyes. Desperate, we sought out answers. We found an old article about the film and the supposed curse. It mentioned a seance conducted during the movie's production, an attempt to summon spirits for authenticity. The seance had gone horribly wrong, unleashing something dark and malevolent. Determined to break the curse, we decided to perform a cleansing ritual, hoping to banish whatever we had awakened. We gathered at my place, armed with sage, candles, and a sense of desperation. Following instructions we found online, we chanted incantations, the smoke of the burning sage filling the room. For a moment it seemed to work. The air felt lighter, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. But then the candles flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. The whispers returned, louder and more furious than ever. In the flickering light of a single match, we saw the dark figure standing in the corner of the room. It moved closer, its presence suffocating. We held hands, continuing to chant, our voices trembling with fear. The figure stopped, its hollow eyes fixed on us. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, with a final, guttural whisper, it vanished. The candles flared back to life, and the room was silent. We sat there, breathing heavily, unsure if we had truly succeeded. But over the next few days, the strange occurrences stopped. The nightmares faded, and the sense of being watched disappeared. We never spoke of that night again. The experience left us shaken, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the unknown. I still love horror movies, but now I'm more careful about what I watch and where. The curse of the haunting of Blackwood Manor taught me that some things are best left in the shadows. The life of a celebrity is often envied by many a world of glamour, fame, and fortune. But beneath the glitzy facade, there are moments of unspeakable terror that even the brightest stars cannot escape. This is the story of Thomas Parker, an acclaimed actor known for his powerful performances and charismatic presence, who faced a horror that left him forever changed. Thomas Parker was at the pinnacle of his career. With numerous awards and a legion of devoted fans, he was a household name. His latest project was a highly anticipated play, a revival of a classic tragedy set to open at the historic Grand Royal Theatre. The theatre, built in the early 1900s, was renowned for its grandeur and rich history. It was also rumored to be haunted. The cast and crew of the play were abuzz with excitement as they prepared for the opening night. Rehearsals went on late into the night, and Thomas often stayed behind to perfect his scenes. The theater's atmosphere, with its ornate architecture and dim lighting, only added to the sense of mystery and intrigue. One evening, as Thomas was rehearsing alone on stage, he felt a sudden chill in the air. The temperature seemed to drop drastically, and he could see his breath misting in front of him. He dismissed it as a draft, though the feeling of being watched lingered. As he continued his monologue, he heard a faint whispering sound. It was barely audible, like the rustling of leaves, but it grew louder and more distinct. He stopped, listening intently, but the whispering ceased. Shaking off his unease, he resumed his practice, only to be interrupted again by the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty auditorium. Thomas scanned the dark rows of seats, but there was no one there. The footsteps seemed to move closer, growing louder with each step. His heart pounded as he called out, "Who's there?" But the only response was silence. Determined to ignore the strange occurrences, Thomas continued his rehearsals in the days leading up to the opening night. However, the disturbances became more frequent and unnerving. Props would move on their own, lights would flicker, and shadows would flit across the stage. The cast and crew began to whisper about the theater's ghost, a legend that had persisted for decades. The story went that the Grand Royal was haunted by the spirit of a former actor, Edward Hawthorne, who had died tragically on stage during a performance. It was said that his restless spirit still roamed the theater, seeking revenge for his untimely death. Many claim to have seen his apparition or heard his anguished cries echoing through the halls. Opening night arrived, and the theater was packed with eager spectators. Thomas stood backstage, trying to calm his nerves. As the curtain rose, he stepped onto the stage, delivering his lines with his usual brilliance. The audience was captivated, hanging on his every word. But as the play progressed, Thomas began to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. The air grew thick, and he could hear the whispering again, louder and more insistent. His fellow actors seemed oblivious, their performances unaffected by the growing tension. During a particularly intense scene, Thomas felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if an invisible hand had reached out and grabbed him. He gasped, clutching his chest, and stumbled backward. The audience watched in stunned silence, unsure if this was part of the performance. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared on stage beside Thomas. It was a translucent form, dressed in old-fashioned clothing, with a look of anguish on its face. The figure reached out toward Thomas, its eyes filled with sorrow and rage. The audience gasped, some screaming, as the apparition vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Thomas collapsed to the floor, the pain in his chest unbearable. The curtain fell, and the cast and crew rushed to his aid. He was taken to the hospital, where doctors determined that he had suffered a heart attack. The incident was attributed to the stress of opening night, but Thomas knew better. During his recovery, Thomas couldn't shake the image of the ghostly figure. He began to research the history of the Grand Royal Theatre, uncovering more about Edward Hawthorne's tragic end. Hawthorne had been a talented actor whose career was cut short by a heart attack during a performance. He had been on the verge of a major breakthrough, and his death had left a dark cloud over the theater. Determined to find closure, Thomas sought the help of a renowned medium, Madame Celeste. She agreed to conduct a séance at the theater, hoping to communicate with Hawthorne's spirit and bring him peace. The séance was held in the dead of night, the theater eerily quiet and empty. Madame Celeste set up a circle of candles on the stage and began her incantations. Thomas sat beside her, feeling a mix of fear and anticipation. The air grew cold, and the candles flickered as if a breeze had passed through the room. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and a heavy presence filled the air. Madame Celeste's voice grew stronger, calling out to Edward Hawthorne's spirit. The room was filled with a palpable tension, and Thomas could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Then a voice echoed through the theater, soft and mournful. "Why do you disturb me?" the voice asked. It was the same voice Thomas had heard whispering during his rehearsals. Madame Celeste responded gently, "Edward, we seek to help you find peace. Why do you linger here?" The ghostly figure of Edward Hawthorne appeared once more, his form shimmering in the candlelight. "I was robbed of my chance," he said, his voice filled with sorrow. "I was meant for greatness, but my life was cut short." Thomas stepped forward, his heart aching for the tortured spirit. "Edward, I understand your pain, but holding on to this place will only keep you trapped. You deserve to find rest and move on." The spirit looked at Thomas, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. "I have watched you perform. You remind me of myself. Perhaps in your success I can find the peace I seek." With that, the figure of Edward Hawthorne began to fade, the air growing warmer and lighter. The candles burned steadily, and the oppressive presence lifted. Thomas felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that the spirit had finally found peace. The next day, Thomas returned to the Grand Royal Theatre, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. The play went on, and his performance was hailed as one of his best. The strange occurrences ceased, and the theater returned to its former glory. Thomas's encounter with the supernatural left a lasting impression on him. He often spoke of it in interviews, attributing his success to the spirit of Edward Hawthorne. The Grand Royal Theatre became known not only for its history and beauty, but also for the ghostly presence that had finally found peace. To this day, Thomas Parker remains one of the most beloved actors of his generation, his story a reminder that even in the world of glamour and fame there are forces beyond our understanding that shape our lives and destinies. The world had come to a standstill. The COVID-19 pandemic had forced everyone into isolation, and our apartment complex was no exception. My name is Natalie, and I had been living alone in my small one-bedroom apartment for months. The loneliness was stifling, but what I didn't realize was that solitude was about to be the least of my worries. It all started innocuously enough. One night I was scrolling through social media, trying to distract myself from the monotony of lockdown life, when I heard a faint tapping sound. At first, I dismissed it as the creaking of the old building, but as the days passed, the noise became more frequent and distinct, always coming from the wall behind my bed. My curiosity got the better of me, and one evening I decided to investigate. I pressed my ear against the wall, trying to pinpoint the source of the tapping. It sounded rhythmic, almost like Morse code. I tapped back, and sure of what I was expecting. To my surprise, the tapping ceased. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The silence was unnerving, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I chalked it up to cabin fever and tried to ignore it. But the next day, something strange happened. I found a note slipped under my door. It was a piece of old, yellowed paper with a message scrawled in shaky handwriting. "Help me, I'm trapped." My heart raced as I read the note. Was someone playing a prank on me, or was there really someone trapped in the building? I decided to ask my neighbors if they had noticed anything unusual. Most of them brushed me off, too absorbed in their own struggles with the lockdown. But Mr. Thompson, the elderly man in 34C, gave me a knowing look. "You're in 34B, aren't you?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Yes, why?" I reply, feeling a chill run down my spine. He sighed and shook his head. "This building has a history. They say the previous tenant of your apartment disappeared under mysterious circumstances. People claim to hear strange noises and receive messages like the one you got. The police never found any evidence, and the case went cold. I felt a knot in my stomach. Was I living in a haunted apartment? That night I couldn't sleep. The tapping resumed, louder and more insistent than before. I tried to ignore it, but it was impossible. I got out of bed and started pacing the room, my mind racing with fear and uncertainty. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from an unknown number. Hesitant, I opened it. The message was a single word: "Help." I felt a surge of panic. Who was sending these messages, and how were they doing it? My apartment was locked from the inside, and I hadn't seen anyone enter or leave in days. Desperate for answers, I decided to search the apartment for any hidden clues. I combed through every nook and cranny, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Then I remembered the crawl space above the bathroom ceiling. I had never been up there, but it was the only place left to check. I grabbed a flashlight and a chair and carefully climbed up. The crawl space was cramped and dusty, filled with cobwebs and debris. As I moved the flashlight around, something caught my eye. It was an old, leather-bound journal, partially hidden under a pile of insulation. I grabbed it and climbed down, eager to see what it contained. The journal belonged to the previous tenant, a woman named Sarah. Her entries detailed her descent into madness, driven by the same tapping and messages that I had been experiencing. She wrote about a dark presence in the apartment, something malevolent that seemed to feed off her fear. Her last entry was a chilling plea for help, followed by a series of frantic, illegible scribbles. As I read her words, I felt a cold breeze brush past me. The tapping had stopped, replaced by a low, guttural whisper. It seemed to come from all around me, filling the room with an oppressive sense of dread. I dropped the journal and backed away, my heart pounding. The whispering grew louder, forming words that sent shivers down my spine. "Leave this place, or suffer the same fate." I grabbed my phone and called the building manager, Mr. Perez. He was a no-nonsense kind of guy, but I hoped he would believe me. When he arrived, I showed him the journal and told him everything that had been happening. He listened patiently, his expression growing more serious with each word. "This isn't the first time I've heard stories like this," he admitted, "but I've never had any proof until now." He agreed to let me stay in a vacant apartment on a different floor while he investigated further. As I packed my things, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I moved quickly, eager to leave 3-4B behind. That night I slept fitfully in the new apartment. The silence was a welcome relief, but I knew it was only temporary. The next morning, Mr. Perez called me to his office. He looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept at all. "I went through the crawl space and found more journals," he said, "all from previous tenants of 3-4B. They all experienced the same thing: tapping, whispers, messages. Some of them disappeared, and others, well, they didn't end well." He handed me a box filled with the journals. "I think you should read these. Maybe you can find a pattern, something we can use to stop this." I spent the next few days poring over the journals, piecing together the history of 3-4B. The stories were eerily similar, each tenant describing a dark presence that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. One entry, however, stood out. It was from a man named Jacob, who claimed to have performed a ritual to banish the entity. According to Jacob, the ritual required specific items: salt, candles, and a personal item from each previous tenant. I contacted Mr. Perez, and we gathered what we needed. The personal items were the hardest to find, but we managed to collect something from each journal: a locket, a watch, a photo, and a ring. On the night of the full moon, we returned to 3-4B to perform the ritual. The air was thick with tension, and the apartment felt colder than ever. We lit the candles and drew a circle of salt, placing the personal items in the center. As we chanted the incantation from Jacob's journal, the room grew darker, and the air felt heavy. The whispers returned, louder and more menacing, but we continued, our voices steady despite the fear that gripped us. Suddenly, the candles flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. The whispers turned into screams, a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I felt a cold hand brush against my arm, and I almost lost my nerve, but we pressed on, chanting louder and faster. Then, with a final, ear-piercing scream, the darkness lifted. The candles flared back to life, and the whispers ceased. The air felt lighter, and the oppressive presence that had filled the apartment was gone. We had done it. The entity was banished, and 3-4B was finally at peace. I moved back into the apartment, grateful to have my home back. The tapping never returned, and the whispers were a distant memory, but the experience left a mark on me. I still love horror movies, but now I know that sometimes the real horror is closer than we think, and sometimes the things we fear most are the ones we can't see. I didn't waste any time. I packed my things, locked up the cabin, and drove away as fast as I could. As I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw the figure standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me leave. I never went back to the cabin. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, waiting. I told my family about what had happened, but they just chalked it up to my overactive imagination and the stress I had been under. Maybe they were right, but I know what I saw, what I felt. The cabin still stands, a silent witness to whatever lurks in those woods. I've heard stories from others, hikers and campers, about strange noises and eerie feelings. No one has seen the figure, but the sense of being watched is a common theme. I try to move on, to forget that weekend, but the memories are always there, lurking at the edges of my mind. Every time I hear a creak or a rustle, I'm taken back to that cabin, to the figure in the shadows, to the feeling of being watched. and I know, deep down, that some places are better left undisturbed. We sat by the fire, clutching our makeshift weapons, a hiking pole and a heavy branch. The night dragged on, every rustle and snap of a twig setting our nerves on edge. Finally, just before dawn, the noises ceased, and the forest was quiet once more. Exhausted and shaken, we decided to break camp and try to find our way back. The morning light brought little comfort as we trudged through the dense forest, our sense of direction all but gone. Hours passed, the sun climbing higher in the sky, but we found no sign of the main trail. As afternoon turned to evening, we stumbled upon an old, overgrown path. Desperate, we decided to follow it, hoping it would lead us to safety. The path wound through the forest, the trees pressing in close on either side. The air grew colder, and the sense of unease returned, stronger than before. We came to a clearing, and at its center stood an old, dilapidated cabin. It looked abandoned, the windows dark, and the door hanging off its hinges. But it was shelter, and we were desperate. We approached cautiously, calling out, but there was no response. Inside, the cabin was musty and filled with debris. We found an old stove, a rickety table, and the broken chairs. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. We decided to spend the night there, hoping to find the main trail in the morning. As darkness fell, we built a fire in the stove and tried to make ourselves comfortable. The cabin creaked and groaned in the wind, and the sense of being watched returned. Sarah and I took turns keeping watch, our nerves frayed by the events of the past 2 days. Around midnight, the temperature plummeted, and a thick fog rolled in, enveloping the cabin. The fire flickered and sputtered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I was on watch when I heard it, a soft whispering, barely audible, but unmistakable. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, a chorus of voices murmuring just out of reach. I shook Sarah awake, and we listened in terrified silence. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until we could make out words, our names, repeated over and over. The sound was maddening, a cacophony that seemed to seep into our very bones. We decided we couldn't stay in the cabin any longer. We grabbed our backs and fled into the night, the whispers following us into the fog. We stumbled through the forest, our flashlight beams barely cutting through the thick mist. The sense of being watched intensified, and we could hear footsteps behind us, keeping pace with our frantic flight. Just as we were about to collapse from exhaustion, we broke through the fog and found ourselves on the main trail. Relief washed over us, and we quickened our pace, determined to put as much distance as possible between us and whatever had been stalking us. We reached the trailhead at dawn, collapsing in the safety of our car. As we drove away, we vowed never to speak of the events of that weekend. The wilderness had shown us its dark side, a malevolent force that defied explanation. To this day I can't explain what happened in the Pine Ridge Mountains. The whispers, the growls, the sense of being watched, these memories haunt my dreams, a reminder of the terror we faced. I still love hiking, but I am much more cautious now, wary of the unknown lurking in the depths of the forest. The cabin by Shallow Lake had always been a family retreat, a place to escape the hustle and bustle of city life. Nestled deep in the woods, it offered tranquility, breathtaking views, and the promise of adventure. But this time it would offer something much darker. My name is Ethan, and this is the story of how a peaceful family retreat turned into a nightmare. It was the first week of October, and the air was crisp with the onset of autumn. My wife, Lisa, and our 2 kids, Emily and Jake, were excited for a weekend getaway. We packed our bags, loaded up the car, and made the 3-hour drive to the cabin. The drive was uneventful, filled with laughter and anticipation. None of us had any idea what awaited us. As we approached the cabin, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the lake. The cabin looked as picturesque as ever, a quaint wooden structure with a stone chimney and a wraparound porch. We unpacked the car, settled in, and decided to explore the surroundings before nightfall. Emily and Jake ran ahead, their laughter echoing through the trees. Lisa and I followed, taking in the beauty of the forest. The leaves were a riot of colors, reds, oranges, and yellows, creating a mesmerizing tapestry. We walked along the edge of the lake, skipping stones and enjoying the peace and quiet. As dusk settled in, we headed back to the cabin. I started a fire in the fireplace, and we gathered around for a cozy evening. We roasted marshmallows, told stories, and played board games. It was the perfect start to our weekend, but as the night grew darker, an uneasy feeling settled over me. After tucking the kids into bed, Lisa and I sat on the porch, sipping hot cocoa and watching the stars. The lake was still, reflecting the moonlight like a mirror. It was beautiful, yet there was something unsettling about the silence. It felt too quiet, as if the forest was holding its breath. I brushed off my undies and went to bed, hoping for a good night's sleep. But my dreams were anything but restful. I found myself in a dark forest, chasing after a shadowy figure. No matter how fast I ran, the figure always stayed just out of reach. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. The next morning, I tried to shake off the nightmare. We spent the day hiking, fishing, and exploring the woods. Emily found a small old cemetery hidden among the trees. The gravestones were weathered and covered in moss, the names barely legible. A shiver ran down my spine as we stood there, the air thick with an inexplicable sense of dread. Jake, always the curious one, asked about the cemetery's history. I had no answers, but promised to look it up later. We left the cemetery and continued our hike, but the eerie feeling lingered. That night, the unease returned. As we sat by the fire, strange noises echoed through the woods, whispers carried by the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional snap of a twig. Lisa noticed it, too. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, my eyes scanning the dark forest. "Probably just animals," I said, though I didn't believe it myself. We decided to call it a night and went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside the cabin. I got up, careful not to wake Lisa, and peeked through the window. The moon cast long shadows across the yard, but I saw nothing. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, the cool night air sending chills down my spine. I walked around the cabin, shining the light into the woods. The footsteps had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I was about to go back inside when I saw something, a figure standing at the edge of the forest, just beyond the reach of the flashlight beam. It was tall and shadowy, its features indistinguishable. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. The figure didn't move or respond. I took a step forward, and it vanished, melting into the darkness. I stood there, frozen with fear, before rushing back inside and locking the door. Lisa woke up, sensing my distress. "What's wrong?" she asked, sitting up in bed. I told her about the figure, and she looked just as scared as I felt. "Maybe it was just a trick of the light," she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. The next day, we tried to act normal for the kids' sake, but the sense of dread was palpable. We decided to cut our trip short and head back home. As we packed up, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. On the drive back, I did some research on my phone about the cemetery and the history of Shadow Lake. What I found was chilling. According to local legends, the cemetery belonged to a family that had lived in the area in the late 1800s. They were rumored to be involved in dark rituals and witchcraft. The family met a tragic end, and their spirits were said to haunt the woods, seeking revenge on anyone who disturbed their resting place. I shared the information with Lisa, and we both agreed that we would never return to the cabin. As beautiful as it was, the history and the experiences we had were too unsettling. Back home, life returned to normal, but the memories of that weekend lingered. Occasionally, I would have nightmares about the shadowy figure, and Emily and Jake would talk about the strange noises they heard. We never spoke about it to anyone else, fearing they would think we were crazy. Months later, I received a call from the new owners of the cabin. They had found my number in a guest book we had left behind. They wanted to know if we had experienced anything unusual during our stay. I hesitated, unsure of what to say. Finally, I told them the truth. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "We've been hearing strange noises at night," the new owner admitted, "and last night we saw a figure standing by the lake. We thought it was just our imagination, but now I'm not so sure." I advised them to leave the cabin and not look back. The curse of Shadow Lake cabin was real, and whatever haunted those woods wasn't going to rest any time soon. As I hung up the phone, I felt a sense of relief knowing that we weren't alone in our experiences, but I also felt a deep sense of sadness for the spirits trapped in those woods, forever bound to a place of darkness and despair. Our family had escaped, but the shadow of Shadow Lake cabin would always haunt us. The film industry is no stranger to strange occurrences, but what happened on the set of Shadows in the dark went beyond mere coincidence. It was my first big break as a director, and I was eager to make a name for myself in the horror genre. The script was perfect, a chilling tale of a haunted house that seemed almost too real. Little did I know the line between fiction and reality would blur in terrifying ways. The house we chose as our primary location was an old mansion on the outskirts of town. The mansion's dilapidated state and Gothic architecture made it the perfect backdrop for our film. We began shooting in late October, hoping to capture the eerie atmosphere of the season. From the moment we set foot in the house, there was a palpable sense of unease. The air was heavy, and the temperature seemed to drop the moment we crossed the threshold. The cast and crew brushed it off as nerves and excitement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. On the first day of shooting, strange things began to happen. Our lead actress, Emily, was preparing for a scene in which she had to walk down a dark hallway. As the cameras rolled, she froze, her eyes wide with fear. She claimed to have seen a shadowy figure standing at the end of the hall, watching her. We reviewed the footage, but there was nothing there, just an empty hallway. The incidents escalated as the days went by. Lights would flicker and go out without warning. Equipment would malfunction, and cold spots would appear in random parts of the house. The crew reported hearing whispers and footsteps when no one was around. Objects would move on their own, and doors would slam shut with no explanation. One night, we were shooting a particularly intense scene in the basement, where the characters discover the source of the haunting. The basement was dark and damp, with an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to seep into our bones. As we set up the shot, the air grew colder, and a sense of dread settled over us. We began filming, and everything was going smoothly until one of the actors, Mark, suddenly screamed and collapsed to the floor. He was clutching his chest, gasping for air. We called for an ambulance, but by the time it arrived, Mark was unconscious. He was rushed to the hospital, where doctors determined that he had suffered a heart attack. He later told us that he had felt an overwhelming sense of fear, as if something had been squeezing his heart. The incident shook us all, but we were determined to finish the film. We took extra precautions, bringing in a priest to bless the set and performing cleansing rituals to ward off any negative energy. For a while, things seemed to calm down, and we were able to continue filming without further incidents. However, the piece was short-lived. One evening, I was reviewing footage in the editing room when I noticed something strange. In several scenes, there were anomalies faint, ghostly figures in the background, faces appearing in mirrors, and shadows moving on their own. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light or a glitch in the equipment, but the more I watched, the more convinced I became that something was haunting our film. I decided to keep the anomalies in the final cut, thinking they would add to the film's eerie atmosphere. But as the release date approached, the cast and crew began to experience more intense paranormal activity. Emily reported waking up in the middle of the night to find a shadowy figure standing at the foot of her bed. Another crew member claimed to have been pushed down a flight of stairs by an unseen force. The most terrifying incident happened during the film's premiere. We had rented out a historic theater in the heart of the city, inviting the press and fans to the first screening. The theater was packed, and there was a palpable sense of excitement in the air. As the lights dimmed and the film began to play, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. But halfway through the screening, the film suddenly stopped, the screen going black. The audience murmured in confusion, and I rushed to the projection room to find out what had happened. The projectionist was pale and trembling, pointing to the projector. The film reel had melted, as if it had been exposed to intense heat. We were able to get the backup reel and resume the screening, but the atmosphere had changed. The audience was on edge, and I could feel a sense of foreboding. As the film reached its climax, the temperature in the theater dropped dramatically, and a heavy silence fell over the room. When the final scene played the characters confronting the malevolent spirit in the haunted house, a chill ran down my spine. The ghostly figure that appeared on screen was not part of the original footage. It was a woman, her face twisted in anguish, staring directly at the camera. The audience screamed, and the lights flickered and went out. Panic ensued, and people rushed for the exits. I stood frozen, staring at the screen, unable to comprehend what I had just seen. When the lights finally came back on, the theater was empty, save for a few scattered belongings and overturned chairs. In the days that followed, reports of strange occurrences continued. People who had attended the premiere claimed to have seen the ghostly woman in their homes, in mirrors, and even in their dreams. The film itself was plagued by technical difficulties, with copies becoming corrupted and screenings being disrupted by unexplained phenomena. I tried to make sense of it all, but there was no logical explanation. The house we had filmed in was abandoned and eventually torn down, its dark history buried beneath new construction. The film, Shadows in the Dark, became a cult classic, known as much for its terrifying content as for the real-life horror that plagued its production. To this day, I can't watch the film without feeling a sense of dread. The ghostly woman still haunts my dreams, her anguished face a constant reminder of the terror we faced. The experience left me with a deep respect for the unknown and a belief that some stories are better left untold. It was my senior year at Crestwood High, a typical suburban school with its fair share of drama and cliques. My name is Mia, and I had always heard whispers about the school being haunted, but I never gave it much thought. That all changed during the fall semester when my friends and I decided to explore the old, abandoned wing of the school. The east wing had been closed off for years, ever since a tragic accident that no one really talked about. Rumor had it that a student named Emily had died there under mysterious circumstances. The details were always vague, but the stories were enough to keep most students away. Naturally, my friends and I, being the curious and somewhat reckless group we were, saw it as the perfect adventure. One crisp October afternoon, we gathered our courage and made our way to the east wing. There was Chris, the class clown, Sarah, the skeptical one, Josh, our resident history buff, and me. We slipped through the broken gate that led to the overgrown courtyard, our excitement tinged with nervous laughter. The east wing was a stark contrast to the rest of the school. The windows were boarded up, and the air felt colder, heavier. As we stepped inside, the floorboards creaked under our feet, and the faint smell of mildew hung in the air. Dust particles danced in the beams of our flashlights, adding to the eerie atmosphere that we wandered through the darkened halls, our footsteps echoing off the walls. The lockers were rusted shut, and old, faded posters clung to the walls. We came across a classroom with desks still arranged in neat rows, as if waiting for students who would never return. Josh, ever the historian, began recounting the legend of Emily. She was a bright student, popular and well-liked, but she harbored a dark secret. One day she disappeared, and a week later her body was found in one of the classrooms in the east wing. The official cause of death was an accident, but many believed she had been murdered. As he spoke, a chill ran down my spine. Suddenly, we heard a faint sobbing sound. We froze, our eyes darting around the room. The sobbing grew louder, echoing through the hall. Chris, always the brave one, whispered, "It's probably just the wind," but we all knew it wasn't. The sound was too clear, too human. We followed the noise, our hearts pounding in our chests. It led us to a classroom at the end of the hall, the door slightly ajar. We pushed it open, and there, in the corner of the room, was a figure. It was a girl, her back to us, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a white dress, tattered and stained. The sobbing continued, and I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness and fear. "Emily?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The figure slowly turned, and we were met with the hollow, empty eyes of a ghost. Her face was pale, her expression one of torment. We stood there, paralyzed with fear, as she began to move towards us, her footsteps silent on the dusty floor. Chris grabbed my arm, snapping me out of my trance. "Run!" He yelled, and we bolted out of the room, the ghostly figure closed behind. We dashed through the halls, not daring to look back. The sobbing grew fainter, but the sense of dread lingered. We burst out of the east wing, gasping for breath, our faces pale with fear. We didn't stop running until we were back in the safety of the main building. Collapsing on the steps, we tried to make sense of what we had seen. Sarah, the skeptic, was the first to speak. That was real, wasn't it?" Josh nodded, his face grim. "It was Emily. There's no other explanation. We made a pact that day never to speak of what we had seen, but the experience haunted us. We could never forget the hollow eyes, the overwhelming sadness, and the sense that we had intruded on something we couldn't understand. The weeks that followed were a blur of normal school activities, but the east wing remained in the back of our minds. We started noticing strange things, cold drafts in warm rooms, flickering lights, and whispers in empty halls. It seemed that Emily's spirit was not confined to the East Wing alone. One evening, I stayed late to finish an art project. The school was nearly empty, the hallways dimly lit. As I worked, I heard footsteps outside the art room. I looked up, expecting to see a janitor or another student, but the hall was empty. I shrugged it off and went back to my project. A few minutes later, the temperature in the room dropped. I shivered and glanced around, feeling uneasy. The lights flickered, and I heard the faint sound of sobbing again. My heart raced as I remembered our encounter in the East Wing. I gathered my things, ready to leave, when I saw a shadow move across the wall. Panic set in, and I bolted for the door. As I reached the hallway, I saw Emily standing at the end, her hollow eyes fixed on me. I felt a wave of cold wash over me, and I could barely breathe. "Please," I whispered, "leave me alone." She didn't move, didn't speak. She just stood there, her presence a reminder of the tragedy that had befallen her. I ran down the hall, not stopping until I was outside, the cool night air filling my lungs. I knew I couldn't keep this to myself. The next day I told Chris, Sarah, and Josh about what had happened. They listened, their faces pale with fear. We realized that Emily's spirit was restless, and we needed to do something to help her find peace. We did some research and discovered that Emily's death had never been properly investigated. The case had been closed quickly with many questions left unanswered. We decided to visit her family, hoping they could shed some light on what had happened. Emily's mother welcomed us into her home, her eyes filled with sadness. She told us about Emily's life, her dreams, and the events leading up to her death. She believed her daughter had been murdered, but the police had dismissed her claims. "We need to find out the truth," Josh said, determination in his voice. "Emily deserves justice." We spent the next few weeks digging through old records, talking to former teachers and students, and piecing together the events of that fateful day. What we found was shocking. Emily had been involved in a secret relationship with a teacher, Mr. Lawson. When she tried to end it, he became violent. Fearing for her life, she had hidden in the East Wing, but he found her. In a fit of rage, he pushed her, and she fell, hitting her head on the edge of a desk. Mr. Lawson had covered up the accident, making it look like Emily had fallen on her own. The school administration, eager to avoid a scandal, had gone along with the story. Armed with this new information, we went to the police. The case was reopened, and Mr. Lawson was arrested. The truth finally came to light, and Emily's name was cleared. Her family could finally grieve properly, knowing that justice had been served. After the truth was revealed, the strange occurrences at Crestwood High stopped. The cold drafts, flickering lights, and whispers ceased. It was as if Emily's spirit had finally found peace. We never returned to the East Wing, but we didn't need to. The memories of that place and the events that unfolded would stay with us forever. Crestwood High had its share of secrets, but we had helped to uncover the most important one. Emily's story was no longer just a ghost story. It was a reminder of the importance of seeking the truth, no matter how painful it might be. And for that, we would always remember her. Online dating had always seemed like a fun and easy way to meet new people. After a string of failed relationships, I decided to give Tinder a try. Scrolling through profiles became a nightly routine, swiping left more often than right. Then, one evening, I matched with someone who seemed too good to be true. His name was Daniel. He had a charming smile, a well-groomed beard, and a profile filled with witty comments and adventurous photos. We started chatting, and his messages were funny, engaging, and thoughtful. It wasn't long before we decided to meet in person. Daniel suggested a popular restaurant in the city center. It was a place I had always wanted to try, so I eagerly agreed. We set a date for the following Saturday night. As the day approached, I felt a mix of excitement and nerves, hoping this would be the start of something special. Saturday arrived, and I spent hours getting ready, wanting everything to be perfect. I arrived at the restaurant a little early, my heart racing as I waited for Daniel. When he walked in, he looked even better in person, tall, confident, and impeccably dressed. He flashed a charming smile as he approached our table. The evening started off wonderfully. We ordered drinks and appetizers, and our conversation flowed effortlessly. Daniel was attentive and seemed genuinely interested in everything I had to say. As the night went on, we laughed and shared stories, and I felt a connection growing between us. But as we finished our main courses, things began to take a strange turn. Daniel's demeanor shifted subtly, his eyes taking on a darker, more intense look. He started asking increasingly personal questions, probing into my past relationships and my fears. His tone was still friendly, but there was an edge to it that made me uneasy. Trying to steer the conversation back to lighter topics, I mentioned a recent hiking trip I had taken. Daniel's face lit up, and he suggested we go on a hike together the next day. I hesitated, feeling unsure about spending more time with him so soon. But his enthusiasm was infectious, and against my better judgment, I agreed. The next morning, Daniel picked me up in his sleek black car. He had chosen a trail in a remote area, far from the usual crowded spots. As we drove, the city gave way to dense forest and winding roads. The further we went, the more isolated I felt. We finally arrived at the trailhead, a secluded spot with no other cars in sight. A sense of unease settled over me, but I pushed it aside, not wanting to seem paranoid. We set off on the hike, and at first everything seemed normal. The trail was beautiful, the air crisp and clean, and Daniel was charming as ever. But as we ventured deeper into the woods, I started to feel increasingly anxious. Daniel's behavior grew more erratic. He would walk ahead, then stop suddenly, turning to watch me with an inscrutable expression. He asked strange questions about my family and friends, probing into my personal life in a way that felt invasive. We reached a clearing, and Daniel suggested we take a break. I sat on a fallen log, trying to calm my racing heart. Daniel stood nearby, staring into the trees, a strange smile playing on his lips. "Do you ever feel like you're being watched?" he asked, his voice low and unsettling. I laughed nervously, trying to brush off the question. "Not really. Why do you ask?" He turned to face me, his eyes dark and intense. "Because sometimes in places like this you never know what's out there, watching, waiting." A chill ran down my spine, and I stood up, ready to head back. "I think we've had enough for today. Let's go." Daniel's smile vanished, replaced by a look of annoyance. "What's the rush? We have plenty of time." I took a step back, my instincts screaming at me to get away. "No, really. I think we should go." Without another word, I started walking back the way we came. Daniel followed, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. The return trip felt longer, the forest closing in around us. My mind raced, fear taking hold as I replayed every unsettling moment of our time together. Suddenly, Daniel grabbed my arm, pulling me to a stop. His grip was strong, and his eyes bore into mine. "Why are you so scared?" he asked, his voice cold. I wrenched my arm free, my voice trembling. "Let go of me, Daniel. This isn't funny." He raised his hands in mock surrender, a twisted smile on his face. "Fine, fine. Don't be so dramatic." We continued walking, the tension between us palpable. I kept my distance, ready to run the first sign of danger. When we finally reached the car, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I got in quickly, locking the door behind me. The drive back was silent and tense. Daniel's charming facade had completely dissolved, replaced by a menacing presence that made my skin crawl. When we reached my apartment, I got out of the car without a word, walking quickly to the entrance. As I fumbled with my keys, I glanced back to see Daniel watching me, his eyes filled with a cold, calculating look. Once inside, I locked the door and collapsed onto the couch, my heart pounding. I blocked Daniel's number and deleted his profile from my Tinder account, vowing never to use the app again. That night I barely slept, haunted by the memory of his dark, unsettling gaze. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I changed my routine, avoiding places we had talked about and staying in crowded areas. But the sense of unease lingered, a constant reminder of the danger I had narrowly escaped. Months passed, and I slowly began to move on, pushing the experience to the back of my mind. Then, one evening, I received a message on social media from a stranger. It was a woman named Rachel, and her story sent chills down my spine. Rachel had matched with Daniel on Tinder a few months after our encounter. Her experience mirrored mine, charming at first, then increasingly unsettling. She had gone on a hike with M, just like I had, but her story ended differently. Daniel had become aggressive, and she had barely escaped with her life. She had reported him to the authorities, but they had yet to locate him. The realization that I wasn't alone in my experience was both comforting and terrifying. Daniel was still out there, using Tinder to find new victims. I shared my story with Rachel, and together we spread the word, warning others about the danger lurking behind his charming facade. The encounter with Daniel left a lasting impact on me. It was a stark reminder that appearances can be deceiving, and that danger can lurk where you least expect it. I became more cautious, trusting my instincts and prioritizing my safety above all else. To this day, I can't shake the memory of Daniel's dark, calculating eyes. The experience has made me wary of online dating, and I always keep my guard up. It's a lesson learned the hard way, but one that has made me stronger and more vigilant. The night shift had always been a part of my routine. Driving for Uber in the bustling city meant that my workday often started when the rest of the world was winding down. It was a quiet Friday night when I picked up a ride request from a part of town that had a reputation for being a bit shady. "My name is Alex, and this is the night that changed everything." The request came in just after midnight from an address I wasn't familiar with. The passenger's name was Lisa, and the pickup location was an old, run-down apartment complex on the edge of the city. I accepted the ride and made my way there, the GPS guiding me through the dimly lit streets. When I arrived, the place looked deserted. The flickering street lights cast eerie shadows across the cracked pavement, and the silence was almost deafening. I checked the app again to make sure I was at the right location. After a few minutes, a woman emerged from the building, her face partially obscured by the hood of her coat. She moved quickly, almost nervously, towards the car. "Lisa," I called out as I rolled down the window. She nodded, her eyes darting around as she slid into the back seat. "Yes, thank you," she murmured, her voice barely audible. I gave her a polite nod and started the trip. The destination was a house on the outskirts of the city, about a 20-minute drive. As we pulled away, I tried to make some small talk to lighten the mood. "Late night, huh?" I said, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. Her face was pale, and she seemed tense. She nodded again, her eyes fixed on the passing scenery. "Yeah, something like that." Sensing her reluctance to talk, I focused on the road. The route took us through a series of narrow, winding streets, each one darker and more deserted than the last. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and the occasional distant bark of a dog. About 10 minutes into the ride, Lisa's phone rang. She answered it quickly, her voice hushed. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but her tone was urgent, almost pleading. After a few moments, she hung up and leaned forward. "Can you take a different route?" she asked, her voice trembling. I frowned, checking the GPS. "Sure, but it might take a bit longer. Is everything okay?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, I need to avoid someone." I didn't press for details. It wasn't my place to pry. I changed the route and continued driving, the atmosphere in the car growing increasingly tense. We drove in silence for a while until we reached a long, deserted stretch of road. The street lights were sparse, and the darkness seemed to close in around us. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a car appeared in my rearview mirror, its headlights blindingly bright. It was approaching fast, too fast. I glanced at Lisa, who had turned pale. "Is that the person you're avoiding?" I asked. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "Yes, please, drive faster." My heart started pounding as I pressed down on the accelerator. The car behind us kept gaining, its headlights illuminating the interior of my car. I could feel the adrenaline surging through my veins as I swerved through the streets, trying to lose the pursuer. Despite my efforts, the other car stayed close. Lisa was visibly shaking now, her hands clutching the seat. "Please, don't let them catch us," she whispered, her voice cracking. I had to think fast. We were approaching an intersection, and I made a sharp turn onto a narrow side street, hoping to lose the other car. The pursuer followed, but the street was too narrow for them to keep up the same speed. I took another sharp turn, then another, until we finally emerged onto a main road. The other car was gone. I slowed down, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. "I think we lost them," I said, my voice shaky. Lisa let out a sigh of relief, but her eyes were still filled with fear. "Thank you," she whispered. "You have no idea what you just saved me from." I wanted to ask more, but I sensed that she wasn't ready to talk about it. We continued in silence, and I finally pulled up to her destination, a small, unassuming house on a quiet street. As she got out of the car, she turned to me. "Thank you again," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I owe you my life." Before I could respond, she disappeared into the house, leaving me with more questions than answers. I drove away, my mind racing. Who was she running from? What had happened? The next day, I couldn't shake the events of the previous night. I decided to do some research, hoping to find some answers. What I discovered was chilling. The address where I had picked up Lisa was linked to a series of disturbing incidents. There had been reports of kidnappings, assaults, and even murders in that area. The car that had chased us matched the description of a vehicle involved in several of these cases. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Lisa had narrowly escaped something terrible, and I had unknowingly been a part of it. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how lucky we had been to get away. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of that night began to fade. But then, one evening, I received a message through the Uber app. It was from Lisa. She wanted to meet and thank me in person. Despite my apprehension, I agreed. We met at a coffee shop in a different part of town. She looked much better than the last time I had seen her, but there was still a shadow of fear in her eyes. "Thank you for coming," she said as we sat down. I wanted to explain what happened that night. She told me about her ex-boyfriend, a man who had become increasingly violent and controlling. She had tried to leave him, but he had threatened her, saying he would never let her go. That night she had finally managed to escape, but he had found her. "I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been there," she said, her voice breaking. "You saved my life." I listened, my heart heavy with the weight of her story. I was glad I had been able to help, but the reality of how close we had come to danger was sobering. As we parted ways, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been a part of something much bigger than a simple Uber ride. The experience had changed me, making me more aware of the darkness that sometimes lurked just beneath the surface of everyday life. Driving home that night, I realized that the world was full of unseen dangers and hidden stories, and sometimes you find yourself caught in the middle of them, whether you're ready or not. The shoot for The Conjuring was in full swing, and the cast and crew were deeply immersed in the world of the supernatural. The movie was based on the real-life experiences of Ed and Lorraine Warren, renowned paranormal investigators, which gave it an added layer of authenticity and terror. One evening, we were filming a particularly intense scene in the old farmhouse that served as the main set. The air was thick with anticipation as Vera Farmiga, who played Lorraine Warren, and Patrick Wilson, who portrayed Ed Warren, prepared for their roles. The scene involved a seance, a central element in the movie's plot. As the cameras rolled, Vera began to channel the emotions and fear of her character. The room seemed to grow colder, and an uneasy silence fell over the set. Suddenly, the lights flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. At first, we thought it was a technical glitch, but the flickering persisted, growing more erratic and intense. The director called for a break, and the crew scrambled to check the equipment. Everything appeared to be in working order, yet the lights continued to behave unpredictably. The atmosphere was tense, and a sense of unease spread among us. The old farmhouse creaked and groaned, as if it were alive, reacting to the disturbance. During the break, Vera pulled me aside. Her face was pale, and her eyes wide with fear. "Something's not right here," she whispered. I felt a presence, something dark and malevolent. She described a feeling of being watched, of an oppressive force bearing down on her as she tried to perform the seance scene. Her words sent chills down my spine. Vera was known for her professionalism and dedication, not for being easily spooked. I knew she wasn't imagining things. I had felt it to the core, the sense of being watched. We decided to keep this to ourselves, not wanting to alarm the rest of the crew. We resumed filming, but the strange occurrences continued. Props moved on their own, and unexplained cold spots appeared in various parts of the set. The crew reported hearing whispers and footsteps when no one else was around. The farmhouse, with its creaky floors and shadowy corners, seemed to amplify every sound, every sense of dread. One night, after a particularly grueling day of shooting, I stayed behind to review some footage. The rest of the crew had gone home, and the farmhouse was eerily quiet. As I watched the scenes play out on the monitor, I noticed something odd in the background. A shadowy figure, barely visible, seemed to move behind Vera, during the seance scene. At first I thought it was a trick of the light or a camera glitch, but the figure appeared in multiple takes, always in the same place. My heart raced as I realized this was no ordinary shadow. It had a human shape, but its movements were unnatural, almost predatory. I felt a surge of fear, a primal instinct warning me of danger. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I rewound the footage and enhanced the image. The figure became clearer, revealing a gaunt, spectral face with hollow eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. I felt a chill run down my spine, and the air around me grew colder. I knew I wasn't alone. Gathering my courage, I called Patrick and Vera to the set the next day. I showed them the footage, and their reactions mirrored my own. Vera's face turned ashen, and Patrick's jaw tightened. We all knew what this meant. The presence Vera had felt was real, and it had manifested on camera. We decided to consult Lorraine Warren herself. Despite her advanced age, she agreed to visit the set and perform a cleansing ritual. Lorraine arrived, her presence bringing a sense of calm and reassurance. She moved through the farmhouse with quiet authority, her eyes taking in every detail. Lorraine began the ritual, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. The air grew heavy, and the temperature dropped noticeably. As she moved through the house, she paused in the room where we had filmed the seance. "This is where it is strongest," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. We watched in silence as Lorraine continued her prayers. The atmosphere was charged with a palpable tension, and for a moment it felt as if the very walls of the farmhouse were closing in on us. Suddenly there was a loud crash, and a cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging us into darkness. In the pitch black, we heard a low, guttural growl. Fear gripped us, but Lorraine remained calm, her voice steady as she commanded the presence to leave. Slowly, the oppressive force began to lift, and the air grew warmer. The candles flickered back to life, casting a gentle glow that dispelled the shadows. Lorraine finished the ritual and assured us that the presence had been banished. The sense of relief was overwhelming, and for the first time in days, the farmhouse felt like just an old, creaky building rather than a haunted house. We thanked Lorraine profusely, her calm demeanor and spiritual strength a beacon of hope. The rest of the shoot went smoothly, the strange occurrences all but disappearing. We completed the film, and The Conjuring went on to become a massive success. But for those of us who were there, the experience left an indelible mark. The fear, the sense of being watched, the supernatural occurrences, they were real, and they had tested our courage and faith in ways we could never have imagined. Years later, I still think about that farmhouse and the shadowy figure captured on film. It serves as a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the unknown, a testament to the power of belief and the strength of the human spirit in the face of the inexplicable. The haunting of the Conjuring set was more than just a story. It was a profound encounter with the supernatural, one that I will carry with me forever. It was an ordinary Tuesday night, and I was settling into my usual routine after a long day at work. I lived alone in a small, cozy house in the suburbs, a quiet neighborhood where everyone knew each other. My house wasn't anything fancy, but it was mine a sanctuary where I felt safe and secure. After dinner, I curled up on the couch with a book, the soft hum of the TV in the background. The hours slipped by, and soon it was time for bed. I went through my nightly ritual, locking the doors, checking the windows, and making sure everything was secure. Satisfied, I headed to my bedroom and drifted off to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke to a strange sound of faint, almost imperceptible creak coming from downstairs. At first I thought it was just the house settling, a common occurrence in an older home like mine. But as I lay there, straining to hear, the sound came again, louder this time. It was the unmistakable creak of floorboards under the weight of a person. My heart began to race, and I sat up in bed, listening intently. The sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoed through the house. I reached for my phone, my hands trembling as I dialed 911. Whispering to the operator, I explained that someone was in my house. The operator assured me that help was on the way and advised me to stay hidden and quiet. I crept out of bed and quietly locked the bedroom door, my heart pounding in my chest. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from my nightstand, my only means of defense, and retreated to the closet, closing the door behind me. I crouched in the darkness, straining to hear any sign of the intruder. The footsteps grew louder, moving through the house with an eerie precision. They paused outside my bedroom door, and I held my breath, praying that the intruder wouldn't find me. The doorknob rattled, and I could hear the soft click of the lock being tested. My mind raced with fear, and I tightened my grip on the flashlight, ready to defend myself if necessary. The door creaked open, and the footsteps entered my bedroom. The sound was deafening in the silence of the house, each step a reminder of the danger lurking just outside the closet door. I could hear the intruder moving around the room, opening drawers and rifling through my belongings. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, my body tense with fear. The intruder moved closer to the closet, and I braced myself, ready to fight for my life. Just as the footsteps reached the closet door, I heard the distant wail of sirens. The intruder froze, then turned and fled the room, the sound of their hurried footsteps fading as they raced down the stairs. I stayed hidden until I heard the front door burst open and the police call out, announcing their presence. Relief washed over me as I emerged from the closet, my legs weak and shaky. The officers quickly searched the house, but the intruder was gone, leaving no trace behind. The police took my statement and assured me they would do everything they could to find the intruder. They advised me to stay with a friend or family member for the night, but I was too shaken to think clearly. I called my sister, and she came to pick me up, offering a comforting presence as I tried to process what had happened. The days that followed were a blur of fear and anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the memory of those footsteps haunting my every thought. I installed new locks, security cameras, and even a security system, but the sense of safety I once felt in my home was gone. Weeks turned into months, and while the intruder was never caught, the frequency of my nightmares began to fade. Life slowly returned to normal, though I remained hypervigilant, always double-checking locks and scanning my surroundings. The experience left me scarred, a constant reminder of the fragility of the safety we often take for granted. One evening, nearly a year later, I was watching TV when a news story caught my attention. A man had been arrested in a neighboring town, caught in the act of breaking into a home. The police believed he was responsible for a string of home invasions in the area, including mine. The sight of his face on the screen sent a shiver down my spine, but there was also a sense of closure. Knowing that the intruder was behind bars brought a measure of peace, though the fear and vigilance remained. I learned to take precautions, but I also learned to reclaim my life and my home. The experience taught me the importance of being prepared and trusting my instincts, a lesson I would carry with me always. To this day, I still listen for those creaks and footsteps in the night. But now, instead of fear, they remind me of my strength and resilience. My home is once again a sanctuary, a place where I can feel safe and secure, knowing that I have faced my fears and come out stronger on the other side. I never believed in ghosts, not until I started working at old millworks. My name is Tom, and I took a job as a night shift supervisor at the factory to make some extra money while I was in college. The factory had been around for over a century, producing textiles and fabrics for various industries. It was an imposing brick building with tall windows and an air of desolation that seemed to cling to it. My first few nights were uneventful, filled with a hum of machinery and the occasional chatter of the night crew. The factory was massive, with long, dark corridors and a maze of storage rooms that seemed to go on forever. There were always stories circulating among the workers about strange occurrences, but I dismissed them as just that, stories. One night, about a month into my job, I was making my usual rounds when I heard a noise coming from one of the old, unused sections of the factory. It sounded like faint whispers, barely audible over the clanking of the machines. I brushed it off as my imagination and continued my patrol. But the whispers persisted. Each night they grew louder and more insistent. I mentioned it to one of my co-workers, an older man named Bill who had been with the factory for decades. "You've heard them too, huh?" he said, his eyes narrowing. "That part of the factory is haunted. Always has been." I laughed it off, but Bill's expression remained serious. "I'm telling you, Tom, there are things in this place that can't be explained. Be careful." That night, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to investigate the source of the whispers. Armed with a flashlight and my skepticism, I ventured into the old section of the factory. The air grew colder as I moved further in, and the whispers grew louder. I followed the sound to a large storage room filled with old machinery and dusty crates. The whispers seemed to be coming from a dark corner. As I approached, my flashlight flickered and then went out, plunging the room into darkness. I fumbled with the flashlight, my heart pounding in my chest. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of me. A woman, her face pale and her eyes hollow, stood there, staring at me. She wore an old-fashioned dress, and her hair was disheveled. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The room grew colder, and I could see my breath in the air. Terrified, I stumbled backward, dropping my flashlight. The woman disappeared as quickly as she had appeared, and the whispers ceased. I grabbed my flashlight and ran out of the room, not stopping until I was back in the well-lit, bustling part of the factory. I didn't tell anyone about what I had seen, fearing they would think I was crazy, but I couldn't shake the image of the ghostly woman from my mind. Over the next few weeks, I started digging into the history of the factory, hoping to find some explanation. I discovered that in the early 1900s, a young woman named Eliza had worked at the factory. She was rumored to have had an affair with the factory owner, Mr. Hargrove, a married man with a reputation for being ruthless. When Eliza found out she was pregnant, she confronted Mr. Hargrove, but he refused to acknowledge the child or leave his wife. Heartbroken and desperate, Eliza took her own life in the very storage room where I had seen her ghost. Her death was quickly covered up, and the factory continued to operate as if nothing had happened. But the workers knew, and the story of Eliza's tragic end was passed down through generations. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to try and communicate with Eliza's spirit. I needed to know if there was something I could do to help her find peace. One night I returned to the storage room, this time with a voice recorder and a lantern. "Eliza," I called out, my voice trembling, "I know what happened to you. If you're here, please give me a sign." The room grew colder, and the whispers started again, this time clearer. "Help me," the voice said. "What can I do?" I asked, my breath visible in the freezing air. There was a long silence, and then I felt a presence behind me. I turned to see Eliza's ghost, her eyes filled with sorrow. She pointed to a dusty old ledger on a nearby shelf. I opened it and found detailed records of the factory's operations, including a ledger entry that mentioned her death, labeled as an accident. I took the ledger to the local historical society, and together we worked to bring Eliza's story to light. An article was published revealing the truth about her tragic fate and Mr. Hargrove's role in it. The factory owners, facing public backlash, agreed to erect a memorial in her honor. After the memorial was erected, the strange occurrences in the factory ceased. The whispers stopped, and the air no longer felt cold and heavy. It was as if Eliza had finally found peace. I continued working at old millworks until I graduated, but I never forgot Eliza and the night I came face to face with her ghost. It taught me that some stories demand to be told, and some spirits cannot rest until they are. It all started when I moved into the old Victorian house on Maple Street. My name is Karen, and I had just gone through a tough breakup. The house was meant to be a fresh start, a place where I could gather myself and move on. It was quaint, with a charm that spoke of history and character, but it also had a reputation in the neighborhood. People whispered about strange noises and odd occurrences, but I dismissed them as mere gossip. The first few nights were peaceful. I spent my time unpacking, getting settled, and enjoying the quiet. Then, one night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the walls. I tried to ignore it, thinking it might be mice or some other critters, but the sound persisted. It grew louder and more distinct each night. One evening, I decided to investigate, armed with a flashlight and a sense of determination. I followed the sound to a small, hidden door in the basement that I hadn't noticed before. It was old and covered in cobwebs, almost as if it hadn't been opened in years. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. As I opened the door, a cold draft swept through the basement, and I felt an inexplicable sense of dread. The room beyond was dark and musty, filled with old furniture and forgotten relics. In the corner, I saw a large, ornate mirror covered in a thick layer of dust. The scratching sound seemed to be coming from behind it. I approached the mirror cautiously, wiping away the dust to reveal a dark, reflective surface. As I stared into it, I felt a chill run down my spine. My reflection seemed off. It was as if something else was looking back at me, something malevolent. Suddenly, the scratching stopped, and the room grew deathly silent. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest, and hurried upstairs. That night, I had a terrible nightmare. I dreamed of a shadowy figure standing at the foot of my bed, watching me with glowing red eyes. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart racing. Over the next few days, things only got worse. I started hearing whispers, low and unintelligible, coming from the walls and the mirror. Objects moved on their own, and I felt an oppressive presence in the house. As if I was never truly alone, I knew I needed help. I reached out to a local priest, Father Thomas, who had a reputation for dealing with supernatural occurrences. He came to the house, his expression grave as he listened to my story. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed my worst fears. The house was possessed by a malevolent spirit. This spirit is ancient and powerful, Father Thomas explained. It feeds on fear and despair. You mustn't engage with it. We need to perform an exorcism to cleanse the house. The exorcism was scheduled for the following week, and I spent the days leading up to it in a state of constant anxiety. The entity grew more aggressive, making its presence known with violent outbursts. One night I woke up to find myself unable to move, pinned down by an invisible force. The shadowy figure from my dreams appeared again, whispering threats and promises of torment. When the day of the exorcism finally arrived, Father Thomas and two other priests arrived at the house, armed with holy water, crucifixes, and prayer books. They began the ritual in the basement, where the presence was strongest. The air grew thick and heavy as they chanted, and the room seemed to darken. The entity fought back, causing the walls to shake and the temperature to drop. I watched in terror as the priests struggled to maintain their composure, their voices rising in a desperate plea for divine intervention. At the climax of the exorcism, the mirror in the basement shattered, releasing a deafening scream that echoed through the house. The oppressive presence lifted, and a sense of calm returned. Father Thomas assured me that the spirit was banished, but warned that the house still carried a residual energy. I stayed in the house, hoping that the worst was over, but the experience had left a mark on me. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and I often found myself staring at the spot where the mirror had once stood. Nightmares plagued my sleep, and I felt a lingering fear that the entity might return. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something strange on my bathroom mirror. Written in the fog of the shower steam were the words, "I'm still here." My heart raced, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I called Father Thomas immediately, and he came to the house once again. He performed a blessing and placed protective symbols around the home, reassuring me that I was safe. But the words on the mirror were a stark reminder that some things never truly leave. Despite the continued unease, I tried to resume my normal life. Months passed, and the incidents became less frequent. I began to believe that maybe, just maybe, the spirit had been driven away for good. But then one night, as I was lying in bed, I heard a familiar scratching sound coming from the walls. My blood ran cold, and I felt a sense of dread wash over me. The entity had returned, and it was more determined than ever. Desperate, I sought the help of a renowned paranormal investigator, Dr. Evelyn Moore. She arrived with her team, equipped with advanced technology to capture and understand the spirit's activity. They set up cameras, audio recorders, and other devices throughout the house. For 3 nights, Dr. Moore and her team stayed in the house, documenting the phenomena. They captured chilling evidence, footsteps, disembodied voices, and even apparitions. The entity seemed to be growing stronger, feeding off the fear and attention. Dr. Moore concluded that the spirit was not just a restless ghost, but a demon drawn to the house by the negative energy of past tragedies. She proposed a radical solution, a complete cleansing ritual, one that required not only spiritual intervention, but also a psychological approach to confront the demon's hold over me. The ritual took place over several days, involving intense meditation, the burning of sage, and the recitation of ancient prayers. Dr. Moore guided me through confronting my deepest fears, urging me to take control and reject the demon's influence. On the final night, as we performed the last rites, the house seemed to come alive with a malevolent energy. Shadows danced on the walls, and the temperature dropped to a bone-chilling cold. The demon fought back with a ferocity I had never experienced, but I stood my ground, repeating the words Dr. Moore had taught me. At the climax of the ritual, A blinding light filled the room, and a deafening roar echoed through the house. I felt a surge of strength and defiance, and with a final shout the presence was expelled. The house fell silent. The oppressive energy lifted. Dr. Moore and her team were exhausted but triumphant. The demon was banished, and the house was finally free. I stayed in the house for a few more months, gradually reclaiming my life and sense of peace. The nightmares ceased, and the scratching sounds were gone. I knew I had faced something truly evil and survived. Eventually, I decided to move, leaving the house on Maple Street behind. It was time for a new beginning, free from the shadows of the past. I found a small apartment in a different part of town, and life slowly returned to normal. But I'll never forget the haunting of old millworks and the demon that once called it home. It taught me that some battles are fought not just with courage, but with the strength of the human spirit. I've always been an avid outdoorsman, spending every free moment exploring the vast forests and mountains near my hometown. Pine Ridge was my favorite spot, a remote area known for its dense woods, pristine lakes, and miles of hiking trails. I knew every inch of it, or so I thought. One autumn weekend, I decided to go on a solo camping trip to Pine Ridge. The air was crisp, the leaves were turning, and I wanted to take advantage of the last weather before winter set in. I packed my gear, loaded up my truck, and set off early in the morning, eager for the solitude and beauty of the wilderness. The drive was uneventful, and by midday I had set up camp at my usual spot, a small clearing near a babbling brook. After pitching my tent and gathering firewood, I decided to spend the afternoon exploring a trail I hadn't taken before. It was supposed to lead to a secluded lake, and I was eager to see it for myself. As I hiked, the forest grew denser, the trees taller and closer together. The trail was narrow and overgrown, clearly not used often. The further I went, the more isolated I felt. The sounds of the forest birds singing, leaves rustling seemed to fade, replaced by an eerie silence. I pushed on, determined to find the lake. After a couple of hours, I finally reached it. The sight took my breath away, a serene, mirror-like surface surrounded by towering pines, untouched and pristine. I sat by the shore, enjoying the tranquility and the sense of being the only person in the world. As the sun began to set, I decided it was time to head back to camp. The trail seemed different in the fading light, the shadows longer and the forest darker. I picked up my pace, not wanting to be caught out after dark. That's when I heard a low, cattle growl that sent chills down my spine. I stopped, heart pounding, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart. The growl came again, closer this time. I turned slowly, my eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. There, just beyond the edge of the trail, I saw it, a massive, hulking figure partially obscured by the trees. It stood on two legs, easily over 7 feet tall, covered in dark, matted fur. Its eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, and its presence exuded a primal, menacing power. Panic surged through me, and I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. Branches slapped my face, and roots threatened to trip me as I sprinted down the trail. The growl turned into a roar, and I heard the creature crashing through the underbrush behind me. My lungs burned, and my legs screamed for relief. But I didn't dare stop. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, the creature gaining on me. Just when I thought I couldn't run any longer, I burst into the clearing where my camp was set up. I grabbed the shotgun from my pack, my hands shaking as I loaded it. The crashing stopped just at the edge of the clearing. I stood there, weapon ready, my eyes fixed on the darkness between the trees. For a moment, everything was silent. Then it stepped into the clearing. The creature was even more terrifying up close, its face a grotesque mix of human and ape, its eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence. It roared again, a sound that echoed through the forest and chilled me to the bone. I fired a warning shot into the air, hoping to scare it off. The creature flinched, but didn't retreat. Instead, it let out a deafening roar and charged at me. I aimed and fired again, this time hitting it in the shoulder. The creature howled in pain and fury, but it didn't stop. In a desperate bid, I grabbed a burning log from the campfire and brandished it like a torch. The creature hesitated, eyeing the flames warily. I waved the log, yelling at it to leave. After what felt like an eternity, it turned and retreated into the forest, its roars fading into the night. I didn't sleep at all that night, every sound setting me on edge. At first light, I packed up my camp and got out of there as fast as I could. The drive back home was a blur, my mind replaying the encounter over and over. I reported the incident to the local authorities, but they were skeptical, attributing it to a bear or some other large animal. I knew better. What I had seen was no bear. It was something else, something ancient and terrifying that lurked in the depths of Pine Ridge. The experience left me shaken and wary of the forest I once loved. I still go hiking and camping, but I'm more cautious now, always aware of my surroundings and the possibility that I might not be alone. The memory of that creature, the beast of Pine Ridge, is a constant reminder of the mysteries and dangers that the wilderness holds. I've always been an avid outdoorsman, spending every free moment exploring the vast forests and mountains near my hometown. Pine Ridge was my favorite spot, a remote area known for its dense woods, pristine lakes, and miles of hiking trails. I knew every inch of it, or so I thought. One autumn weekend, I decided to go on a solo camping trip to Pine Ridge. The air was crisp, the leaves were turning, and I wanted to take advantage of the last good weather before winter set in. I packed my gear, loaded up my truck, and set off early in the morning, eager for the solitude and beauty of the wilderness. The drive was uneventful, and by midday I had set up camp at my usual spot, a small clearing near a babbling brook. After pitching my tent and gathering firewood, I decided to spend the afternoon exploring a trail I hadn't taken before. It was supposed to lead to a secluded lake, and I was eager to see it for myself. As I hiked, the forest grew denser, the trees taller and closer together. The trail was narrow and overgrown, clearly not used often. The further I went, the more isolated I felt. The sounds of the forest birds singing, leaves rustling seemed to fade, replaced by an eerie silence. I pushed on, determined to find the lake. After a couple of hours, I finally reached it. The sight took my breath away, a serene, mirror-like surface surrounded by towering pines, untouched and pristine. I sat by the shore, enjoying the tranquility and the sense of being the only person in the world. As the sun began to set, I decided it was time to head back to camp. The trail seemed different in the fading light, the shadows longer and the forest darker. I picked up my pace, not wanting to be caught out after dark. That's when I heard a low cattle growl that sent chills down my spine. I stopped, heart pounding, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart. The growl came again, closer this time. I turned slowly, my eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. There, just beyond the edge of the trail, I saw it, a massive, hulking figure partially obscured by the trees. It stood on two legs, easily over 7 feet tall, covered in dark, matted fur. Its eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, and its presence exuded a primal, menacing power. Panic surged through me, and I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. Branches slapped my face, and roots threatened to trip me as I sprinted down the trail. The growl turned into a roar, and I heard the creature crashing through the underbrush behind me. My lungs burned, and my legs screamed for relief. But I didn't dare stop. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, the creature gaining on me. Just when I thought I couldn't run any longer, I burst into the clearing where my camp was set up. I grabbed the shotgun from my pack, my hands shaking as I loaded it. The crashing stopped just at the edge of the clearing. I stood there, weapon ready, my eyes fixed on the darkness between the trees. For a moment, everything was silent. Then it stepped into the clearing. The creature was even more terrifying up close, its face a grotesque mix of human and ape, its eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence. It roared again, a sound that echoed through the forest and chilled me to the bone. I fired a warning shot into the air, hoping to scare it off. The creature flinched, but didn't retreat. Instead, it let out a deafening roar and charged at me. I aimed and fired again, this time hitting it in the shoulder. The creature howled in pain and fury, but it didn't stop. In a desperate bid, I grabbed a burning log from the campfire and brandished it like a torch. The creature hesitated, eyeing the flames warily. I waved the log, yelling at it to leave. After what felt like an eternity, it turned and retreated into the forest, its roars fading into the night. I didn't sleep at all that night, every sound setting me on edge. At first light, I packed up my camp and got out of there as fast as I could. The drive back home was a blur, my mind replaying the encounter over and over. I reported the incident to the local authorities, but they were skeptical, attributing it to a bear or some other large animal. I knew better. What I had seen was no bear. It was something else, something ancient and terrifying that lurked in the depths of Pine Ridge. The experience left me shaken and wary of the forest I once loved. I still go hiking and camping, but I'm more cautious now, always aware of my surroundings and the possibility that I might not be alone. The memory of that creature, the beast of Pine Ridge, is a constant reminder of the mysteries and dangers that the wilderness holds. It was just another night in the city, and I was behind the wheel of my taxi, cruising the familiar streets with the hum of the engine and the occasional radio chatter as my only company. I had been driving for years, and the job had its routine pickup fares, drive them to their destinations, and repeat. It was monotonous but comfortable until one particular shift turned everything upside down. The night had been slow, with only a few fares and a lot of idle time. I was about to call it a night when I received a call for a pickup. The address was in an old part of town, one of those areas with creaky buildings and dimly lit streets. I didn't think much of it. Late-night rides were a part of the job. When I arrived at the address, the woman was waiting at the curb. She was dressed in a long, old-fashioned coat with a scarf wrapped tightly around her neck. Her face was hidden beneath the brim of a hat, casting a shadow over her features. She climbed into the back seat without a word, and I started driving. The first thing I noticed was the cold. It was a chilly night, but the temperature in the cab dropped noticeably as soon as she got in. I glanced in the rearview mirror, but her face was still obscured by the shadows. I asked her where she was headed, and she gave me an address in a part of town I didn't recognize, somewhere beyond the usual routes. As we drove, the silence was unnerving. I tried making small talk, asking about her night, but she didn't respond. The radio crackled with static, and the atmosphere in the cab grew increasingly uncomfortable. I could feel a chill creeping up my spine, but I chalked it up to the cold. The streets grew darker and less familiar, the buildings more dilapidated. I glanced at the address again, and it seemed we were heading into an area that was more abandoned than residential. My instincts told me to be cautious, but I pressed on, driven by the desire to complete the fare and get back to the more populated areas. Finally, we arrived at a decrepit old house at the end of a narrow alley. The place looked like it hadn't been occupied in decades, windows boarded up, the paint peeling off the walls. The woman remained silent as I turned off the engine and looked at her through the rearview mirror. She slowly reached into her coat and pulled out a small, weathered envelope. She handed it to me without saying a word. I took it, my curiosity piqued, but before I could ask anything, she opened the door and stepped out of the cab. I watched her walk toward the house, her figure disappearing into the shadows. As soon as she was out of sight, a shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I decided to wait for a few minutes, hoping she would return, but she never did. After a while, I decided to leave. I opened the envelope, expecting to find payment or a tip, but inside was a single, yellowed photograph. It was an old black and white picture of a young woman standing in front of the very house where I had dropped her off. The woman in the photograph looked eerily similar to my passenger, her eyes sad and hollow. Confused and unsettled, I drove back to the station, the photograph in hand. The next day I showed it to a fellow driver who had worked in the city for decades. He took one look and paled. He told me a chilling story about the house and the woman in the photograph. According to him, the house had once belonged to a woman named Eleanor, who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances many years ago. She was known to have taken her own life after a series of tragic events, and her ghost was rumored to haunt the area, often seen seeking help or final resting place. I was stunned. The woman I had driven would have been Eleanor's ghost, seeking something unresolved from her past. The photograph was a piece of her history, a glimpse into the life she once lived. From that night on, I avoided the area where I had dropped her off, and I made sure to check the addresses more carefully before driving. The encounter left me with an uneasy feeling, a reminder of the strange and often inexplicable mysteries that exist in the world. Every so often, I wonder if I'll encounter another phantom fare, another ghostly passenger seeking closure or solace. Until then, I keep the photograph tucked away, a haunting reminder of the night I drove with a ghost. Working as a park ranger in a vast national forest was a dream come true for me. The job allowed me to spend my days surrounded by nature, ensuring the safety of both the visitors and the environment. The forest was my domain, and I knew its trails and secrets better than anyone. However, there was one section of the forest that I had always found unsettling, a dense, shadowy area known as the Blackwood. The locals had their own stories about the Blackwood, tales of strange noises and mysterious disappearances. As a ranger, I had heard them all, but I had never given much thought to these old legends until one fateful night that changed everything. It was late autumn, and the forest was cloaked in a thick fog. The air was damp and cold, and the trees loomed like silent sentinels. I was patrolling the trails, ensuring that all visitors had left the park before nightfall. As I made my way towards the Blackwood, I felt an uneasy chill. I tried to shake it off, attributing it to the weather and the encroaching darkness. The trail leading into the Blackwood was narrow and overgrown, rarely used by hikers or campers. I had walked this path many times, but tonight it felt different, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an owl. My radio crackled with static, and I adjusted the volume, trying to catch any incoming messages from the station. Suddenly I heard a faint voice, almost a whisper, calling my name. I stopped in my tracks, straining to listen. The voice came again, clearer this time, but it was impossible to pinpoint its direction. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I called out, asking if anyone was there, but the only response was the rustling of leaves. My flashlight beam cut through the fog, illuminating the twisted branches and gnarled roots that seemed to reach out like skeletal hands. The voice continued, now pleading, almost desperate. It was a voice I didn't recognize, and it sent a shiver down my spine. I knew I had to investigate. It was my duty to ensure the safety of anyone who might be lost or in distress. I followed the voice deeper into the Blackwood, my heart racing with each step. The forest grew denser and the fog thicker. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out the moonlight. The voice led me to a small clearing where the fog seemed to gather and swirl, creating an eerie, almost hypnotic effect. In the center of the clearing stood an old, decrepit cabin, its wooden walls covered in moss and vines. The cabin looked like it hadn't been touched in decades, perhaps even longer. The voice grew louder, more insistent, and I felt an overwhelming urge to approach the cabin. As I stepped closer, the air grew colder, and I could see my breath in the light of my flashlight. The door to the cabin was ajar, creaking on its hinges. I pushed it open, and the voice suddenly stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence. The interior of the cabin was dark and musty, the air thick with the scent of decay. I swept my flashlight around the room, revealing broken furniture, tattered curtains, and an old, dusty fireplace. There was no sign of anyone, but I felt a presence, a watchful gaze that sent chills down my spine. I called out again, but my voice sounded small and insignificant in the eerie stillness. I was about to turn back when I noticed something on the floor, a set of footprints leading towards the back of the cabin. The prints were fresh, and they didn't belong to me. I followed them cautiously, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The footprints led to a door at the back of the cabin, half hidden behind a rotting bookshelf. I hesitated for a moment, my instincts screaming at me to leave, but curiosity and duty drove me forward. I pushed the door open and stepped into a small, dark room. The air was colder here, and the walls seemed to close in around me. In the center of the room was an old wooden chest, its surface covered in dust and cobwebs. The footprints led directly to it, and the voice started again, now a low, mournful wail. I knelt beside the chest, my hands trembling as I reached for the lid. It creaked open, revealing its contents, a collection of old, faded photographs, letters, and a small, leather-bound journal. I picked up the journal and began to read. The journal belonged to a man named Samuel, who had lived in the cabin many years ago. His entries detailed a series of strange occurrences in the Blackwood, from mysterious lights and sounds to encounters with a shadowy figure he called the Watcher. Samuel described how the Watcher would appear at night, standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, its eyes glowing in the darkness. The entries grew more frantic and desperate as Samuel recounted how he felt watched, followed, and haunted by this entity. He wrote about hearing voices, much like the one that had led me to the cabin, and seeing glimpses of the watcher in the shadows. The final entry was dated over 50 years ago. It was short and chilling. The watcher is closer now. I can feel it. I fear this will be my last entry. If anyone finds this, beware the Blackwood. The watcher is always watching. As I finished reading, the temperature in the room dropped even further, and I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure standing in the doorway. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. The figure moved closer, and the voice began again, now low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from the very walls of the cabin. I backed away, my mind racing. I had to get out of there, but my legs felt like lead, and the figure seemed to block the only exit. Desperation took over, and I grabbed the journal, clutching it to my chest as I forced myself to move. I darted past the figure, feeling its cold gaze follow me as I ran out of the cabin. The fog outside was thicker than ever, and I struggled to find my way back to the trail. The voice continued to echo around me, a constant reminder that I was not alone. I finally broke free of the fog and the dense trees, emerging onto the familiar trail. I didn't stop running until I reached the ranger station. Breathless and shaken, I locked the doors and collapsed into a chair, the journal still clutched in my hands. I knew that what I had experienced was real, that the watcher was more than just a legend. The next day, I reported the incident to my superiors, but they were skeptical. They sent a team to investigate the cabin, but when they returned, they said it was empty, with no sign of the footprints, the journal, or the watcher. They dismissed my account as a case of overactive imagination, perhaps brought on by exhaustion or the fog. But I knew better. I had seen the watcher, felt its presence, and heard its voice. The journal was proof that I wasn't the first, and I feared I wouldn't be the last. I continued my duties as a ranger, but I avoided the Blackwood whenever possible. The memory of that night stayed with me, a constant reminder of the unseen dangers that lurk in the forest. I kept the journal hidden, a secret I would only share with those who needed to know the truth. As the years passed, I noticed that more and more visitors reported strange occurrences near the Blackwood. They spoke of voices, cold spots, and the feeling of being watched. I listened to their stories with a heavy heart, knowing that the watcher was still out there, waiting and watching. One evening, a young couple went missing while hiking near the Blackwood. Despite an extensive search, they were never found. The incident reignited the old legends, and people began to avoid the area. The forest seemed to grow darker, the shadows longer. As if the watcher's presence was spreading, I decided to retire early, unable to shake the memories of that night and the growing sense of unease. I moved to a small town far from the forest, hoping to find some peace. But even in my new home, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. I often woke in the middle of the night, convinced I heard the voice calling my name, or saw a shadowy figure at the edge of my vision. One day, I received a letter from a fellow ranger who had taken over my duties. He had found the journal hidden in my old locker and had read its contents. He asked me if the stories were true, if the watcher was real. I wrote back, telling him everything, urging him to be cautious and to stay away from the Blackwood. He never replied. Months later, I heard that he had gone missing during a routine patrol near the Blackwood. The search party found no trace of him, and the forest grew silent once more. The Blackwood remains a place of mystery and fear, a section of the forest that few dare to enter. Those who do often return with stories of strange noises, cold spots, and the feeling of being watched. Some never return at all. I no longer go into the woods, but I keep the journal close, a reminder of the dangers that lurk in. I took the job as a night security guard at the old Hammond factory because I needed the money. My name is Joe, and I was recently laid off from my previous job. The factory was located on the outskirts of town, a massive, dilapidated building that had been closed for years. The owners decided to renovate it and needed security to prevent vandalism and theft. It seemed like an easy gig, a few patrols, some paperwork, and plenty of time to relax. My first night started uneventfully. I arrived at 10 p.m. and met with the day guard, Steve, who handed me the keys and a flashlight. "Nothing much happens here," Steve said with a grin. "Just make sure to check the perimeter and the main building. If you hear any noises, it's probably just the wind or some raccoons." He left, and I settled into the small security office at the front of the building. The office was cramped and smelled of old coffee and stale air. There was a small desk, a chair, a few monitors showing grainy footage from the security cameras, and a radio to communicate with the main office. I grabbed the flashlight and started my first patrol. The factory was massive, with long, dark corridors and large, empty rooms filled with abandoned machinery. The floors were covered in dust, and the air was thick and musty. As I walked through the building, my footsteps echoed eerily, and the beam of my flashlight barely penetrated the darkness. I made my way through the main floor, checking doors and windows to ensure they were secure. Everything seemed normal until I reached the basement. The basement was even darker and more foreboding than the rest of the building. The air was colder, and the walls were lined with rusting pipes and peeling paint. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I descended the stairs, but I brushed it off as nerves. I walked through the basement, checking the storage rooms and utility areas. As I was about to leave, I heard a faint noise coming from one of the far corners of the basement. It sounded like whispering. My first thought was that it might be a couple of kids who had snuck in, so I headed toward the sound. The whispering grew louder as I approached, but it was still too faint to make out any words. I reached the corner of the basement and found a small, locked door. The whispering seemed to be coming from behind it. I tried the door, but it was securely locked. I decided to report it to the main office and made my way back upstairs. As I walked, the whispering faded and the factory fell silent again. Back in the security office, I called the main office and reported the noise. They told me to keep an eye on it and call if I heard it again. The rest of the night was quiet, and I managed to convince myself that it was just my imagination. The next few nights were uneventful. I settled into a routine, patrol the building, check the doors and windows, and keep an eye on the monitors. But every time I passed that basement door, I felt a sense of unease. The whispering hadn't returned, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Then, on the fifth night, things took a turn for the worse. It was around midnight when I first heard the noise. Started as a faint humming sound, barely audible over the hum of the security monitors. I ignored it at first, thinking it was just the building settling. But the noise grew louder, becoming a low, rhythmic chanting. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the source of the noise. As I walked through the factory, the chanting grew louder and more intense. It seemed to be coming from the basement. I descended the stairs, the chanting echoing around me. The air grew colder, and I felt a growing sense of dread. I reached the basement door and stood there, listening. The chanting was coming from behind the door, louder and more insistent than before. I tried the door, but it was still locked. I called the main office and reported the chanting. They told me to wait for backup, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was happening behind that door. I decided to investigate. I found a crowbar in one of the storage rooms and used it to pry the door open. It took some effort, but eventually the lock gave way and the door creaked open. The chanting stopped abruptly, and I was met with silence. I shined my flashlight into the room and saw a set of stairs leading down into darkness. I hesitated for a moment and started down the stairs. The air grew colder with each step, and the darkness seemed to close in around me. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a small, dimly lit room. The walls were lined with old, dusty shelves filled with strange artifacts and odd symbols. In the center of the room was a large, circular stone slab covered in intricate carvings. I approached the slab, my flashlight flickering. The carvings seemed to writhe and twist under the beam of light, forming strange, unsettling patterns. I felt a sudden wave of nausea and stepped back, my heart racing. Suddenly, the chanting started again, louder and more intense than before. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut, trapping me in the room. Panic set in, and I pounded on the door, shouting for help. The chanting grew louder, filling the room with a deafening roar. I felt a pressure building in my head, and my vision started to blur. Just as I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the chanting stopped, and the room fell silent. I turned back to the stone slab and saw a figure standing in the center of the room. It was tall and thin, with long, skeletal fingers and hollow, black eyes. It stared at me, its mouth moving silently. I felt a chill run through my body, and I couldn't move. The figure reached out to me, its fingers stretching impossibly long. Just as it was about to touch me, the door burst open, and a beam of light filled the room. I was pulled out of the room by one of the backup guards, and we fled up the stairs. I never returned to the Hammond factory after that night. The owners decided to abandon the renovation project, and the building was left to decay. I tried to put the experience behind me, but the memory of that night still haunts me. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear the faint sound of chanting, and I remember the figure in the basement, waiting in the darkness. It was a dare that brought us to the abandoned hospital on the outskirts of town, a crumbling relic from the early 20th century. The place had been closed for decades, its walls hiding stories of madness and despair. As teenagers, we had heard all the rumors about the place, how it was haunted by the spirits of former patients, how strange noises could be heard at night, and how no one who entered ever left the same. The hospital loomed before us, a towering structure of decaying brick and shattered windows. Ivy crawled up its walls, and the air was thick with the scent of rot and mildew. We were a group of 6, myself, my best friend Jake, and 4 others from our high school. We were armed with flashlights, power phones, and a mix of bravado and fear. As we stepped through the broken front doors, the darkness swallowed us. The beam of my flashlight cut through the gloom, revealing long corridors lined with peeling paint and graffiti. The air was damp and cold, and the silence was almost palpable. We moved cautiously, our footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The first floor was relatively uneventful, though the atmosphere was oppressive. We passed through what must have been the reception area, then a series of offices and treatment rooms. Each room was a time capsule of decay, filled with rusted equipment, overturned furniture, and yellowed papers scattered across the floor. It wasn't until we reached the second floor that things began to get strange. As we climbed the stairs, The temperature seemed to drop even further, and the air grew thick with a sense of unease. We turned a corner and found ourselves in a long hallway lined with patient rooms. The doors were mostly closed, but a few hung ajar, creaking eerily in the draft. We decided to split up to cover more ground. Jake and I took the left side of the hall, while the others explored the right. We entered the first room, a small, dimly lit space with a rusted bed frame and a cracked mirror on the wall. As I shone my flashlight around, I noticed something strange. The reflection in the mirror didn't match the room. The bed in the reflection was pristine, the walls unmarked. I called Jake over, and we stared at the mirror in disbelief. Just as we were about to leave the room, the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls. We both jumped, our hearts racing. I rushed to the door and tried to open it, but it was stuck fast. We pounded on the door, calling for our friends, but there was no response. It was as if the hospital had swallowed us whole. Suddenly the room grew colder, and a soft whisper filled the air. It was unintelligible at first, but it grew clearer, more insistent. It was a woman's voice, filled with sorrow and desperation. "Help me," she whispered. "Please, help me." Jake and I exchanged terrified glances. The voice continued, growing louder and more urgent. "He's here," it said. "He won't let us leave." Panic set in as we realized we were not alone in the room. My flashlight flickered, and in the dim light I saw a shadow move across the wall. It was tall and gaunt, its movements jerky and unnatural. The air grew thick with the scent of decay, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The shadow moved closer, and the whispering turned into a cacophony of voices, all pleading for help. I grabbed Jake's arm, and we backed away from the shadow, our eyes wide with fear. The door behind us suddenly flew open, and we stumbled out into the hallway. The others were there, their faces pale, and their eyes wide with terror. They had heard the voices too, and they had seen the shadows. We didn't need to say anything. We all knew we had to get out of there. We ran down the hall, our flashlights bobbing wildly as we searched for the stairs. The hospital seemed to come alive around us, the walls closing in and the shadows growing thicker. The voices followed us, growing louder and more desperate with each step. We reached the stairs and hurried down, our hearts pounding in our chests. The first floor was a blur as we sprinted for the exit. Just as we reached the front doors, they slammed shut, blocking our way. The whispers turned into screams, and the shadows closed in around us. In a last-ditch effort, I threw my shoulder against the door, and it burst open, spilling us out into the night. We ran until we could no longer hear the screams or see the hospital. We didn't stop until we reached Jake's car, and we piled in, locking the doors behind us. We sat there, catching our breath, our minds racing. None of us could explain what had happened, but we all knew one thing. We would never go back to that hospital. Over the next few days, we tried to put the experience behind us, but the memories lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out of the hospital, something dark and malevolent. I started having nightmares, vivid and horrifying. In them, I was back in the hospital, trapped in that room with the shadow and the voices. Each night the dreams grew more intense, more real. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat, my heart racing. One night I woke to find a shadow standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall and gaunt, its eyes glowing with a sickly light. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The shadow moved closer, its cold breath washing over me. "Help me," it whispered, its voice the same as the one from the hospital. "Please, help me." I bolted upright, my heart pounding. The shadow was gone, but the fear remained. I knew then that the hospital's curse had followed me home. I reached out to the others, but they were experiencing the same thing. We all had the same nightmares, the same sense of dread. It was as if the hospital's spirits had latched onto us, refusing to let go. Desperate for answers, we decided to do some research on the hospital's history. We discovered that it had been shut down in the 1950s after a series of unexplained deaths. The patients had complained of seeing shadows and hearing voices, much like we had experienced. The hospital's head doctor, a man named Dr. Elias, had been accused of conducting cruel and inhumane experiments on the patients. He had disappeared shortly before the hospital was closed, and his whereabouts were still unknown. Armed with this new information, we decided to return to the hospital, hoping to find a way to break the curse. We gathered supplies and made our way back to the crumbling building. The air was thick with tension as we stepped through the broken doors once more. The hospital was as dark and foreboding as we remembered. The whispers started almost immediately, but we pressed on, determined to find answers. We made our way to the second floor, to the room where it had all begun. As we entered the room, the temperature dropped, and the shadows gathered. The voices grew louder, and we knew we were not alone. We called out to the spirits, asking them what they wanted, how we could help them find peace. The air grew still, and for a moment there was silence. Then the shadow appeared, its form shifting and writhing. "Release us," it whispered. "Free us from this place." We asked how we could do that, and the shadow pointed to the floor. We began to search, and soon we found a loose floorboard. Underneath, we discovered a hidden compartment containing old documents and photographs. Among them was a journal, its pages filled with the ramblings of Dr. Elias. The journal detailed his experiments and his belief that he could trap the souls of the patients within the hospital. He had used dark rituals and forbidden knowledge to bind their spirits, condemning them to an eternity of torment. We knew then what we had to do. We gathered the documents and photographs, and we set them on fire in the middle of the room. The shadows recoiled, and the voices grew louder, a mix of pain and relief. As the flames consumed the journal, the air grew warmer, and the shadows began to fade. The voices quieted, replaced by a sense of calm. We watched as the spirits were released, their forms dissolving into the light. The hospital seemed to sigh as if relieved of its burden. We left the building feeling a sense of peace for the first time since our initial visit. The nightmares stopped, and the shadows no longer haunted us. The hospital remained abandoned, but it no longer felt menacing. It was just an old building, its dark history finally laid to rest. The experience changed us all. We had faced our fears and helped to free the trapped spirits. We knew the dangers of meddling with the unknown, and we had learned to respect the boundaries between the living and the dead. To this day, I can't drive past the old hospital without feeling a shiver of remembrance. The memories of that night will stay with me forever, a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the next. But I take comfort in knowing that we did the right thing, that we helped those spirits find peace. And I hope that wherever they are now, they have found the rest they were so desperately seeking. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. My name is Jake, and I had planned a camping trip with my friends, Kyle and Megan, at Blackwood Campground, a remote site deep in the forest. We were excited to escape the city, disconnect from technology, and enjoy nature. We packed our gear, loaded up the car, and set off early on a Friday morning. The drive was long but scenic, and we reached the campground by late afternoon. The site was beautiful, surrounded by towering pine trees and a crystal-clear lake. We set up our tents, built a fire, and settled in for the night. As darkness fell, we sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and telling stories. The air was crisp, and the stars were bright overhead. It felt perfect. Around midnight, we decided to call it a night and headed to our tents. I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard a faint rustling sound outside my tent. I brushed it off as an animal and closed my eyes again. The rustling grew louder and was followed by a low, guttural growl. My heart raced as I listened intently, trying to determine what it was. I unzipped my tent and shined my flashlight into the darkness. The beam of light cut through the night, but I couldn't see anything unusual. I called out to Kyle and Megan, but there was no response. I felt a pang of fear and decided to check on them. I crawled out of my tent and walked over to Kyle's tent. It was empty. Panic set in as I quickly moved to Megan's tent, but she was gone too. I called out their names, but only the echo of my voice answered. I grabbed my flashlight and started searching the campsite. The rustling sound seemed to follow me, growing louder and more persistent. I felt like I was being watched. I circled the campsite, my flashlight flickering as the batteries began to die. I had just reached the edge of the woods when I saw something move in the shadows. It was a tall, dark figure, barely visible in the dim light. It stood motionless, watching me. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the figure, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure took a step forward, and I realized it was not human. It had long, thin limbs and glowing red eyes that pierced the darkness. I turned and ran back to the campsite, my mind racing. I had to find Kyle and Megan and get out of there. When I reached the campsite, I found Kyle sitting by the fire, looking dazed and confused. "Kyle, where's Megan?" I asked, my voice trembling. He looked at me with vacant eyes and mumbled something I couldn't understand. I grabbed his arm and shook him. "Kyle, snap out of it. We need to find Megan and leave." He finally seemed to come to his senses and nodded. We grabbed our gear and started searching for Megan. The rustling sound and the growl followed us, growing louder and more menacing. We called out for Megan, our voices echoing through the trees. After what felt like hours, we found Megan lying on the ground, unconscious but unharmed. We picked her up and carried her back to the campsite. We decided to leave immediately. As we packed up our gear, the figure appeared again, standing at the edge of the woods. It watched us with those glowing red eyes, its presence filling us with dread. We didn't waste any time. We threw our gear into the car and sped away from the campsite, the figure disappearing into the darkness behind us. We drove in silence, too shaken to speak. When we finally reached the safety of our homes, we tried to make sense of what had happened. None of us could explain the figure or the strange sounds. We vowed never to return to Blackwood Campground. The experience haunted us for years. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the glowing red eyes of the figure watching me. I still don't know what it was or why it targeted us. But I know one thing for sure. The darkness at Blackwood Campground was real, and it was waiting. Driving long-haul routes had always been my life. I loved the freedom of the open road, the solitude of the highway stretching endlessly before me. As a trucker, I'd seen my fair share of strange things, but nothing could have prepared me for the night that changed everything. It was late December, and I was hauling a load of electronics from the East Coast to a warehouse in California. The weather was brutal, with a blizzard warning in effect across the Midwest. I had a tight deadline to meet, so I decided to push through despite the conditions. The first few hours were uneventful, the roads were slick, but I was making good time. I tuned into a local radio station, letting the music and static keep me company. The sky was darkening, and the snow began to fall more heavily. By the time I hit the remote stretches of highway in Nebraska, visibility was down to almost nothing. The blizzard was in full force, and I could barely see the road ahead. The radio crackled, the signal fading in and out. I glanced at my GPS, but it seemed to be malfunctioning, showing me routes that didn't exist. The isolation was oppressive, the only light coming from my headlights cutting through the swirling snow. I drove on, the rhythmic thump of the tires on the icy road my only companion. The hours passed, and the blizzard showed no sign of letting up. I was miles from the nearest town, and the road signs were buried under a thick blanket of snow. The fuel gauge was dropping, and I knew I had to find a place to stop soon. As I rounded a bend, my headlights caught a flicker of movement on the side of the road. I slowed down, squinting through the snow. It was a hitchhiker, bundled up in a heavy coat, their thumb outstretched. Normally, I'd never pick up a hitchhiker, especially not in a storm like this, but something about the figure seemed desperate. I pulled over, and the hitchhiker hurried to the passenger door, climbing in with a gust of icy wind. They pulled down their hood, revealing a pale, haggard face. "Thank you," they said, their voice barely audible over the howl of the wind. "I thought I was going to freeze out there," I nodded, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling in my gut. "Where are you headed?" "West," they replied. "Anywhere west." I glanced at the fuel gauge again and decided to push on a bit further. "All right, I'll take you as far as the next town." "Shouldn't be too far," the hitchhiker nodded, settling into the seat and wrapping their coat tighter around themselves. We drove in silence for a while, the storm raging outside. I kept stealing glances at my passenger, feeling more and more unsettled. There was something off about them, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. As we continued, the blizzard seemed to grow even worse. The snow was coming down so thick it felt like we were driving through a white tunnel. The GPS was still acting up, and I had no idea how far we were from the next town. My passengers shifted in their seat, breaking the silence. "You shouldn't be out here," they said, their voice low and strained. "This road... It's not safe," I frowned, gripping the wheel tighter. "What do you mean, there are things on this road?" they reply, their eyes darting nervously to the windows. "Things that shouldn't be here." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. "Like what?" The hitchhiker didn't answer, just stared straight ahead, their face pale and drawn. The tension in the cab was palpable, and I felt a growing sense of dread. The road seemed to stretch on forever, the blizzard an endless torrent of white. Just when I thought I couldn't take the silence any longer, the headlights illuminated something ahead. It was a sign, half buried in snow, indicating a rest stop a few miles ahead. I let out a sigh of relief. "We'll stop at the rest stop. Wait out the storm," I said, trying to sound reassuring. My passenger just nodded, their expression unreadable. As we approached the rest stop, I noticed it was eerily deserted. No other vehicles, no lights, just a few dilapidated buildings and a gas station. I pulled into the parking lot, the truck's engine rumbling to a stop. "Stay here," I told the hitchhiker. "I'll check if the gas station is open." They nodded, and I climbed out of the cab, pulling my coat tight against the biting wind. The gas station looked abandoned, its windows dark and covered in grime. Pushed open the door, the bell above it jangling eerily. Inside, it was even colder than outside, the air thick with dust. I called out, but there was no answer. The place seemed frozen in time, the shelves stocked with ancient, dusty products. I made my way to the counter, hoping to find a phone or some sign of life. As I approached, I heard a faint noise, like a whisper. I turned, but there was no one there. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, and I felt a cold dread wash over me. I bolted from the gas station, my heart pounding. Outside, the snow was falling even harder, and my truck was barely visible through the whiteout. I climbed back into the cab, slamming the door behind me. The hitchhiker was gone. I looked around, calling out, but there was no trace of them. The passenger door was still locked, and there were no footprints in the snow outside. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Panic set in. I started the engine and pulled out of the rest stop, my mind racing. The blizzard was relentless, and I struggled to keep the truck on the road. The whispering followed me, growing louder and more insistent, filling the cab with a sense of dread. I drove for what felt like hours, the storm never letting up. The road seemed endless, a never-ending stretch of white. My fuel gauge was dangerously low, and I knew I had to find shelter soon. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw a faint light in the distance. It was a small diner, its neon sign flickering through the snow. I pulled into the parking lot, the truck sputtering to a stop as it ran out of fuel. I stumbled out of the cab and made my way to the diner's entrance. Inside, it was warm and bright, a stark contrast to the storm outside. The place was empty, except for a single waitress behind the counter. She looked up as I entered, her eyes widening in surprise. "You made it," she said, her voice filled with relief. "We've been waiting for you." I frowned, confused. "Waiting for me? You need to leave this place," she said urgently. "This road, it's cursed. People who drive it during the storm, they don't come back." I felt a cold chill run down my spine. But, I picked up a hitchhiker. They were with me, and then they just disappeared. The waitress's face grew pale. "That was no hitchhiker. It's the spirit of a trucker who died on this road years ago. He appears to warn others, but if you see him, it means you're in grave danger." I felt my heart skip a beat. "What do I do?" "You need to leave now," she insisted. "The storm will pass soon, but you can't stay here. The longer you stay, the harder it will be to leave." I nodded, fear gripping me. I thanked her and hurried back to the truck, my mind racing. The engine sputtered to life, and I pulled out of the parking lot, determined to get off this cursed road. As I drove, the storm began to let up, the snow falling more lightly. The whispering faded, replaced by an eerie silence. I drove through the night, not stopping until I reached the next town. I pulled into a truck stop, exhausted and shaken. I collapsed in the cab, sleep overtaking me. When I woke, the storm had passed, and the sun was shining. I made my delivery and continued my route, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that lingered. I asked around about the road, and other truckers confirmed the stories. They spoke of the blizzard, the whispers, and the hitchhiker. Some said it was an old legend. Others claimed to have experienced it themselves. I never drove that route again. The memory of that night stayed with me, a constant reminder of the dangers lurking on the highways. I still drive long haul, but I'm always wary of the roads I take, always listening for the whispers of the storm. If you ever find yourself driving through a blizzard on a lonely stretch of highway, beware. The road may seem endless, but the dangers are real. And if you see a hitchhiker, think twice before stopping. You never know who or what you might be picking up. It was a quiet evening when the break-in happened. My name is Tom, and I live alone in a small, one-story house on the outskirts of town. It was a Friday night, and I had just settled in to watch a movie. The neighborhood was typically peaceful, and I had never felt the need to worry about security. I locked the doors and windows every night, but that evening I made an exception. My dog, Max, had insisted on staying outside longer than usual, so I left the back door slightly ajar for him to come in when he was ready. As the movie played, I felt a sense of unease, but I brushed it off as the tension from the film. Max barked a few times, then everything went silent. I called out for him, but he didn't respond. Annoyed, I got up to check on him. The back door was open wider than I had left it. I stepped outside and called for Max again. He came trotting around the corner of the house, wagging his tail. Relieved, I let him in and closed the door. I returned to the living room and continued watching the movie. About an hour later, I heard a noise coming from the kitchen. It sounded like a cabinet door creaking open. I paused the movie and listened. The house was silent. I dismissed it as Max rummaging around and went back to watching the film. The noise came again, louder this time. I stood up and walked to the kitchen. As I entered, I saw the cabinet door swinging slowly. I felt a chill and checked the window. It was closed and locked. I called out, "Is anyone there?" But only silence answered. I decided to do a quick sweep of the house, just to be sure. I walked through each room, turning on lights and checking closets. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I returned to the living room and tried to relax. The movie was nearing its climax when I heard footsteps in the hallway. My heart raced as I grabbed the nearest thing I could use as a weapon, a heavy metal candlestick. I slowly crept toward the hallway, the footsteps growing louder. I turned the corner and saw a shadowy figure standing at the end of the hall. The figure was tall and motionless, its face hidden in the darkness. I demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure remained silent, then started to move toward me. I backed up, my grip tightening on the candlestick. Just as the figure reached the light, it vanished. I blinked, trying to process what had just happened. I checked the entire house again, but there was no sign of an intruder. I was beginning to think I was losing my mind. I called a friend, John, and asked if he could come over. He arrived within minutes, sensing the urgency in my voice. I explained what had happened, and he agreed to help me search the house one more time. We checked every corner, but found nothing. John suggested it might have been a trick of the light or my imagination playing tricks on me. I nodded, but I still felt uneasy. John decided to stay the night on the couch, just in case. We both tried to get some sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of whispers. I turned over and saw the shadowy figure standing in my bedroom doorway. My blood ran cold. I tried to call out to John, but my voice was stuck in my throat. The figure moved closer, and I could see its eyes, dark and empty. It reached out a hand, and I felt a cold breeze brush against my skin. I finally found my voice and screamed for John. The figure vanished, and John burst into the room, looking confused and alarmed. I told him what had happened, and he checked the house again, but found nothing. We stayed up the rest of the night, unable to sleep. When morning came, we decided to call the police. An officer arrived and took our statements, but there was little they could do without any evidence. They suggested installing security cameras and making sure all doors and windows were secured. I followed their advice, but the feeling of unease never left me. Weeks went by, and nothing unusual happened. I started to believe that maybe it had all been in my head. Then, one night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard the whispers again. This time they were clearer, more distinct. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they filled me with dread. I checked the security cameras, but there was no sign of anyone. I decided to leave the house and stay with John for a while. As I packed a bag, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned and saw the shadowy figure standing in the doorway once more. Its eyes bored into mine, and I felt paralyzed with fear. It reached out, and I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I stumbled back, breaking free of its grasp, and ran out of the house. I didn't stop until I reached John's place. I told him what had happened, and we both agreed that something was seriously wrong. We contacted a paranormal investigator, hoping to find some answers. The investigator came to the house and conducted a thorough examination. He found signs of a presence, but couldn't determine its origin or intentions. He suggested performing a cleansing ritual to rid the house of the entity. We followed his instructions, and for a while things seemed to improve. The house felt lighter, and the whispers and footsteps stopped. But the fear never completely left me. Even now, years later, I still feel uneasy in my own home. I installed more security measures, and even adopted another dog for added protection. But I know that whatever was in my house that night is still out there, watching and waiting. And every time I hear a creak or a whisper in the dark, I'm reminded that some intruders are not so easily kept out. My name is Mark, and I work as a security guard at one of Hollywood's oldest and most prestigious film studios. This studio has been the backdrop for countless classic films and has seen the rise and fall of many stars. The lot is steeped in history, and with that history comes a fair share of ghost stories. Most of them are harmless tales meant to spook the new hires, but some stories linger, whispered in hushed tones by those who have experienced the unexplained. I've always been skeptical about the supernatural, chalking up the strange occurrences to overactive imaginations and the creaks and groans of an aging building. But that was before I encountered something that defied all logical explanation. It was a quiet night, and I was doing my usual rounds. The studio was deserted, the sets dark and silent. I made my way to stage 17, one of the oldest sound stages on the lot. This stage had a reputation for being haunted, with reports of cold spots, strange noises, and the occasional sighting of a spectral figure. As I walked through the cavernous space, my flashlight casting long shadows, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I told myself it was just the atmosphere, the weight of history pressing down on me. I finished my sweep of the stage and was about to leave when I heard a faint sound, like the tinkling of piano keys. I turned my flashlight, sweeping the room, but saw nothing. The sound grew louder, a haunting melody that echoed through the empty stage. I followed the music to the far corner of the room where an old grand piano sat covered in dust. The keys moved as if played by invisible hands, the music growing more insistent. My heart raced, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I reached out to touch the piano, and the music stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. I stood there, my hand hovering over the keys, my mind struggling to process what I'd just witnessed. Suddenly I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, and I spun around, but there was no one there. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and I decided it was time to leave. I turned to walk away, but a voice stopped me in my tracks. "Don't go," it whispered, soft and mournful. I froze, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The voice was coming from the shadows, a woman's voice filled with sorrow. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Please help me," the voice replied, and a figure stepped into the dim light. She was dressed in a flowing gown, her face pale and ethereal. I recognized her immediately. She was a famous actress from the 1930s, a star whose life had ended tragically on this very lot. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. Ghosts didn't exist. But there she was, standing before me, her eyes filled with a sadness that seemed to reach into my soul. "I can't leave," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I'm trapped here, bound to this place. Why?" I asked, feeling a strange mix of fear and compassion. "Because of him," she replied, her eyes flickering to the shadows. "He won't let me go." Before I could ask who she meant, a cold wind swept through the stage, and the lights flickered. The temperature dropped, and the room was plunged into darkness. I heard footsteps, heavy and deliberate, coming from the far end of the stage. My flashlight flickered to life, and I saw a figure standing in the shadows. He was tall and imposing, dressed in a dark suit. His eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and a sinister smile played on his lips. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice deep and menacing. I took a step back, my heart pounding. "Who are you?" "I am the master of this place," he replied, his voice echoing through the stage. "And she is mine." The actress moved closer to me, her eyes pleading. "Please help me break the curse." "How?" I asked, my mind racing. "Destroy the contract," she said, pointing to a stack of old papers on a nearby table. "He bound my soul to this place with it." I grabbed the papers and riffled through them, my hands shaking. I found the contract, its edges yellowed with age. The man's eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward. "You can't stop me," he growled. "I am eternal." I didn't listen. I tore the contract in half, the paper ripping loudly in the silence. The man let out a roar of anger, and the lights flickered violently. The air crackled with energy, and the room seemed to vibrate. The actress let out a sigh of relief, her form growing fainter. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. The man lunged at me, but his form began to waver, his features distorting. He let out a howl of rage as he dissolved into the air, leaving nothing but an icy chill in his wake. The room grew still, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. The actress smiled at me, her form shimmering like a mirage. "You've set me free," she said. "Thank you." And with that, she faded into the darkness, her presence lifting like a weight from my shoulders. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. The studio was silent once more, the piano still and lifeless. I left stage 17 that night, my mind buzzing with questions. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. I knew they wouldn't believe me, but I knew the truth. I had seen a glimpse of Hollywood's haunted past, a world where the spirits of the famous and the forgotten lingered, bound by unfinished business and broken dreams. I continued my work at the studio, but I was always cautious, always aware of the shadows that lingered just out of sight. The stories of the haunted sound stage became more than just legends. To me, they were a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the next, and the restless spirits that roam the corridors of fame and fortune. The first signs were subtle. My name is Emily, and I had just moved into a charming old house in Willow Creek, a small town known for its picturesque views and quiet, friendly community. The house had been vacant for years, and I got it for a steal. It was perfect for me and my daughter. Lily At first, everything seemed normal. We spent our days unpacking and making the house feel like home. But then things started to change. It began with small, almost unnoticeable events. Lily's toys would move on their own, ending up in different rooms from where we left them. I dismissed it as her playing tricks on me, even though she insisted she hadn't touched them. One evening, as I was making dinner, I heard Lily talking to someone in her room. I walked in, expecting to find her on the phone, but she was alone, sitting on the floor with her dolls. "Who are you talking to, sweetheart?" I asked. She looked up at me with wide eyes and said, "My friend, Sarah. She lives here." I felt a chill run down my spine but forced a smile. "That's nice, honey," I said, trying to hide my unease. Over the next few weeks, Lily's behavior became increasingly strange. She would have conversations with Sarah, and sometimes I would hear her laughing and playing as if someone else was there. At night, she would wake up screaming, saying that Sarah was angry. I started to worry about her mental health and considered taking her to a therapist. But then things took a darker turn. One night I woke up to the sound of whispering. It was coming from Lily's room. I got out of bed and walked down the hall, my heart pounding. The door to her room was slightly ajar, and I could see a dim light flickering inside. I pushed the door open and found Lily sitting on her bed, her eyes closed, and her lips moving as if she were reciting something. The air was thick and cold, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "Lily, wake up," I said, my voice trembling. She didn't respond. I reached out to touch her, but as soon as my hand made contact, she snapped her eyes open and screamed. I jumped back, terrified. She looked at me with an expression I had never seen before. Her eyes were filled with anger and hatred. "Sarah says you can't stay here," she said in a voice that didn't sound like her own. "She wants you to leave." I was too scared to respond. I picked Lily up and took her to my room, where we both slept fitfully for the rest of the night. The next day I called a friend, Jessica, who was knowledgeable about the paranormal. I told her everything, and she agreed to come over and help. Jessica arrived that afternoon with some equipment and a determined look on her face. She set up cameras and audio recorders around the house, and we spent the evening trying to communicate with whatever was haunting us. As we sat in the living room, the temperature dropped suddenly, and we heard a faint, high-pitched laugh. Jessica asked, "Sarah, are you here?" The laugh grew louder, and we could hear footsteps running down the hall. Lily, who had been playing in her room, came running to us, crying. "Sarah's mad," she said, clutching on to me. Jessica decided to perform a cleansing ritual. She lit sage and walked through the house, chanting a prayer. As she did, the atmosphere grew heavier and the lights flickered. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from Lily's room. We ran to see what had happened and found her toes scattered all over the floor, her bed overturned. Jessica continued the cleansing, her voice steady and strong. The air seemed to vibrate with tension, and I felt a pressure building in my chest. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The air lightened, and the house felt calm again. "It's over," Jessica said, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. That night, Lily slept peacefully for the first time in weeks. I hoped it was a sign that the cleansing had worked, but deep down I knew that whatever had been in the house wasn't gone for good. A few days later, I found a note on Lily's bed, written in a child's handwriting. It said, "I'm still here, Sarah." I felt a cold fear grip my heart. I knew we couldn't stay in that house any longer. I packed our things, and we left Willow Creek the next day. We moved to a new town, far away from the haunted house, and started a new life. But sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I still hear Lily talking to Sarah, and I know that the past is never truly behind us. My name is Sarah, and I never believed in curses or dark magic until I stumbled upon an ancient amulet at a local flea market. It was an unremarkable Saturday morning, and I was browsing through the stalls, looking for anything that might catch my eye. The market was bustling with activity, vendors shouting their wares and shoppers haggling over prices. As I wandered through the maze of stalls, a small table covered in old trinkets and baubles caught my attention. An elderly man stood behind the table, his eyes watching me with an intensity that made me uneasy. I was about to move on when a glint of silver caught my eye. It was a small amulet, intricately carved with strange symbols that I didn't recognize. I picked it up, feeling an inexplicable pull towards it. "Ah, you have a good eye," the man said, his voice raspy. "That amulet is very special." "What is it?" I asked, turning it over in my hand. "It's a talisman of protection," he replied. "But be warned, it comes with a price," I laughed, thinking he was just trying to make a sale. "How much for you?" $10, he said, his eyes never leaving mine. I handed him the money and slipped the amulet into my pocket. As I walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just made a mistake. That night I decided to wear the amulet, hoping it might bring me some good luck. As soon as I fastened it around my neck, a chill ran down my spine. I brushed it off as a draft and went to bed. I awoke in the middle of the night to a strange sensation. It felt like something was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I tried to move, but my body was paralyzed. Panic set in as I struggled to wake up fully. Suddenly, the pressure lifted, and I could breathe again. I sat up, gasping for air, my heart racing. The room was dark and silent, but I felt a presence, like someone was watching me. I reached for the amulet, feeling its cold metal against my skin. The next morning I felt exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all. I chalked it up to a bad dream and went about my day. But as the days passed, the nightmares continued. Each night I would wake up to the same suffocating sensation, unable to move or cry out. I started to see shadows moving in the corners of my vision, and strange noises echoed through my apartment. Desperate for answers, I took the amulet to a local antique shop, hoping they might know something about it. The shop owner, a middle-aged woman with piercing blue eyes, took one look at the amulet and paled. "Where did you get this?" she asked, her voice trembling. "At a flea market," I replied, confused by her reaction. "This is no ordinary amulet," she said, her hands shaking as she examined it. "It's cursed. These symbols are of ancient dark magic, used to trap and control spirits." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a knot of fear tighten in my stomach. "This amulet is a vessel," she explained. "It's bound to a powerful spirit, one that feeds on the energy of its wearer. The more you wear it, the stronger it becomes." I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. "How do I get rid of it?" "You can't just throw it away," she said. "You must perform a cleansing ritual to break the curse. But be warned, it's not without risk." She handed me a piece of paper with instructions for the ritual. "Do it tonight at midnight. And whatever you do, don't let the amulet out of your sight." I thanked her and hurried home, my mind racing. That night, as the clock struck midnight, I prepared for the ritual. I lit the candles, drew the protective symbols on the floor, and placed the amulet in the center of the circle. I began to chant the incantation, my voice trembling. The room grew cold, and the shadows seemed to close in around me. The air crackled with energy, and the amulet began to glow with an eerie light. Suddenly, the room was filled with a deafening roar, and a figure materialized in the center of the circle. It was a tall, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, its face twisted in anger. "You dare to break the curse?" it snarled, its voice echoing through the room. I stood my ground, continuing the chant. The figure howled in rage, thrashing against the invisible barriers of the circle. The candles flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. I felt a surge of power, and the amulet shattered, sending a shockwave of energy through the room. The figure let out a final, agonized scream before dissolving into thin air. I collapsed to the floor, exhausted and trembling. The room was silent once more, the oppressive presence gone. I looked at the shattered remains of the amulet, feeling a strange mix of relief and sorrow. The curse was broken, but the experience had left its mark on me. In the days that followed, the nightmares stopped, and the strange occurrences ceased. I took the remains of the amulet to the antique shop, hoping to find some closure. The shop owner looked at me with a mix of pity and respect. "You did well," she said, "but remember, dark magic is always lurking in the shadows, waiting for the unwary." I left the shop, feeling a sense of peace for the first time in weeks. The experience had taught me a valuable lesson. Some things are better left untouched, and the past has a way of reaching out from the darkness. Now, whenever I pass by that flea market, I feel a shiver of unease. I steer clear of the tables filled with old trinkets, wary of what secrets they might hold. The evening started like any other. My name is Rachel, and I had just moved into a new apartment in the city. It was a cozy place, perfect for starting fresh after a tough breakup. My best friend, Laura, had helped me move in, and we were enjoying a bottle of wine to celebrate my new beginning. We laughed, reminisced, and talked about all the new possibilities this place held. As the night wore on, Laura had to leave. We hugged goodbye, and I settled in for my first night alone in the apartment. I was excited, but also a bit anxious about sleeping in a new place. The apartment had an old, vintage charm, complete with a large, antique mirror in the hallway. It was beautiful, with an intricately carved wooden frame, and it added character to the place. I decided to take a relaxing bath before bed, hoping to unwind and shake off any lingering nerves. As I soaked in the tub, I thought I heard a faint whispering sound. I paused, listening carefully, but the only sound was the gentle hum of the apartment. I dismissed it as my imagination and closed my eyes, letting the warmth of the water soothe me. After my bath, I got ready for bed. As I brushed my teeth, I glanced into the mirror above the sink and thought I saw a shadow move behind me. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there. Shaking my head, I told myself it was just the stress of the move and the unfamiliar surroundings playing tricks on me. I crawled into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. The room was dark and silent, save for the occasional creak of the old building settling. I closed my eyes, trying to drift off to sleep. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up suddenly, feeling a cold breeze on my face. I sat up and noticed that the bedroom door was open, even though I was sure I had closed it. My heart started to race as I got out of bed and walked to the door. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the moonlight streaming through the windows. I felt a sense of unease as I approached the antique mirror. Something about its reflection seemed off, as if the hallway behind me wasn't quite right. I leaned in closer, squinting to make out any details. That's when I saw it, a faint, shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway. My breath caught in my throat as I turned around quickly, but the hallway was empty. I looked back at the mirror, and the figure was gone. I felt a chill run down my spine and decided to go back to bed, hoping to forget what I had seen. The next morning, I convinced myself it had all been a bad dream. I went about my day, trying to ignore the nagging feeling of dread that lingered in the back of my mind. That night, however, the sense of unease returned as I was getting ready for bed. I heard the whispering again. This time, it was clearer, like someone was standing right behind me, speaking in hushed tones. I turned around, but no one was there. I looked into the mirror and saw my reflection staring back at me, but something was wrong. My reflection's eyes seemed darker, and there was a slight malevolent smile on its face. I blinked, and the image returned to normal. My heart pounded in my chest as I backed away from the mirror. I decided to cover it with a sheet, hoping that would put an end to the strange occurrences. That night I slept fitfully, plagued by nightmares of shadowy figures and whispering voices. I woke up several times, drenched in sweat, and each time I felt like I was being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was in the apartment with me. The following day, I called Laura and told her what had been happening. She listened patiently and suggested that I might be stressed from the move and the recent breakup. She offered to come over and spend the night, which I gladly accepted. Laura arrived that evening with a smile and a bottle of wine. We tried to keep things light, chatting and laughing, but there was an underlying tension in the air. As the night wore on, we both felt it, a palpable sense of unease that we couldn't ignore. We decided to stay up and watch movies, hoping to distract ourselves. Around midnight, the whispering started again. Laura heard it too this time, and we both froze. The sound seemed to be coming from the hallway. We exchanged nervous glances and decided to investigate together. Armed with a flashlight, we walked down the hallway, our steps slow and cautious. The whispering grew louder, more distinct, as we approached the covered mirror. I reached out and pulled the sheet away, revealing the antique mirror. In its reflection, we saw the shadowy figure standing behind us. It was clearer now, a tall, dark shape with glowing eyes. We turned around, but the hallway was empty. Our reflection stared back at us with a sinister grin. Panic set in, and we ran back to the living room. We sat on the couch, trembling, unsure of what to do. Laura suggested we leave the apartment, but something told me that wouldn't solve the problem. Whatever was haunting us was connected to that mirror. Determined to get to the bottom of it, we did some research online. We found an article about the history of the building and discovered that a previous owner, a woman named Sarah, had been found dead in the apartment many years ago. She had a history of mental illness and was said to have been obsessed with the antique mirror. The article mentioned that she believed the mirror was a portal to another realm, and that she often spoke to the spirits within it. Armed with this new information, we decided to perform a cleansing ritual. We gathered some sage and candles, and Laura found a cleansing prayer online. We started the ritual walking through the apartment and chanting the prayer, hoping to rid the place of any negative energy. As we approached the mirror, the atmosphere grew colder and the whispering intensified. We continued the ritual, our voices steady despite our fear. The shadowy figure appeared in the mirror again, but this time we didn't turn away. We faced it head-on, determined to banish it from my home. The figure seemed to resist, its form growing darker and more menacing. The whispering turned into a low, guttural growl, and the air felt thick and oppressive. We continued the cleansing, focusing all our energy on driving the entity away. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, and the mirror shattered. The pieces fell to the floor, and the room was silent. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and we felt a sense of relief wash over us. We had done it. We had banished the entity from my home. We cleaned up the broken glass and decided to call it a night. Laura stayed over, and for the first time in days I slept peacefully. The next morning, we both felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from our shoulders. The apartment felt different, too, warmer, more welcoming. I knew that whatever had haunted us was gone for good. Since then, I haven't experienced any more strange occurrences. The whispering has stopped, and I no longer feel like I'm being watched. I got rid of the antique mirror and replaced it with a simple, modern one. Life has returned to normal, and I've started to feel at home in my new apartment. But every now and then, when I'm alone and the apartment is quiet, I think about the shadowy figure and the sinister reflections in the mirror, and I wonder if somewhere out there Sarah's spirit is still searching for someone to talk to. My name is Daniel, and I worked as a night shift security guard at an old, abandoned hospital on the outskirts of town. The building had been closed for years, its halls once filled with patients, and staff now stood empty and silent. The hospital was scheduled for demolition, and my job was to ensure that no one entered the premises. The first night on the job, I was given a flashlight and a map of the building. The supervisor, a grizzled old man named Joe, warned me about the strange occurrences that had been reported over the years. "Just don't pay them any mind," he said, his eyes serious. "It's an old building. It makes noises." I nodded, not thinking much of it. The first few hours of my shift were uneventful. I walked through the darkened corridors, my footsteps echoing off the tile floors. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of antiseptic lingered, a ghost of the hospital's past. As the night wore on, I began to feel a strange unease. The shadows seemed to move just out of the corner of my eye, and I heard faint whispers, like the distant murmur of voices. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. Around midnight, I decided to take a break in the old nurse's station. The room was small, with a few chairs and a desk covered in old papers and medical charts. I sat down, feeling the weight of the silence pressing in around me. As I sipped my coffee, I heard a faint sound, like the distant echo of a woman's laughter. I froze, listening intently. The laughter grew louder, more distinct, and seemed to be coming from the floor above. I grabbed my flashlight and headed towards the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. I climbed the stairs, the laughter growing louder with each step. It was an eerie sound, filled with a strange, unsettling joy. I reached the top of the stairs and found myself in a long, dark corridor. The laughter seemed to be coming from the far end, near the old operating theaters. I walked slowly, my flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. As I approached the operating room, the laughter abruptly stopped. The silence was deafening, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I pushed open the door to the operating room, and my flashlight revealed a scene frozen in time. The old operating table stood in the center of the room, covered in a layer of dust. Surgical instruments were scattered on the counters, and the walls were lined with old medical equipment. I was about to turn and leave when I saw a figure standing in the corner of the room. It was a woman, dressed in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform. Her back was turned to me, and she seemed to be staring at something on the floor. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. The woman didn't respond. I took a step closer, my flashlight trembling in my hand. "Are you all right?" Slowly, the woman turned to face me. Her eyes were empty sockets, and her mouth was twisted into a grotesque smile. She let out a blood-curdling scream, and the room was plunged into darkness. I stumbled back, dropping my flashlight. I could hear her laughter echoing around me, and I felt a cold hand brush against my arm. Panic set in, and I scrambled to find the flashlight. When I finally found it and turned it on, the room was empty. The woman was gone, and the operating room was silent once more. I ran out of the room, my heart racing. I didn't stop until I was back in the nurse's station, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I spent the rest of the night on edge, jumping at every sound. When morning finally came, I reported the incident to Joe. He listened quietly, his expression grim. "You're not the first to see her," he said. "They say she was a nurse here back in the 1950s. She was caught in a fire that destroyed part of the hospital. They never found her body, and some say her spirit still haunts this place." I wanted to quit right then and there, but I needed the job. So I returned the next night, and the night after that. Each shift was filled with strange occurrences, doors slamming shut on their own, lights flickering, and the constant feeling of being watched. One night, as I was making my rounds, I heard a faint crying sound coming from the children's ward. I followed the sound, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The crying grew louder, more desperate, and I found myself standing in front of a room marked pediatrics. I pushed open the door and was hit by a wave of cold air. The room was filled with old, broken cribs and children's toys scattered on the floor. In the center of the room stood a small child, a little girl with long dark hair. She was crying, her face buried in her hands. "Hey, are you lost?" I asked, stepping closer. The girl looked up, and I felt my blood run cold. Her eyes were black voids, and her face was pale and gaunt. She reached out towards me, her fingers twisted and gnarled. "Help me," she whispered, her voice echoing in the empty room. I backed away, stumbling over a broken toy. The girl took a step forward, her eyes locked on mine. "Please help me," she repeated, her voice growing more insistent. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop until I was out of the building, the night air cold against my skin. I never went back to that hospital. I couldn't. The memories of those nights haunted me. The images of the nurse and the little girl burned into my mind. The hospital was eventually demolished, but the stories of its haunted halls lived on. People would talk about the strange occurrences, the ghostly apparitions, and the feeling of dread that hung over the place. I don't know what I encountered in that old hospital, whether it was spirits of the past or something darker, but I do know that some places are haunted by more than just memories, and sometimes the dead don't stay silent. The graveyard shift, the name itself sounded ominous, but it paid well, and I needed the money. My name is Mike, and I had just started a new job as a night security guard at an old, abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. The factory had been shut down for years, but the owners wanted to keep it secured, so they hired me to patrol the grounds from midnight to 6 a.m. The first few nights were uneventful. I walked through the dimly lit corridors, my flashlight casting eerie shadows on the walls. The factory was a maze of empty rooms and rusting machinery, and the only sounds were the occasional drip of water and the distant hum of the city. I brought a book to pass the time and drank copious amounts of coffee to stay awake. But on the fifth night, things started to get strange. It was around 2 a.m. when I first heard it, a faint, metallic, clanging sound coming from somewhere deep within the factory. I paused, listening intently. The sound was rhythmic, like someone banging on a pipe. I followed the noise, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The sound grew louder as I approached the heart of the factory. I reached a large, open room filled with old machinery and stopped to listen. The clanging had stopped, and the room was silent. I shone my flashlight around, but there was no sign of anyone. I chalked it up to the building settling and continued my patrol. An hour later, I heard the sound again. This time, it was closer. I followed it to a narrow hallway that led to the basement. The air grew colder as I descended the stairs, and I felt a sense of unease creeping over me. The basement was a labyrinth of old storage rooms and utility closets, and the sound seemed to be coming from one of the far corners. I walked slowly, my flashlight flickering. I reached a door at the end of the hallway and pushed it open. The room was empty, but the clanging noise was louder than ever. I stepped inside, and the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding. The room was pitch black, and my flashlight flickered and died. Panic set in as I fumbled with the flashlight, trying to get it to work. The clanging sound had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I felt a cold breeze on the back of my neck and turned around. In the dim light from the hallway, I saw a shadowy figure standing in the corner of the room. My blood ran cold as the figure stepped forward, its features becoming clearer. It was a man, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes hollow and lifeless. He wore old, tattered work clothes, and his skin was covered in dirt and grime. "Who are you?" I managed to stammer, my voice shaking. The man didn't respond. He simply stared at me with those empty eyes. I took a step back, and he mirrored my movement, stepping forward. I felt a surge of fear and turned to run, but the door wouldn't budge. I pounded on it, desperate to escape. "Help! Somebody help me!" I shouted, but my voice echoed in the empty factory. The figure moved closer, and I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I turned around, and the man's face was inches from mine. His breath was cold, and his eyes seemed to bore into my soul. "Leave this place," he whispered, his voice raspy and hollow. "Leave, or you'll suffer the same fate." I felt a surge of adrenaline and yanked the door open. I ran out of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop running until I reached the security office. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands shaking. I grabbed my phone and called my supervisor, telling him what had happened. He arrived a short while later, looking skeptical. We searched the basement together, but there was no sign of the man. The room where I had seen him was empty, and there were no other exits. "Are you sure you didn't imagine it?" my supervisor asked, his tone doubtful. "Maybe you were just tired." I knew what I had seen, but I didn't argue. I finished my shift in the security office, too scared to patrol the factory alone. The next night I returned to work, determined to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. I patrolled the factory as usual, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak and groan of the old building set my nerves on edge. At around 3 a.m., I heard the clanging sound again. This time it was coming from the upper floor. I took a deep breath and followed the noise, my flashlight shaking in my hand. I reached the top of the stairs and saw the same shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway. He turned and walked through a doorway, disappearing into the darkness. I followed him, my heart pounding. The room he had entered was empty, but the air was thick with an oppressive energy. I felt a cold breeze and heard a faint whispering sound. "Leave," the voice said. "Leave now." I turned and ran, not stopping until I was outside the factory. I called my supervisor and told him I couldn't work there anymore. He was annoyed but agreed to find a replacement. I never went back to that factory, and I never found out who or what that shadowy figure was. But I know one thing for sure. Something is haunting that place, and it doesn't want anyone there. Even now, years later, I can't drive past the old factory without feeling a chill run down my spine. The memory of those cold, lifeless eyes and that haunting whisper will stay with me forever, and I can't help but wonder how many others have encountered the ghostly presence of the graveyard shift. My name is Eric, and I've always loved hiking. There's something about the quiet solitude of the woods, the fresh air, and the challenge of the trail that calls to me. One summer, I decided to tackle a lesser-known trail in the remote mountains of West Virginia. It was supposed to be an adventure, a chance to escape the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Instead, it turned into a nightmare that haunts me to this day. I started my hike early in the morning, the sun barely peeking over the horizon. The trailhead was overgrown and barely visible, a testament to how rarely it was used. I felt a thrill of excitement as I set off, the forest around me waking up with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. The first few hours were uneventful, the trail winding through dense woods and over rocky terrain. As the day wore on, I noticed the forest growing quieter, the cheerful bird songs replaced by an eerie silence. The air grew cooler, and a sense of unease settled over me. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. Around midday, I reached a clearing with an old, weathered sign pointing to a fork in the trail. One path led to a scenic overlook, the other to an abandoned mining camp. I decided to take the path to the overlook, eager to see the view. The trail became steeper and more rugged, the trees closing in around me. As I climbed higher, the sense of unease grew stronger. I felt like I was being watched, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I glanced over my shoulder, but saw nothing. I pressed on, determined to reach the overlook. When I finally broke through the tree line, the view was breathtaking. The valley below stretched out like a green carpet, the mountains rising majestically in the distance. But my sense of triumph was short-lived. As I stood there, catching my breath, I heard a faint whispering. It seemed to come from all around me, like the forest itself was speaking. I turned in a slow circle, my heart pounding. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, but I couldn't make out the words. Panic set in, and I decided it was time to head back. The trail seemed different on the way down, the trees darker and closer together. The whispering followed me, growing louder and more agitated. I quickened my pace, my mind racing. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the trail. As I reached the fork in the trail again, I realized I had taken a wrong turn. I was on the path to the abandoned mining camp. I cursed under my breath, but decided to follow it, hoping it would lead me back to the main trail. The path became narrower and more treacherous, the ground uneven and covered in roots. The whispering was relentless now, a chorus of voices urging me to turn back. I stumbled into the clearing where the mining camp once stood. The remains of old buildings and rusted equipment lay scattered about, overgrown with weeds. The air was thick with the smell of decay and something else, something foul and unnatural. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, and the whispering reached a fever pitch. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. As I stood there, paralyzed with fear, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. A shadowy figure darted between the trees, too fast to make out clearly. My breath caught in my throat, and I backed away, my eyes scanning the forest. The figure appeared again, closer this time. It was tall and gaunt, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The whispering grew louder, almost deafening, and I realized the voices were coming from the figure. It spoke in a language I couldn't understand, its words twisting and echoing in my mind. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees reaching out with gnarled branches. The path was barely visible in the dim light, and I stumbled over roots and rocks. The whispering followed me, the figure's eyes burning into my back. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I burst through the trees and onto a dirt road. I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath. The whispering stopped, and the forest was silent once more. I looked back, but the figure was gone. I made my way back to my car, my mind numb with fear. I drove home in a daze, the events of the day playing over and over in my head. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had escaped something ancient and malevolent, something that still watched me from the shadows. I never went back to that trail. The mountains of West Virginia hold many secrets, and some paths are best left untrodden. The memory of that day haunts me still, a reminder that the wilderness can be a place of wonder and beauty, but also of unspeakable terror. It was a quiet Friday evening, and I was home alone for the first time in weeks. My name is Olivia, and I had been working long hours at my new job. My fiancé, Tom, was out of town on a business trip, and I was looking forward to a relaxing night in. I had just settled on the couch with a glass of wine and a good book when I heard a noise from upstairs. It sounded like a door creaking open. My heart skipped a beat, but I quickly dismissed it as the house settling. I lived in an old Victorian house that had its fair share of creaks and groans. I took a sip of wine and tried to focus on my book, but the noise persisted. This time it was followed by what sounded like footsteps. I put the book down and listened carefully. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, moving from one room to another. A cold chill ran down my spine. I grabbed my phone and texted Tom, telling him about the noise. He replied quickly, suggesting that I call the police. I hesitated, not wanting to overreact, but the footsteps grew louder, and I could feel my pulse quickening. I decided to call 911. The operator assured me that officers were on their way, and they advised me to stay on the line. I crept into the kitchen, looking for something to defend myself with. I grabbed a large kitchen knife and crouched behind the counter, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The footsteps stopped, and I held my breath, straining to hear any sound. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from upstairs, followed by hurried footsteps coming down the stairs. My heart was racing, and I tightened my grip on the knife. The front door burst open, and two police officers rushed in, guns drawn. I stood up, my hands shaking. "There's someone upstairs," I whispered, pointing towards the staircase. The officers nodded and motioned for me to stay put. They moved cautiously up the stairs, their footsteps echoing through the house. I waited, my nerves on edge, until I heard them shout, "Police, show yourself." There was a brief scuffle, followed by silence. A few minutes later, the officers came back down, holding a disheveled man between them. He looked wild-eyed and terrified. "We found him hiding in the attic," one of the officers said. "He had a backpack full of stolen items from your house." I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but also a deep sense of violation. This stranger had been in my home, going through my things, while I was just downstairs. The police took the men away, and I spent the rest of the night trying to calm my nerves. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and every creak and groan of the house set my heart racing. I barely slept, my mind replaying the events over and over. The next morning, Tom called, his voice full of concern. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I can't believe this happened. While I was away, I assured him I was fine, but I couldn't hide the lingering fear in my voice." Tom came home at evening, and we decided to install a security system in the house. We added cameras, motion detectors, and reinforced the locks on all the doors and windows. It helped me feel safer, but I couldn't shake the memories of that night. A few weeks later, I was home alone again, but this time I felt more prepared. I kept the security system armed and made sure all the doors and windows were locked. It was around midnight when the motion detector in the living room went off. My phone buzzed with an alert, and I checked the camera feed. There was nothing there, but I felt a sense of unease. I grabbed the kitchen knife and slowly walked through the house, checking each room. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was off. As I walked back to the living room, I noticed the attic door was slightly ajar. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached it. I pushed the door open, and the smell of dust and mildew filled my nostrils. I climbed the ladder, my hands shaking, and shone my flashlight around the attic. It was empty, but I noticed something odd. The window at the far end of the attic was open, and there were muddy footprints leading to it. I felt a cold dread settle over me as I realized the intruder had been in my house again. I called the police, and they arrived quickly, but there was no sign of the man. They assured me they would increase patrols in the area, but I knew it would be a while before I felt safe again. Tom and I decided to move to a new house in a different neighborhood. We found a cozy bungalow in a quiet suburb, far away from the city. It was a fresh start, and I hoped it would help me leave the fear and anxiety behind. For a while, things were peaceful. I started to feel at ease in our new home, and the memories of the break-in began to fade. But one night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise from the attic. My heart stopped, and I felt a wave of panic wash over me. I grabbed the kitchen knife and called Tom, who was working late. He told me to call the police and stay in the bedroom. I locked the door and dialed 911. My hands shaking. The operator assured me that officers were on their way. I sat on the bed, clutching the knife, and listened for any sound. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, just like before. I heard the attic door creak open and felt the cold dread settle over me. The police arrived quickly and searched the house, but they found nothing. The attic was empty, and there were no signs of forced entry. I couldn't understand how the intruder had gotten in, but the fear was back, stronger than ever. We decided to sell the house and move again, this time to a gated community with 24-hour security. It was an expensive move, but I couldn't live in fear any longer. Our new home was safe and secure, and I finally started to feel at peace. But even now, years later, I can't help but feel a twinge of fear whenever I hear a creak or a groan in the house. The memory of that night still haunts me, and I know I'll never forget the feeling of being watched. I still keep a kitchen knife by my bed just in case, and sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I catch myself listening for the sound of footsteps, my heart pounding in my chest. The fear never truly goes away, but I've learned to live with it. And I know that no matter where I go, I'll always be on guard, ready to defend my home from the stranger in the house. My name is Laura, and I work as a production assistant for an independent film company. We were filming a low-budget horror movie called The Haunting of Willow Creek, and the director had chosen an old, abandoned mansion as the primary location. The mansion was rumored to be haunted which made it the perfect setting for our film. Little did we know the stories were more than just rumors. The first day of shooting was uneventful. The crew set up the equipment, and the actors rehearsed their lines. The mansion, with its creaking floors and peeling wallpaper, was the perfect backdrop for a horror film. The director, Mark, was thrilled with the location. "This place has great energy," he said, a broad grin on his face. "It's going to make the movie so much better." As the days went by, strange things began to happen. It started with small incidents, lights flickering, unexplained cold spots, and odd sounds echoing through the halls. At first, we brushed it off as the quirks of an old house, but the incidents grew more frequent and harder to ignore. One night, we were filming a particularly intense scene in the basement. The actors were in place, and the cameras were rolling. Suddenly, the lights went out, plunging us into darkness. We heard a loud crash, followed by a blood-curdling scream. We scrambled to find our flashlights and rushed to where the sound had come from. One of the actors, Jenny, was lying on the floor, her face pale and eyes wide with terror. "Something pushed me," she whispered, her voice trembling. It felt like ice. We helped her up and checked the footage, hoping to find some explanation. To our shock, the camera had captured a shadowy figure standing behind Jenny just before she fell. The figure was tall and gaunt, its features obscured by darkness. We played the footage over and over, trying to make sense of it. The director decided to take a break, and we all gathered in the main hall to discuss what had happened. The mood was tense, and everyone was on edge. As we sat there, trying to calm our nerves, the temperature in the room dropped suddenly. We could see our breath in the air, and a heavy, oppressive feeling settled over us. The chandelier above us began to sway, its crystal prisms clinking together like wind chimes. We heard footsteps echoing through the hall, but when we turned to look, no one was there. The director decided to call it a night, and we packed up our equipment and left the mansion. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched as we walked to our cars. The next day, Jenny refused to return to the set. She was too shaken by what had happened. We replaced her with another actress, hoping to continue the shoot without further incidents. But the paranormal activity only escalated. Equipment malfunctioned, objects moved on their own, and several crew members reported seeing shadowy figures out of the corner of their eyes. One of the most unsettling incidents occurred during a scene in the attic. The scene called for the lead actress, Emily, to discover an old, dusty mirror. She approached the mirror, her reflection twisted and distorted, moving independently of her. The effect was supposed to be created with special effects, but what we saw on the monitor was far beyond anything we could have achieved with our limited budget. Emily screamed and backed away from the mirror, her face pale with fear. "It's not me," she whispered, her eyes wide. "It's not my reflection." We reviewed the footage, and the distortion was clear. Emily's reflection moved on its own, its face twisted into a grotesque grin. The director was both terrified and fascinated. "This is incredible," he said. "It's like the house is alive." Despite the mounting fear, we continued to film. We were determined to finish the movie, even if it meant facing the unknown. But the final straw came during a night shoot in the old library. We were filming a scene where the characters discover a hidden journal detailing the mansion's dark history. As the actor read from the journal, the temperature in the room plummeted, and we heard a low, guttural growl. Books flew off the shelves, and the heavy wooden door slammed shut on its own, trapping us inside. Panic set in as we tried to open the door. It wouldn't budge, no matter how hard we pushed. The growling grew louder, and we felt a cold wind whip through the room, even though the windows were closed. Suddenly, the door burst open, and we stumbled out into the hallway, gasping for breath. The director decided then and there that we needed to leave. "It's not worth it," he said, his face pale. "We're messing with something we don't understand." We packed up our equipment and left the mansion for good. The movie was never finished, and the footage we captured was locked away, deemed too disturbing to release. The mansion was left to decay, its dark history shrouded in mystery. I still think about those nights in the mansion, the strange and terrifying events we witnessed. Some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, the memory of that guttural growl echoing in my ears. I've since moved on to other projects, but the experience left a lasting impression on me. I learned that some places hold on to their past, and the spirits that linger there are not to be trifled with. The mansion still stands, a silent sentinel to its dark history, and though I will never set foot in it again, I can't help but wonder what other secrets it holds, hidden away in its shadowy halls. I had just moved into my new apartment, eager to start fresh after a tough breakup. The building was old, but it had charm, and I was excited to make it my own. My name is Emily, and I had just turned 30. Life had been tough lately, but I was determined to move forward. It was a quiet neighborhood, and my apartment was on the ground floor. I loved the large windows that let in plenty of light during the day. Everything seemed perfect until one night I heard a noise coming from the basement. It was a low, rhythmic thumping sound, like someone was hitting the wall. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was just the old pipes or the building settling, but the noise persisted, growing louder each night. I mentioned it to my neighbor, Mrs. Johnson, an elderly woman who had lived in the building for over 40 years. She gave me a worried look and told me to be careful. She said strange things had happened in the building over the years, and the basement was always a source of unease for the residents. I brushed off her concerns, thinking she was just superstitious. A week later, I was home alone, watching TV, when the power suddenly went out. I grabbed my phone and used the flashlight to navigate through the apartment. I checked the fuse box, but everything seemed fine. Then I heard it again, the thumping sound, this time louder and more insistent. It was coming from the basement. I decided to investigate, hoping to find a simple explanation. I grabbed a flashlight and headed down the narrow staircase to the basement. The air was damp and musty, and the dim light cast eerie shadows on the walls. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, the thumping stopped. I shone the flashlight around, but there was nothing unusual, just old boxes, rusty pipes, and cobwebs. I turned to leave when I heard a whisper. It was faint, but I could make out the words, "Help me." My heart raced, and I froze in place. The whisper came again, closer this time. "Help me, please." I followed the sound to a corner of the basement, where I saw a small door partially hidden behind some old furniture. I hesitated, but then pushed the door open. Inside was a small, dark room with a dirt floor. In the middle of the room was a man, bound and gagged, his eyes wide with fear. I rushed to him and removed the gag. "Please help me," he gasped. "I've been trapped here for days." I untied him and helped him to his feet. He introduced himself as Mark and told me he had been kidnapped and brought here by a man who lived in the building. He had managed to escape his captor but couldn't get out of the basement. We hurried back upstairs and I called the police. When they arrived, they searched the building but found no sign of the kidnapper. They took Mark to the hospital and I was left feeling shaken and terrified. The police assured me they would investigate, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I decided to stay with a friend until I felt safe again. A few nights later, I got a call from the police. They had found the kidnapper, a man who lived on the top floor. He had a history of mental illness and had been hiding in the building, stalking the residents. They arrested him, and he confessed to kidnapping Mark and several other people over the years. I was relieved, but still haunted by the experience. I moved out of the apartment and found a new place across town. It took a while, but I finally started to feel safe again. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still hear the faint whisper of "help me," and remember the terror of that night in the basement. My name is David, and I used to work as a freelance photographer specializing in abandoned places. The thrill of exploring forgotten sites and capturing their decay was a passion of mine. One chilly autumn morning, I received a tip about an abandoned asylum on the outskirts of a small town. The asylum had been closed for decades and was rumored to be one of the most haunted places in the region. Intrigued by the challenge and the potential for compelling photographs, I decided to visit. I arrived at the asylum just as the sun was beginning to set. The building loomed in the twilight, its darkened windows staring out like empty eyes. The iron gates that once served as a barrier were now rusted and bent, offering a narrow opening through which I could slip. The air was thick with a musty odor, and a chill seemed to emanate from the very walls of the asylum. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The interior was even more unsettling than I had imagined. The walls were covered in peeling paint and grime, and the floors creaked ominously with each step. I set up my camera and began taking photos, capturing the decaying grandeur of the once proud institution. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water or the scuttle of a rat. As I explored deeper into the asylum, I came across rooms that had clearly been hastily abandoned. Torn mattresses lay strewn across the floor, and medical equipment rusted in corners. In one of the rooms, I found a collection of old patient records scattered across a desk. The documents were yellowed and brittle, and I could barely make out the names and diagnoses scribbled on them. The more I read, the more I felt a sense of sadness and unease. The records detail the treatment of patients with various mental illnesses, many of whom had been subjected to cruel and outdated practices. I continued through the asylum, my flashlight illuminating the darkened halls. I reached the central wing, where the most notorious treatments had been administered. The atmosphere grew heavier as I moved further into the building. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I began to feel an unsettling presence. My flashlight flickered, and I thought I heard faint whispers drifting through the air. I dismissed it as my imagination, but the feeling of being watched persisted. In one of the isolation rooms, I noticed something peculiar. The walls were covered in strange symbols and messages scrawled in what appeared to be blood. The messages were incoherent, a chaotic mix of symbols and fragmented words. I snapped several photos, the flashes briefly illuminating the grim details of the room. As I was about to leave, I heard a loud bang from behind me. I spun around, my heart racing. The room was empty, but the sound had been unmistakable. Determined to uncover more of the asylum's secrets, I pressed on. I found myself in the basement, where the atmosphere was thick with dampness and mildew. The basement was a maze of narrow corridors and locked rooms. I noticed that some of the doors had been forcibly opened, and the floor was littered with broken chains and restraints. I took more photos, capturing the remnants of a place that had once been a center of fear and suffering. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me, a soft, almost imperceptible shuffling. I turned, but there was nothing there. The air seemed to grow colder, and the shadows around me seemed to deepen. I felt a sudden, intense pressure on my chest, as if someone or something was standing right behind me. My flashlight flickered again, and I saw a fleeting shadow move across the wall. Panic set in, and I hurried to leave the basement. As I made my way back to the stairs, I felt as though I was being pursued. The sounds of footsteps echoed behind me, growing louder and more insistent. I burst out of the basement and raced through the asylum, my footsteps echoing through the empty halls. I reached the exit and stumbled into the fresh air, my heart racing. I packed up my equipment and left the asylum, vowing never to return. The experience had been unsettling and frightening, and the sense of being watched and pursued lingered long after I had left. I reviewed the photos I had taken and noticed that many of them were strangely distorted, with dark shapes and shadows appearing where none had been visible at the time. The asylum remains one of the most haunting places I have ever visited, a testament to the suffering and darkness that once filled its halls. I never returned to explore another abandoned place, knowing that some sites hold more than just the echoes of their past. My name is Jake, and I had been working as a night security guard at the old Greenwood Mall for about 6 months. The mall had seen better days. Most of the stores were closed, and only a few businesses remained. My job was simple: patrol the premises, make sure everything was secure, and report any suspicious activity. The nights were usually quiet, and I spent most of my time walking through the dark, empty corridors or sitting in the security office, watching the monitors. One night, around midnight, I noticed something strange on one of the cameras. There was a figure standing in the middle of the food court, staring directly at the camera. I couldn't make out any details, but the sight sent a chill down my spine. I grabbed my flashlight and headed towards the food court to investigate. As I approached, the figure vanished, leaving the area eerily quiet. I chalked it up to my imagination and went back to my rounds. Over the next few nights, the figure appeared again, always around midnight and always in different parts of the mall. Each time it would disappear before I could reach it. I started to feel uneasy, but I didn't want to mention it to my supervisor for fear of sounding crazy. One night I was patrolling the second floor when I heard a noise behind me. I turned around, but there was nothing there. As I continued walking, I felt a cold breeze, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I spun around again and saw the figure standing at the end of the corridor, motionless and watching me. My heart pounded in my chest as I shone my flashlight on it, but it vanished once more. I decided to review the security footage to see if I could catch a glimpse of who or what it was. As I watched the recordings, I saw the figure appear and disappear in various parts of the mall, always just out of reach. It seemed to be toying with me, and the thought made my blood run cold. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Even when I was alone in the security office, I started hearing strange noises, footsteps echoing through the empty halls, whispers that seemed to come from the shadows, and the sound of doors creaking open and slamming shut. My sleep suffered, and I became paranoid, jumping at every little sound. One particularly stormy night, the power went out, plunging the mall into darkness. The emergency lights flickered on, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I grabbed my flashlight and radioed my supervisor, but there was no response. I decided to check the electrical room to see if I could restore the power. As I made my way through the darkened mall, the sense of being watched grew stronger. I reached the electrical room and opened the door, only to find the figure standing inside. It was closer than ever, and I could see that it was a man dressed in old, tattered clothing. His eyes were hollow, and his skin was pale and lifeless. I froze in terror as he slowly raised his hand and pointed at me. The room grew colder, and I felt a force pushing me back. I stumbled and fell, dropping my flashlight. The room went completely dark, and I scrambled to find my flashlight, but it was gone. The whispers grew louder, and I felt the presence of the figure looming over me. I managed to get to my feet and ran out of the room, my heart pounding. I could hear footsteps behind me, growing closer and closer. I ran through the maze of corridors, trying to find my way back to the security office. As I rounded a corner, I saw the figure standing at the end of the hall, blocking my path. I turned and ran in the opposite direction, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I finally reached the security office and slammed the door shut behind me. I locked it and pressed my back against the door, trying to catch my breath. The monitors flickered to life, showing the figure standing right outside the door. He stared at the camera, his hollow eyes boring into me. I grabbed the phone and dialed 911, but the line was dead. The whispers grew louder, filling the room, and I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The room grew colder, and the lights flickered. I could feel the presence of the figure all around me, suffocating me. I knew I had to get out of there. I unlocked the door and bolted out, running towards the nearest exit. The mall seemed to stretch on forever, and the whispers followed me, growing louder and more frantic. I finally reached the exit and burst through the doors, collapsing on the pavement outside. The cold night air filled my lungs, and I could still feel the presence of the figure behind me. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I drove straight to the police station and told them everything. They were skeptical, but they sent a patrol car to check the mall. They found nothing unusual, but I knew what I had seen and felt. I quit my job the next day and moved to a different town, far away from the Greenwood Mall. The experience left me shaken, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure was still watching me, waiting for the right moment to appear again. To this day, I avoid empty buildings and dark corridors. The memory of the midnight watcher still haunts me, and I know I'll never be the same. My name is Alex, and I used to be a fairly active user on Tinder. I enjoy meeting new people and thought I had a good handle on who was genuine and who wasn't. One evening, I matched with a woman named Samantha. Her profile was intriguing. She had a warm smile and mentioned her love for hiking and adventure. We chatted for a few days, and she seemed like a genuinely nice person. When she suggested we meet up for a coffee, I agreed without hesitation. We decided on a cafe downtown. I arrived early and waited nervously. Samantha walked in right on time. She looked even more beautiful in person, and we quickly fell into easy conversation. The date went well, and we talked about our favorite places to visit and things we liked to do. As the evening wore on, Samantha suggested a walk through the nearby park. I agreed, thinking it would be a nice way to end the night. The park was quiet, illuminated by the soft glow of street lights. We strolled along the paths, talking and laughing. Everything seemed perfect until Samantha suggested a detour into a more secluded area of the park. I was hesitant, but didn't want to seem rude, so I followed. The path grew darker and less maintained, and the quiet of the park became unsettling. Samantha seemed to sense my discomfort and reassured me. "It's a beautiful spot," she said. "I come here often to clear my head." We reached a small clearing surrounded by trees. Samantha stopped and turned to me with a serious expression. "There's something I need to tell you," she said. "I've had some strange experiences here." I was curious, but also a bit apprehensive. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I've seen things, shadows, that move on their own and heard voices," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I know it sounds crazy, but it's true." Before I could respond, Samantha's phone rang. She answered it briefly and then put it away, looking even more uneasy. "Sorry about that," she said. "I just needed to check something." We continued our walk, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. We eventually made our way back to the main park area, and Samantha suggested we call it a night. I walked her to her car, and she thanked me for the evening. We exchanged goodbyes and went our separate ways. That night I couldn't sleep. Something about the evening had left me feeling uneasy. I decided to check Samantha's social media profile, just to see if there were any clues about her strange behavior. What I found was disturbing. Her profile was filled with photos of the park he had visited, but there were also images of people, some of whom looked distressed or terrified. There were also posts about encountering things in the park and warnings to avoid at night. The next day, I received a message from Samantha. She apologized for the weirdness the previous night and suggested we meet again. I was conflicted, but decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. We arranged to meet at the same cafe. When I arrived, Samantha was already there, looking nervous. She explained that she had been experiencing something strange lately, feeling watched and hearing whispers at night. I listened, trying to be supportive, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. As we talked, Samantha's phone rang again. She answered it and seemed even more agitated. "I have to go," she said abruptly. "Something's come up." She left in a hurry, and I was left feeling more unsettled than ever. Later that evening, I received a message from a mutual friend of Samantha's. She explained that Samantha had been experiencing severe psychological issues and had been in and out of treatment. The friend warned me to be cautious and avoid meeting her alone. I decided to end all contact with Samantha. I deleted her number and unmatched her on Tinder. A few days later, I received a notification from the app that Samantha had unmatched me. I didn't think much of it until I saw a news story about a woman who had been reported missing in the same park where we had walked. The authorities were investigating, but there were no leads. I was deeply disturbed by the coincidence and couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided a dangerous situation. I still think about that night and wonder if I had made the right decision to cut off contact. The park remains a place I avoid, and I can't help but feel a chill whenever I hear about similar experiences. Sometimes the people we meet online aren't who they seem, and their hidden secrets can be more terrifying than we could ever imagine. My name is Jake, and I used to work as a park ranger in the Smoky Mountains. It was a job I loved, surrounded by nature and solitude. My shifts often took me deep into the forest, where few people ventured. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I received a call about a group of hikers who had gone off trail and were missing. I geared up and set out to find them, following the trail they were supposed to be on. The forest was eerily quiet as I walked, the usual sounds of wildlife conspicuously absent. The deeper I went, the more unsettling the silence became. I checked my GPS and maps, trying to pinpoint the hiker's last known location. As night fell, I switched on my flashlight and pressed on. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees casting long, twisted shadows in the beam of my light. I heard a rustling noise behind me, but saw nothing when I turned. I continued searching, calling out for the missing hikers. The silence that followed was unnerving. After several hours, I found signs of recent activity: disturbed leaves and broken branches. I followed the trail, hoping to find the hikers soon. Suddenly, I heard voices, soft, whispering voices that seemed to come from all directions. I called out again, but the voices only grew louder and more insistent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt an oppressive sense of dread. I followed the voices, which led me to a small clearing. In the center of the clearing was an old, abandoned cabin. The cabin looked as if it had been untouched for years, with broken windows and a sagging roof. The whispers grew louder as I approached, and I felt an icy chill in the air. I approached the cabin cautiously, my flashlight illuminating the dark interior through the broken windows. Inside, the cabin was filled with old furniture and dusty remnants of a long-forgotten past. As I stepped inside, the whispers abruptly stopped, leaving an unsettling silence. I searched the cabin but found no sign of the hikers. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed something odd: a series of strange symbols carved into the walls. The symbols were crude and jagged, and they seemed to form a pattern. I took photos, feeling increasingly uneasy. I left the cabin and continued searching, but the whispers never returned. I found no sign of the missing hikers that night. I reported back to the base, and a search team was sent out the next day. They eventually found the hikers, who were disoriented but unharmed. They told a chilling story of hearing voices and seeing shadowy figures in the woods, which matched my own experience. I was relieved they were safe, but troubled by the encounter. Over the next few weeks, I continued working in the park, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Strange occurrences became frequent. My equipment would malfunction, and I'd hear footsteps behind me, only to find no one there. One night, as I was doing a routine check, I noticed a figure standing at the edge of the forest, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. The figure was tall and dark, its features obscured by the shadows. I called out, but the figure vanished into the darkness. My uneasy feeling grew stronger, and I decided to report the incidents. The authorities investigated, but found no evidence of anything unusual. I was advised to take extra precautions, but the disturbances continued. Eventually, I transferred to a different park, hoping to leave the unsettling experiences behind. The Smoky Mountains remain a place of great beauty, but my time there left me with a lingering sense of unease. I still wonder about the whispers and the dark figure in the forest, and I avoid returning to that area. Sometimes I feel like the forest holds secrets that are better left undisturbed, and I can't shake the feeling that something unseen is always watching. My name is Sarah, and I've always considered myself a cautious person. I was living alone in a small suburban house, a place I felt was safe and secure. One night I was working late at my desk when I heard a strange noise coming from downstairs. It sounded like a faint scratching, but I dismissed it as the house settling or perhaps a tree branch brushing against the window. A short while later, the scratching grew louder and more persistent. My heart started to race, and I decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and carefully made my way downstairs. The noise seemed to be coming from the front door. I peered through the peephole but saw nothing. I opened the door slightly and looked around, but the porch was empty. I closed the door and locked it. Feeling a bit foolish for being so anxious, I returned to my room and tried to focus on my work, but the scratching continued, now accompanied by a soft thud. I decided to call the police just to be safe. They assured me they would send someone over to check things out. As I waited, the noises grew more intense, now sounding like someone was trying to force their way in. My nerves were frayed as I heard a loud bang from the back of the house. I crept through the house, checking each room and ensuring all the windows and doors were locked. When the police arrived, they conducted a thorough search of the property, but found no sign of anyone or anything unusual. They reassured me that it was probably just a prank or an animal. I felt a bit embarrassed, but was grateful for their help. The next few nights were quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I installed additional security measures, a better lock on the front door, motion sensor lights, and a security camera. A week later, I received a notification from the security camera while I was at work. The camera had detected movement in the middle of the night. I watched the footage and was horrified to see a shadowy figure approaching my front door, trying the handle and peering through the windows. The figure moved around the house, checking different entry points. My heart pounded as I saw the intruder trying the back door, which had been secured with a new lock. The footage showed the figure leaving after several minutes, clearly frustrated. I immediately contacted the police and showed them the footage. They took it very seriously and increased patrols around my area. The police couldn't identify the intruder from the footage, but they were able to give me advice on additional security measures. I followed their recommendations and felt a bit more secure, but the experience left me deeply unsettled. Over the following weeks, I noticed strange occurrences around my house, footsteps on the roof, unexplained noises, and occasional disturbances in the yard. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings and took extra precautions, including keeping lights on and making sure all entry points were secure. The intruder never returned, and the police never identified them. I continued living in the house, but the sense of safety I once had was gone. I couldn't help but feel that someone was always lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. The experience taught me how vulnerable we can be and how important it is to take security seriously. My once peaceful home had become a place of anxiety and fear, and I learned to trust my instincts and stay vigilant. Filming for The Conjuring was intense, and the atmosphere on set was thick with the tension of recreating the infamous Enfield poltergeist case. The true story of the Hodgson family, plagued by paranormal activity in their North London home, was already terrifying. But what happened during our production took that fear to a whole new level. We were deep into a night shoot, recreating the infamous scene where young Janet Hodgson is thrown around her bedroom by an unseen force. Madison Wolfe, who played Janet, was strapped into a harness rig designed to simulate the violent movements described by the real Janet Hodgson. The mood was somber as we prepared for the take, the eerie details of the true story weighing heavily on everyone's minds. As the cameras rolled, Madison began to convulse, her body jerking violently in the harness. The scene was intense, and her screams echoed through the darkened set. Suddenly, all the lights went out. The crew scrambled to restore power, and in the dim emergency lighting, we could see Madison hanging limply in the harness, her eyes wide with fear. When the lights came back on, the harness was checked for malfunctions, but everything was in perfect working order. Madison was visibly shaken and insisted that she had felt hands pushing and pulling her, even though she was alone in the rig. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, but we pressed on, determined to get through the night. Later, during a break, Madison approached me. Her voice was trembling as she recounted what had happened. "I felt something," she said, "something cold and angry. It was like it wanted me to know it was there." I tried to reassure her, but the truth was I had felt it too. The air had been cold, almost freezing, and a sense of malevolence had pervaded the room. We resumed filming, but the set seemed to have taken on a life of its own. Objects moved on their own, lights flickered, and a constant, low hum seemed to emanate from the walls. The crew was on edge, and even the director, usually calm and collected, seemed unnerved by the strange occurrences. One particularly disturbing incident happened in the early hours of the morning. We were filming a scene in the living room of the Hodgson house set when we heard a loud crash from the kitchen. Rushing to see what had happened, we found the kitchen in disarray. Pots and pans were scattered across the floor, and a large cupboard door was swinging open. No one had been in the kitchen at the time. As we stood there, trying to make sense of the chaos, a cold breeze swept through the room, and the door to the set slammed shut. The crew huddled together, eyes wide with fear. Someone suggested it might be a prank, but deep down, we all knew there was something more sinister at play. In the days that followed, the disturbances continued. Crew members reported hearing whispers and seeing shadowy figures at the edge of their vision. One of the electricians, a burly man named Tom, refused to work alone on the set after he was pushed down a flight of stairs by an unseen force. He swore he had felt hands on his back, shoving him with enough force to knock him off his feet. Desperate for answers, we decided to reach out to Lorraine Warren, the real-life paranormal investigator portrayed in the film. Despite her advanced age, Lorraine agreed to visit the set and conduct an investigation. Her presence brought a sense of calm, but also a heightened awareness of the gravity of the situation. Lorraine arrived with a quiet dignity, her eyes sharp and observant. She moved through the set with purpose, stopping occasionally to close her eyes and murmur prayers. When she reached the living room, she paused, her face growing pale. "There is something here," she said softly, "something that has attached itself to this place and to the people here." She explained that the energy of the real Enfield poltergeist case might have been drawn to our set, feeding off the fear and tension. Lorraine suggested a cleansing ritual, one that involved prayer, holy water, and the burning of sage. We readily agreed. Desperate to rid ourselves of the malevolent presence, the cleansing ritual was held at midnight. Lorraine led us through the prayers, her voice steady and calm. The air grew thick with the scent of sage, and the atmosphere seemed to lighten as she moved through the set, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers of protection. As the ritual progressed, the temperature dropped sharply, and a low growl echoed through the room. Lorraine did not waver, continuing her prayers with unwavering faith. The growl grew louder, more menacing, and the walls seemed to tremble. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the lights flickered violently before plunging us into darkness. In the pitch black, we heard Lorraine's voice rise in a powerful command, ordering the entity to leave. The air grew colder, and for a moment it felt as though we were standing on the edge of an abyss, facing a force beyond our comprehension. Then, just as suddenly, the lights came back on, and the oppressive weight lifted from the room. Lorraine finished the ritual, her face lined with exhaustion, but her eyes filled with quiet triumph. "It is done," she said, "but be cautious. These forces are unpredictable and can return if provoked." The set felt different after that night. The cold spots disappeared, the flickering lights stabilized, and the unsettling noises ceased. We completed the filming without further incident, but the experience left a lasting impression on all of us. The story of the Enfield poltergeist, already terrifying in its own right, had become a reality for those of us involved in The Conjuring 2. Years later, I still remember the fear and the sense of being watched, the shadowy figures, and the malevolent growl. The haunting of our set was more than just a series of strange occurrences. It was a reminder of the thin line between the natural and the supernatural, and the power of belief in the face of the unknown. The experience taught us to respect the stories we tell, for they might just come to life in ways we can never anticipate. My name is Mark, and I had a fascination with abandoned places, especially those with dark histories. One evening I stumbled upon an old factory on the outskirts of town. It had been closed for decades, and rumors circulated about it being haunted. Intrigued, I decided to explore it and see if the stories were true. I arrived at the factory just before sunset. The building was massive, with broken windows and a rusted exterior. The atmosphere was foreboding, and the air felt heavy with neglect. I entered through a side door that was ajar, and my flashlight cut through the darkness inside. The factory floor was littered with debris, old machinery, broken tools, and dust-covered workstations. The silence was almost deafening, interrupted only by the occasional drip of water and the distant sound of creaking metal. As I wandered deeper into the factory, I came across a series of old offices. The walls were lined with faded documents and old photographs of workers. It was clear that this place had once been bustling with activity. I noticed strange markings on the walls, symbols, and words scrawled in what looked like paint or rust. They were unsettling, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. I continued exploring, making my way to the factory's loading docks. The area was even darker and colder, and I felt an inexplicable chill as I moved through the space. I was about to take some photos when I heard a soft, echoing thud coming from the upper levels. I decided to investigate, carefully climbing the rickety stairs. The upper levels were in worse condition, with broken floors and unstable walkways. I moved cautiously, my flashlight revealing glimpses of old office furniture and long-abandoned equipment. The thudding noise grew louder and seemed to be coming from a large room at the end of the hall. I approached the room and pushed open the door, which creaked loudly on its hinges. Inside, I found an old control room with a large window overlooking the factory floor. The room was cluttered with old controls and monitors, but what caught my eye was a large metal door at the far end. The door was slightly ajar, and a faint, flickering light was visible from within. I approached the door, my heart racing. As I pushed it open, the light revealed a small room with old machinery and what appeared to be a makeshift altar. The altar was covered in candles, some of which were still burning, and the floor was covered in strange symbols and writings. I was about to take a closer look when I felt a sudden, intense pressure on my chest. My flashlight flickered, and I heard a low, guttural growl coming from behind me. I spun around, but the room was empty. I could feel an oppressive presence, and the temperature in the room dropped significantly. I decided it was time to leave. I quickly made my way back through the factory, but the unsettling feeling of being watched never left me. As I exited the building, I noticed that the factory's surroundings seemed different, darker, and more foreboding than before. I reviewed the photos I had taken and noticed that many of them were distorted, with strange shadows and light anomalies. The experience left me shaken, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something malevolent had been lurking in the factory. The factory remains one of the most unsettling places I've ever explored, and I've never returned. The stories about its haunted past now seem more real than ever, and I've learned to approach abandoned places with a greater sense of caution and respect for their history. My name is Brian, and I never believed in Bigfoot until one night in the dense forest of Oregon. I was on a camping trip with a few friends, Tom, Jake, and Lisa. We had set up our campsite near a remote lake, surrounded by thick woods and an eerie silence. The first night passed without incident, but as the days went by, the forest seemed to grow darker, and an unsettling feeling settled over us. On the third night, we decided to take a hike into the woods. We followed a narrow trail that wound through the trees, the moonlight barely penetrating the canopy above. Tom had brought along a powerful flashlight, and Lisa carried a small radio, which was playing softly. We walked for a few miles, enjoying the crisp night air and the sounds of the forest. That is until we heard a series of loud, guttural howls that seemed to come from all directions. The howls were unlike anything we had ever heard, deep, resonant, and almost primal. We stopped in our tracks, looking at each other with growing concern. Tom suggested we head back to camp, but as we turned, the howls grew louder and closer. The flashlight beam swept through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. Lisa tried to turn off the radio, but the volume seemed to increase on its own. Panic set in as we heard heavy footsteps moving through the underbrush, growing closer with each passing second. We hurried back towards camp, but the feeling of being pursued was palpable. The footsteps seemed to follow us, and the howls continued, echoing through the trees. We finally reached the campsite, breathless and terrified. The fire was still burning, casting flickering shadows around us. We sat in silence, the once comforting crackle of the fire now sounding ominous. The howls continued intermittently throughout the night, and we could hear branches snapping and something large moving around the perimeter of our campsite. None of us slept well, and the next morning we found strange tracks around our tent. The tracks were large and unusual, with a distinctive wide stride. We followed them for a short distance before deciding to head back to civilization. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and we left the area as quickly as possible. Back in town, we learned that several other campers had reported similar encounters in the same area. The tracks we had found were consistent with descriptions of Bigfoot footprints, and the howls matched reports of unexplained vocalizations in the forest. To this day, I can't explain what we heard or saw that night, but the experience has left me with a deep respect for the unknown. The forest remains a place of mystery and unease, and I've never returned to that area. Sometimes I wonder if what we encountered was truly Bigfoot or something else entirely. The memories of that night linger, a haunting reminder of the unexplained and the terrifying possibilities that lie hidden in the shadows of the forest.